All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 11 of our Hutan Pantai series. This is Ultra Farmer. I am just getting ready. We got to do a little bit of a recap here. We'll kind of go through a few things. Now, I can't believe how many saplings there already are. I went through and I actually sold all of these, which, believe it or not, I had so many sitting there, and we got like a decent amount of money for it, but like nothing super crazy. Like it wasn't, I don't know. I thought I would get more money for it, to be honest, but I think we got like 9 grand for like a full trailer load, like 3 wide, all. Oh geez, all those trees are in there, all along this trailer. I went 3 deep for the full length of this trailer. I can't remember exactly how many pallets that was, but it was a bunch. What else did I do? I took all the mushrooms in and got those sold. Let's go to our finances and I'll kind of go through finances. Okay. So let's go through December harvest income. We had 23,000 from there. Contract income, 7,000. There was way more in November. I did a whole bunch of contracts in November, like so many. Only a few in March. Does it show? So sold products. This is going to be saplings and stuff like that, and our mushrooms. I sold a bunch of the mushrooms. We made 40 grand from that. I wish it would go back a little bit further so we could see November, because I did a bunch of contracts in December, or sorry, in like November and stuff. There were so many plowing and cultivating contracts, and I would just do them and just kind of like let the workers go, and yeah, I feel like yeah, this 7,000 here and this 8,000 here really doesn't show how much I did through the winter. For some reason, I thought we'd be able to go in here and see all of it, but I don't know. I don't know. I thought I could go back further in the things, but whatever. Yeah, did a bunch of contracts, sold a bunch of stuff, and now I'm just gonna go around here and I'm gonna get ready for us to start planting some rice. Now, in the midst of all of this, I'll show you as well. I screwed up a bit, and our canola fields ended up getting some weeds growing on them. And then it was too late in the weed growth stages for me to use like the hoe attachment that we have to get them out of there. Blah blah blah. What do I got going on over here? I don't know what that is. Do weeds grow in here? I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So I had a bunch of weeds that were growing on there, and I couldn't get them off with our hoe, like our hoe attachment. And so let's just park this guy for right now because we're not going to need him. We'll need this. So yeah, I had to rent a sprayer and get some herbicides and stuff like that, and try to get the weeds off those fields. So we're not going to get like our big massive like 98% yield bonus. I think they're at like 83% yield bonuses on 2 of those fields. The one field's not too bad. Like I said, I'll go show you. But yeah, I got like so busy doing contracts, and then I like slept through one too many months just because I was like, oh, I did all the contracts, got through, and then I came back and I'm like, no, freaking weeds. I just completely had forgotten about it. So yeah, that's my bad. But I guess it'll be good in a way. Well, it's not good, but we'll see how much we get off of the fields with this harvest, and then we'll be able to see moving forward like roughly how good it's going to be. Okay. So this guy's going good there. Let's jump out of this. I'm just gonna turn on. Let's give ourselves some speed here so we can run around a little faster. I got to get these fields flooding. Our main thing today is going to be to get all of these fields planted, which will be, it's just going to be a little bit time consuming, but all in all, it's a pretty easy task. We just got to babysit the planter rather. Which again, like I said, is pretty easy task in and of itself. I forgot to do that one over there too. Cool. Start flooding that one. Turn that map off a little bit. And there we go. Okay, so those are flooding. So yeah, main task for this episode is going to be to get these fields planted. They should all be 100% fertilized. Yes, I believe they are. Plus that planter has, it should have fertilizer in it. Let's just jump in this unit real quick here. Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, it's got fertilizer in it, but like I said, these fields should be 100% fertilized, so let's go. Let's go look at these fields that I got frickin' weeds growing on them. Yeah, like look at all these weeds. Now, it's kind of like you see how this fog settles in here? And in like the early mornings when it's like kind of dusk, it's like really hard to see this field. That's my excuse anyways, so I'm just going to roll with it. Oh, but it's telling me, oh, some of this spot's, well, so we should still get a pretty decent yield off that. It won't be too bad. This field's the same. Good work. Yeah, yeah. 80%. I mean, it's not too bad. This field's pretty good. There was only a few that grew on here for some reason. I don't know why, but... So yeah, we're not going to get the best yields off that, but next plant, it'll be better. But yeah, I did a whole bunch of contracts. I sold the oats. I sold all our mushrooms, which are mushrooms we actually got a ton of money for, which was pretty awesome. And I sold the rice sapling trays, which I think we got about 9 grand for that. But the big majority of everything came from our contracts. I did so many contracts. I just had them going. And so we're over that 240,000 mark, which we can start putting stuff into the production facility. Like I'm going to get that production facility going right there. But again, I'm just going to wait just in case something good comes through the stores that we might need. But there really hasn't been anything. But I'm just going to keep the cash just in case something pops up between now and harvest. But like I said, I want to get these fields planted. Is going to be our main kind of task for today. So it'll just be babysitting this planter, kind of running around back and forth. Let's go check our contracts. Hoeing. I mean, I guess we could do this hoeing contract. It's $1,500, but why not? So that's, you know. This is a decent plowing one, but it's kind of far. I guess we could go do that though if we're going to be killing some time today. Maybe I will get this contract going. Let's borrow these items and let's go get that contract going. Why not? We got a lot of planting to do, so we can set up a worker going up on that field, and it'll be fine. The plowing ones aren't too bad. Just some of the AI workers get a little jammed up with the plows sometimes. But like, yeah, I did a lot. I've got like this big field right in front of us here. It's field 2. I had a plowing contract on that, and it was $25,000 just for that contract. So, and like what I did is I set a worker doing it, and I went for my run, and I came back and it was done. So, yeah, it took a while. I did 12 miles, so that was about 2 hours I was going for. But yeah, I was doing contracts like a son of a gun, that's for sure. Okay, where exactly am I going here? I know it's 14. Okay. Let's go on the road here. I think you drive a little bit faster. Maybe not. But yeah, we're up over that 240,000 mark, which is what we needed to do to get the production facility down. I will probably put the production facility down in the fall when it comes time to harvest all the canola and stuff like that, and we're harvesting the rice. And that way we can just dump. I think what I'll probably do, yeah, I'm going to dump like everything into the production facility. I won't activate any of the productions yet, but I'll dump absolutely everything into it. I'll get everything pulled out of our silos, and I'll put them right in the production facility. I'm hoping that, you know, we're probably not even going to really need those silos, to be honest, like, because basically everything that we harvest from now on is going to go straight into that production facility. Okay, this guy is empty, so let's just, I knew this was going to empty it. Whoa. I would put a bunch on the trailer, but oh, I'm in the wrong unit here. There we go. I would put a bunch of these pallets on the trailer, but this planting unit will only take one full pallet at a time. So it's just as easy to kind of go back and forth. loading a few of these bad boys up on this our little rice pallet wagon and bring it back over. So let's bring this up over by the greenhouses. I've set out 10 pallets to see how much we need to plant with the current fields that we have. Jump out here. Set that there for right now. Let's tab over to this guy. Yep, we're getting real close. But yeah, I can't wait to get that production facility down and get some canola oil and rice oil going, because I think we're going to be able to make a crazy amount of cash off that. I think, at least. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to make like a pretty good chunk of coin off that. And we'll see just basically what we're able to do. It's going to be kind of hard to tell, actually. Maybe what we'll do, just while I'm thinking about it quick, is we'll take everything from this harvest, the canola and the rice that we're about to pull off the fields, and we'll put all that in the production facility, and then we'll just hit activate on everything, and we'll see how much oil we can get just from that harvest, because it's not going to be a full harvest since I had weeds growing on those canola fields. So if we see how many pallets get made from like a crappy harvest, if you will, or a not 100% harvest, it'll give us like a sense of how much money we're going to be able to make with the current field structure that we have. And then we can plan out over the next few like growing seasons, essentially like how much money we can like expect to make, as long as we don't like buy a bunch of new equipment or we buy too much new land. And then that way we can see how much longer we're gonna be like on this map for, because I would really like to just make a couple $1,000,000, maybe $3 or $4 million. We'll sell absolutely everything, even though we're not going to make too much money off the stuff that we sell, because like if you go in, let's go to our vehicles, like our where is it? If I was to sell this, it's worth $30. Header trailer's worth $30. What's this worth? 17 grand. These are probably worth 7 grand, I guess. What's the pressure washer worth? $2,700. Dang. $285 for these cultivators. Like, yeah, we're not gonna get too much money for everything, but we'll sell everything before we leave and try and scrape together as much cash, and then we'll bounce out. I think once we hit about that $3-4 million mark, we'll be good to kind of bounce out and head to the second map of our series. But okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep kind of going, getting these fields planted. I'll bring you back once they're a little bit further along, and we can go from there. All right, team, just back here. We're still cruising along planting these fields, but I'm just going to load up with a little bit of fertilizer here. So this field's like, yeah, I'm about half done-ish. And then I got those other two smaller fields kind of on the lower plateaus finished. Let's tab over. This guy's still plowing up a storm. I'm just going to bring our little refill unit here, our one pallet wonder. Spin him around. So we're going to have to load up. Yep, just in time. Tab over. Get this guy going back again, and then what I have done is I picked up a fertilizing contract. It's gonna be like almost 13 grand. Let's get this guy out of the way. And then we'll burn over there. Oop. Spin him around here. And I'll just get a pallet loaded on here real quick. We'll get a pallet loaded on this real quick, and let's tab over to this guy. Okay, let's make sure we're right full here. And let's head over to, we're going field 7? Field 7, which I know is just kind of down in this main cluster, kind of at the bottom of the hill here. At least that's where I think it is. Yeah, 13 grand. Fertilizing contracts are freaking awesome, especially with this spreader. There are a few implements in this game that I just think are awesome. One that's awesome is this fertilizer spreader. It was an FS22. I don't know if it was an FS19. I can't remember. But this thing is freaking awesome. 3,200 liters is actually, it's a good amount that it holds. It's not the best, obviously, but it's pretty good. But a 42-meter spread, and this thing's 25 grand. It's unbelievable. Even if it was 45 grand, I would still want to buy it, and I would think it's a really really good deal. Another implement that's really good is that hoe implement that we have, the one that goes 15 miles an hour, which is insane, super super fast. Jeez, what's going on this field? Needs plowing and the weeds are growing, and all we're gonna do is spread fertilizer. Okay, well, we don't make the rules out here. What other implements are really good? Another implement that I think is freaking awesome would be... Where is it? Specialty headers, maybe? Maybe that was just an FS22. It was one that would go 15 kilometers an hour. I can't remember how many miles that is. Just for the sunflower heads, and it was awesome. It was so awesome. I kind of am thinking, you know, as I sit here while I watch this planter go, I'm definitely going to invest in another planter. It's 25 grand. Like, that is super cheap. Super cheap. And I will eventually invest in a new harvester. If one of these could come through the stores, oh, that would be so awesome. Especially a harvester, because it goes so slow. I really thought about the stuff that we, like, quote unquote need to buy or just would want to buy. And it would be these, just to speed up, especially the harvesting process, this. And if I could really ask for it, although I haven't really looked into it much more. Like, these cultivators are great, but they're only 4 meters wide. It would be nice if we could, if we had a tractor that could pull these. Or, wait, these are 7 meters wide, and you only need 119 horse? These ones you need 400 horsepower? What? Huh. Dang. I didn't know that was in there. Those are 8 meters. Obviously, these ones get pretty intense, but that seems like a good deal. We gotta be looking for that. The Prolander 7500. We gotta be looking for that in the stores too, because 50 grand? Yeah, that's a steal of a deal right there. Okay. Put that on our list of things, and then we wouldn't even need to buy a new tractor. That would be awesome. What other planters do they have? Where am I looking here? Oh, I guess we would go under cedars. That's 6 meters wide. That's 6 meters wide. That's 6 meters wide. You need 300 horse to do that? Good lord. 4 meters wide. Ours is 4.6. Yeah. This is probably the next best one because you only need 180 horse. It doesn't fertilize, but that doesn't really matter. So, that would be a pretty sweet one if we could get that at some point, because like this one's 312,000, but 165. I guess you could get this, but then you need 300 horse. So this is a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal for only needing 180 horsepower to run that implement. Seed tanks. Yeah. But that's my plans. If anything, maybe get another planter, because these are only 25 grand. That's pretty cheap. And another harvester for 75 or 95 grand. That's also like really cheap, kind of in the scheme of things. So those would be the things that I look to get kind of next for us. Let's see how this plowing's going. Like, it's getting close to just doing headlands now, so hopefully this goes a little bit quicker. We got this guy loaded up, ready to go. So far we've burnt through just about 5 pallets. There was a little bit loaded in that thing as is, so I guess we've burnt through 4 pallets for sure. What else do I know? fertilizing this real good. Yeah, I figured I would just bring you back and give you a little bit of an update. So I'll continue going on this, and I'll kind of bring you back maybe once we're a little bit closer to being finished, probably on that last field of planting rice, and hopefully a few more contracts maybe have popped through. Maybe I'll look while you guys are here just to see if anything else. Like these ones are good, but I mean 1,500 bucks. I guess I could do this one. Our thing is just sitting there doing nothing. Rock removal, I'm not gonna do. Sowing, nah. I don't know if I feel like doing that. Weeding, I would do these, but I don't, for some reason, I don't know what it is. The AI workers don't seem to like to use the weeding units. I really don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I never seem to be able to get an AI work. It always says field not found, field not found. So I would actually like have to do this one myself, which I guess isn't the end of the world. Maybe what I'll do is I'll accept this. I'll borrow these items, I'll accept it, and I'll just do that contract kind of when I've got a little bit more time and I'm just kind of sitting here hanging out. Yeah, that's what I do. Okay, I'll bring you guys back in a sec here. Okay, folks, I'm just back here. I basically have all the rice fields planted. I don't know if you can see, like, there's like weird spots here that aren't planted. Like when I look on the map, there's like these weird little spots here that won't plant. I'm just like kind of running over this with the planter here. Like I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why it won't plant this little section here. I have no idea. But I've been trying here for a second and it's just like not working. So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it just does that and it kind of makes it like it even showed in some of my other fields, like when we planted the canola and stuff, like I would plant the whole field, but there would just be weird patches that just wouldn't grow any crop. I think it seems like it's almost like a game setting where they do that just to kind of make it a little more realistic, where, you know, sometimes you do everything right, but your crop just doesn't grow in certain patchy areas. I don't really know. I can't seem to figure out why it does that. I don't know. I don't know. But okay, so I'm just pulling the planting unit back over here. Get him parked away for the rest of the season. I got the little rice pallet machine loaded up for next season. So yeah, it's about 10 pallets to do all these fields, roughly. Got our corn nunchucks there. Let's back this dude in as well. Yeah, about 10 pallets. So shut that guy down. And also what I did is I started a weeding contract over here. Okay, yeah, that is working. I figured we could just kind of, I'll just go through and do this field quick. It's like an extra 1,500 bucks to get it done, so why not? It's right by the farm. I figured we'd do it. But yeah, about 10 pallets roughly I gotta have set aside to plant all those current rice fields that we have, which is basically what I expected. About 2 pallets per field. The one big field out front takes probably about 2.5. With the mountain field, or the mountainside field, doesn't really take as much. Whatever, blah blah blah. About 10 pallets. We'll get her all planted for us in this little spot there. There we go. There we go. So our fields are planted. I'm doing this contract, obviously one because it's close to the field, but two, or close to the farm, but two because there's kind of nothing really left that I want to do in the contracts list. There's some rock removal ones. There's some, you know, deadwood tree removal ones. There's some stone picking ones. I don't know, stuff I'm just not really. I don't really feel like taking the time to go do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll get this field done, get this field wrapped up for us, and I'll probably sleep ahead in the months. Like we're almost at 300,000, so it's going to be another good season of doing some contracts and just really getting prepped for next year's harvest. If all goes well, and I'm able to scrape together enough money doing contracts, what I might do is buy another rice harvester before next con. I think I probably, well, I could definitely lease one, right? Like I could lease one and it wouldn't be that expensive, but it's like driving it to the farm. Like that thing will only go 7 miles an hour. So if I'm gonna get one, I kind of only want to drive it up to the farm once. Does that make sense? Like I don't want to be, I don't want to lease it a bunch of next times or lease one and drive it all the way up because they're only 95,000. So a couple months of doing contracts and we could have a healthy little nest egg. However, I always go back to this part of, well, maybe we should buy more land, right? Maybe instead of a harvester, I should buy more land and do more. Honestly, do more rice is what I'm thinking because it seems like the rice oil is going to make us the most money. Like, I definitely want to do a rice field right here where we are. Yeah, I hate that it doesn't let you finish it. Like, just let me have the satisfaction of running over this patch right there. But yeah, looking at the production facilities and like the amount of like you put in 12 rice grains and you get out 10 units of oil. Like that's insane. That's almost 1 to 1. Like that's crazy good. So I want to do more rice fields. Definitely want to do more rice fields. That seems like a good spot for one because it's nice big flat area. But that land is pretty expensive. I don't know I don't know what it'll be like to do a rice field, like say back in behind our main ones here, where the fields are extremely sloped and stuff. I just don't know. I mean, I guess we could test it. It won't be the end of the world, but okay, let's set this. Set that right there. Let's pull around. You know, one thing that's really killing me, I'm not gonna lie. I'll go show you quick. I'll show you quick, and then we'll go. I'll put a little bit of a cut in, and we'll move a bit ahead of time. What's really killing me is the amount of weeds that I let grow on this field out here. Ugh. It gets so foggy down in here. See, like, look, even if we come along in this canola field over here. Let's park this bad boy. I'll just go into construction mode real quick here. Like, look at this patch right here. Right? I feel like it's just like a game thing where every once in a while you just get these random patches that just, for some reason, during your season, they didn't grow in good, right? I don't know. Must just be part of the game. That kind of sucks, though. But yeah, okay. I'm going to spin around. I'll put a bit of a cut in here. We're gonna jump ahead in time a little bit, and we'll probably be doing a bit more contracts. All right, team, I'm back here. We are into June, which isn't too much further along in the kind of the months. I've got a harvesting contract going right now for some barley. I figured I would do it. The reason I figured I would do it is, well, I'll show you on the map. Okay, so yeah, this is obviously the field that we're doing, and this is where we have to dump it. That's like the closest thing I've ever, the closest field I've ever had to harvest for a contract. And it's for like 12 grand or something. Like, well, I mean, we got to borrow the equipment, so like, but yeah, I've never had a contract, I swear, that was this close to like the grain mill that I was taking it to. So I figured, yeah, basically have to do this one. Actually, I'm just gonna back up. I'm gonna back up here, and I'll let this thing dump when it gets to the end of it. But we're cruising along here. I did a bunch of kind of other contracts. Let me just pull this truck around, kind of, sort of. That'll be fine. Oh, but let's tab into this. We'll go into our finances. Let's see the contracts. Where are my contracts? So yeah, I did in March did 8,000 worth of contract, and then in April 50, well almost 50, 47,000, and in May 21,000. It was all just basically hoeing contracts, weeding. This is the only harvesting one that I've done in a little bit here, to be honest. Let's Let's open this up. Spin this around. Hopefully I got enough room in this back compartment. I should, but... Oh yeah, I definitely will. But yeah, this would be a good contract. Like I said, it's 12,000 plus we had to borrow the equipment, but we usually make a bit of money once we go and dump this grain here. So let's go see what kind of cash we can kind of finish off with. I need to know. Just switch that to the front one. If you guys are using this trailer configuration, there's like three sections that you need to dump from. So if you push, I'm on PC, so if you push U on your keyboard, I'm dumping from the front compartment, and then there's like a middle one and a back one. You got to kind of cycle through them. And you do that. I do that by pushing U on my keyboard. You can only push U once it's before it dumps or after it has finished dumping. So there. It's going to switch back now. I can switch to the middle one. I can dump the middle. Hopefully make some decent extra cash off this. And we are just plugging along here. So I flooded our fields, because we got to always keep our rice fields flooded. After this, we're just going to run back up to the farm. Yeah, okay, that one's dumping good. Let's see what we get here. Oh, an extra 5 grand. I mean, that's pretty good. Can't complain about that. So yeah, make 16,000 off that contract. Let's head back up to our farm here. Let's jump out of my tractor real quick here. So this field, yeah, there's still these weird patches on this field here. We're gonna have to go through and flood all these fields. Run over to this one. I don't know, I still don't understand that weird patchiness. It doesn't make any sense to me. But maybe it's just the way the game is. I think I've got to live with the fact that that's just the way the game is. Okay, so let's flood this one. And then we shouldn't have to flood any of this next month. I also don't know if I have to actually, like, wait. Because, like, if I go on the map... Oh, we're on the wrong one. Soil conscious. So if I turn fertilizing off and I put watered on, as you can see, I turned the pumps on all these ones on. So... they're like, does that mean as soon as you turn them on they're just automatically considered watered? Because now it still says that the fluid level is too low, but on the map it's telling me it's watered. I don't know. I don't really know the extent of all of it. If I could just like sleep through and it would still consider the field being watered or not, I'm not too sure. But the nice thing though is we should have enough money that, because I'm going to keep doing contracts. Let's actually just go back and look at the contracts. Deadwood, I don't really feel like doing fertilizing. We could do it. I'm almost too lazy to... We could do this one, but it's just so far from everything. All these fields are so far from kind of everything. Baling. We could go bale a field. Yeah, that might not be too bad. I might do that one. Well, that's... Square baling's definitely the ones that I want to do. Just because you can bale continuously without having to stop, so that's nice. Yeah, I'll think about that. Maybe I'll do that one kind of off camera while I'm just hanging out. Yeah, maybe I'll sit and think about it. But getting everything watered up here. Let's head back over. Let's just head back up over to the farm here and actually to check the store. Well, there's nothing really good in the store. We don't need any of this stuff. 1.2 meters. Good lord. Good lord, that would take a long time to do anything and everything. There's for picking up cotton bales, and this tractor's kind of too small to do anything. Yeah. So that's it. Let's check our calendar real quick. So I'll go into July and I'll see what kind of contracts we can do. And then you know, we'll be harvesting canola in July as well. So I'm hoping I'm hoping there'll be enough contracts in July. Maybe there can be a couple other good ones. Maybe I will go do that baling one. What I'm toying with, I'm constantly toying with. Let's go into this. Actually, I'll go into this one because it doesn't really matter. I'm toying if I should buy this field or maybe this field because we probably will have enough money that we can do it. But I don't know. I think I'm just gonna wait. I think yeah, I'm gonna wait. What I'm gonna do is we'll probably just end the episode here, and then next episode we'll be setting down that production facility, harvesting those canola fields, and we will yeah, we'll be really rocking on getting some canola oil going. And then once that goes for a season, maybe what I'll do is see how much money we make and then plan to I want to plant some more rice fields because I think the rice is going to make us the most amount of money with the production facility making rice oil. So that's kind of my plan with it. So I think I'm going to end the episode here, guys, and I'll bring you back in episode 12, and we will, like I said, put down that production facility, get some oil going, harvest some canola, and yeah, just see how much kind of money we can make from that canola oil. So thanks so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it. Crazy if you can hit that like and subscribe button for me. I would greatly appreciate it, but you certainly don't have to. Hope you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whenever you're watching this. And yeah, thanks again. Thanks again, like always. I truly do appreciate it. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out. I will see you guys in the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 12 of our Hutan Pantai series. It is July. It is 9 o'clock in the morning in July, and we've got some canola to harvest. So I'm just pulling our combine down to our canola fields right now. I'm probably going to set a worker. I'll set a worker to do one of these fields, and then we'll kind of just babysit with the grain truck. And then what I'm going to do is I'll probably end up doing one of them kind of like just myself. Maybe we'll time lapse one of these. But we've got a pile of work to do today because I want to get these fields harvested, and we got to get stuff put into our new production facility. Now, I set the production facility down. I'm going to get a worker going on this field, and then I'll take you up to the farm and we will check it out. I basically put it right where I was going to put it. Blah, blah, blah. I still don't know why these fields get some weird patchy marks in them, but if anyone knows, let me know. Hit me up in the comment section. Like, maybe it's just the nature of the game a little bit, but yeah, I can't seem to figure it out. I cannot seem to figure it out. Okay, what I want to do is I want to make sure it's set on headlands first. Yeah. Okay, perfect. We're right up here by our new production facility. So I set this down. I kind of paved around it a little bit, and I'm gonna just pull this tractor out of the way so it's not so loud in our ear. Actually, yeah, whatever. But this is it. This is our new production facility. This is going to pump out all our canola and rice oil, which I'm very excited for. I haven't started anything yet. I haven't put anything in here yet. I know that we have a bunch of stuff sitting in our silo, and I definitely want to put that in there. But what I first want to do is I want to see when we harvest our canola fields, I want to see exactly how many pallets of canola oil we get off of like one harvest. And another thing that's like, it's not good because I screwed up, but we've got some weeds on that one field. We've got weeds on a couple fields, so our yield bonus is going to be down a bit, which, I mean, it's not going to affect it too much, but it'll definitely affect it a little bit. So whatever we get off this harvest right now, as long as I don't screw up and not forget the weeds next time, then it should give us a pretty good indication. We'll be on the low side of what that production facility will do off the fields that we have, like, right now, right? So that's going to be the main goal of today, it's going to be to get these fields done. I don't know why I was driving out here. Oh, I forgot the crop destruction's on. Whew. Okay. Our yield will be down just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm going to go hook onto the cultivators and get them ready to go so that I can have this tractor doing some cultivating right as soon as those fields are done. Just to get it done, to get it good to go. Yeah, I still don't understand that weird patchiness of it all, but Doesn't really matter. We got canola to do today, and then we'll be having our rice to do next. And I'm going to basically do the same thing. I'm going to see how much rice oil is going to be made off of the fields that we have. And then once all that's done, once we've run those cycles through and I can see how many pallets of like each that we'll get out of it, then I'll put the rest of what's in the silos into the production facility. But we did it. We got the production facility down. We still got 111K sitting in the bank, which is nice. I don't know if we're gonna buy anything. Like, I know I wanted to buy another rice harvester and stuff, but we don't really need to. This is all just wants, right? I don't really need to. So I think I'll just wait for now until maybe we get a few more rice fields, or I'll just kind of see what happens. I'm just going to hold on to the cash that we have now, just so we got it. Because like I said, there's nothing really we need to buy, just a few things that would kind of be nice, but we don't really need to buy anything. So I'm going to go down here with the grain truck and just kind of get prepped to pull this grain off the field. I'm just going to go and take it, each load right into the production facility. Since it's not activated, we'll be able to kind of see exactly how much we get off of each field. I don't know if I'll pay attention the whole time. Knowing me, I'll get doing something busy or doing something else and kind of forget to keep track per field. But let's go check the contracts. Let's see what's going on in the contracts. Harvesting. I don't really feel like harvesting any spinach. Oh, these guys are harvesting canola as well. I mean, I could do that, but I think I'm just going to stick around our farm for right now. I don't really want to be off doing anything else. I mean, I guess we could kind of go back and forth baling this field. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll take this baling contract and I'll head over there and then it'll be something to do to kind of kill the time in between. Yeah, maybe I'll do it. Why not? Why not? We haven't done some baling in a while. Let's head on up here, grab this tractor and baler, and we'll head over to that field. Might as well make a little bit of extra cash. 10 grand is 10 grand. Or 9 grand. We're going to field 13. What's the best way? Okay. But yeah, that's what we got going on today. Do a little bit of baling. We'll harvest some canola. Get everything fed into the production facility. Cultivate some fields. We don't have to worry about cultivating too many fields as we got time, but we don't really have that much time in between canola. Like we harvest canola and then we plant right away. So I'm not really going to be, I guess we don't really have that much time to waste. I just can't screw up again and let those weeds grow like that. I don't know what I just jammed out a little bit. Whoa, I missed that pole barely. Yeah, I just jammed out a little bit. I got going doing contracts and forgot to do weeds right after that first growth stage, but I'll really try not to forget this time. I'm really stoked though. We got that production facility down. We got the production facility down and we've got a bunch of extra fields from where we started. And also we didn't have to take a loan. Oh my god. I thought maybe I could just sneak across this water hazard here. Might have to go Dukes of Hazzard style. Let's see if we can do it. Right on. Alright, let's unfold this bad boy. Let's unfold this and let's get baling. Actually, I'm just gonna... Oh. Let's go make sure this guy... I don't really know how much canola we'll get off each field. Like, I don't know how much how much of this field we'll be able to harvest without this thing having to dump. Doesn't seem like there's too much in that hopper. Let's park this unit. Oh. Yeah, this thing's not even half full. Okay. Let's jump over and let's do some baling. Now, I wonder... No, yeah, you can't. Can't do... Can't set a worker on this stuff. That's okay. I knew we couldn't, and it's fine. This will be just something I can kind of chill out and do a little bit here. Now, I always kind of say this at the end of every episode rather than kind of in the beginning of it, but, you know, thanks so much for everybody who has been following along, who's been watching with me in this series, you know, the series previous, if you've been here along, if you've been here through all that stuff, you know, thank you so much. I appreciate it a bunch. I'm really trying to build this channel, and, you know, I've always really wanted to start a gaming channel, so I'm really trying to build this up lately and stay consistent with episodes. So, like, if you are liking this stuff, one way to really help the channel is if you do, you know, hit that like and hit that sub button. I would appreciate that greatly. But, of course, never feel like you have to. I would still make these videos regardless, but it's super... I mean, it's an easy thing to do to help me out if you feel like it, but, again, don't feel like you have to. I'm really stoked, though. I'm stoked to do, like, now that we got this production facility down, it's like I feel like we've been working to get to this point for a while, and I probably could have had it done, well, I definitely could have had it down sooner if we would have just took a loan and stuff, but I really didn't want to take a loan so that we could still use our AI workers. If you've been following along, it's like kind of one of the deals that I made is I can take a loan up to 250 grand. That's the max I allowed myself to take, and once I take a loan, I'm not allowed to use AI workers until I pay that loan back. So I was really trying to just do as many contracts as I could to avoid that so that we can still use workers because it helps out so much. So I'm stoked that we were able to get that production facility down, and we got 100 grand in the bank. We basically have all the tools and equipment that we need. Like, we can do everything that we need to do right now. All the other stuff that we potentially want to get or could get is just going to be bonus. I think, like, the next thing that I want us to spend money on is going to be more land. That seems to be what makes the most sense. And then after that, like, I'm thinking it'll be more land kind of on the like on the south side of our farm where all the rice fields are. And I think, like, the actual goal should be to do more rice fields. Try and, like, take over as much of that back area as we can and put in more rice fields, because the way it's looking with that production facility, rice is going to be or rice oil rather, is going to be our main money maker. So I'd like to do more fields of that. Then once we have more rice fields, we can buy another rice planter, which is super cheap. It's only 25 grand for a rice planter. And another rice harvester, which in the world of harvesters is ridiculously cheap since it's 95,000. You can't really beat that. So those will be like our next major purchases, is land and more rice planting and harvesting equipment. We definitely create enough saplings, rice saplings each year to like support more rice fields. So I think that's the next move. I really do. All right, let's go check. Did I screw this up here? How full is this unit? 75%. I think it's doing up downs now, so I'm going to try and take this down to the other end. Yeah, look at all the weeds on this field. Good lord. Dang. Yeah, weed growing. Alright, let's see if we can do a little bit more here while that harvester is making its way down. 80% full. Okay. Okay. yeah, more rice fields. That's my thought process moving forward. If we can get as many rice fields as possible, I think that'll make us the most money. But I've obviously rice is so new that I've never really done it before. Like I messed around with it a little bit when the game first came out, but I wanted to see how far we could take rice. Okay, I'm gonna spin around and get ready on this row. There we go. Perfect timing. Just giving her. I mean, I kind of would like to get a trailer at some point, but again, we don't need anything. It's all just wants at this point. Nice. Is this gonna fill this truck right up? Yep. Pretty much. Okay, let's go dump this in our production facility. Nice. And that field's probably like 60% done. It's crazy how much headlands, like when you do a headland around the field, it's crazy what percentage of the field that actually is. Like two headlands around that field is probably like 40% of the field, but it doesn't really seem like it would be, but the headlands are so much of what a field's volume is. Oh, I'm stoked though for this. We'll have to I hope that we make good money off this oil. I really do. I kind of was thinking about it as well as like it might be worth it. I don't know for sure, and this is just really off the top of my head, but like maybe in the future before we finish up on this series is to plant some olive fields or some olive grove. Is it a grove? Olive grove? Just to kind of because we got canola oil. I don't really want to do sunflower oil. We've already done sunflower oil. But do the canola oil, get some olive oil, some rice oil going. Look at this. There we go. Our first bit of grain into the production facility. I'm stoked. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going here. I'm gonna kind of keep babysitting that one field. I'll kind of get working on the other canola field and probably get the baling done, and then we'll just hop back. I'll bring you guys back once we're kind of getting closer to done the second field of canola, and maybe we'll time lapse the third field. So I'll bring you guys back in a sec here. Okay, I'm just heading back up to the farm here. I'm climbing this hill slowly. This is the last bit of canola off of our first field, so we had a full truck, or truckload of 7,600 on the first haul, and then we got another 6,000 off that field. So roughly 13,600, 13,500 liters we get off that field. So probably with a good or a better yield bonus, if I didn't screw up with weeds, we might be around like that 14,000 liter mark, roughly, let's say. But 13,600 is not too terribly bad. I finished our baling contract. I literally just finished that actually and turned the money in, or turned the contract in rather, and got paid for it. And then I set our green tractor. Oh, hit the wrong button there. I set our green tractor, Deutz. Is that what it is? Deutsch? I don't know. It's just so much easier to say John Deere, but it's hard to afford John Deere, you know what I mean? I got our other tractor, our 230 horse tractor with the cultivator on, cultivating that field, and then the combine is just going on this other canola field. As you can see, I was driving probably right about here, and I just tabbed to a different vehicle thinking I would switch it, and then when I came back, this vehicle had just ghost ridden itself right through the field. So we got a nice little dead patch right through there. I basically have just like spit on this field. Like, I planted it, I didn't weed it, I just destroy the crops with this truck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to say other than I gotta just do better next harvest. That's basically it. But I figured I should dump some of this grain into this, and then this thing should probably be good. I won't really have to babysit it or do anything. It should be able to just finish off this field. And yeah, uh-oh. Is he gonna go right through the middle? He might not be able to do this. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay though. That's okay. I'll just kind of pull this truck out of the way a bit. I think out of the way a little bit here. I'll pull it around and I'll park it on the road. Or I guess I just got to see how the pattern's going to go. What is this? 30% pull. Okay, we'll be able to figure it out and kind of just let it play catch up after that. Let's go into our production facility menu. Where are we at here? Yeah, 13,600. So that's how much canola we got in there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We'll go check out our calendar. We've got to pull our rice off next month. And then we got time to prep our rice fields until next spring, because obviously we don't plant till April. But canola, I mean, we're planting canola in August/September. I want to get it planted right away. I just got to remember to get the weeds off it. Can't forget to get the weeds off it. Let's go check the contracts again real quick. Rock removal, stone picking, wood transport. I just am not really in the mood to go do any of this. Baling. I mean, I guess we could go do another baling contract if I get really bored, but I think for now I'll just kind of babysit these fields. I might grab. Let's just run into this. Run up to this other tractor. And I'll get the planter hooked onto it. Make sure there's seed in it. And planter, which I think there is. Let's unpark this. Make sure we got some seed in this thing so I can just get going with the canola basically right away. I don't even need to honestly fill this thing. It's like a truck that's good on fuel, this planter. But I'm excited to harvest this rice after next month as well and get that pumped into the production facility. Really stoked for that. So again, my only thought is like, what fields do we buy next? Like, I'm thinking I would buy this one. It's so much trees that we don't really need. I wish we could just buy this land. Same with this. Why buy all these trees? This one's 120. Yeah. And this one's like 400. Yeah. So many trees. Which, I mean, I guess we could do the trees. I just don't really feel like focusing on any of the trees. Grass is growing on this field. Yeah, we're not going to do silage or anything like that, so that doesn't really help us too much. I could always buy this land because it's 120,000. What's on it right now? Nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I think this one makes sense. 32 makes the most sense. And put another rice field there. And then that way, yeah, that would be a good excuse for us to buy another harvester and another rice planter. So I think hopefully, yeah, if all works out well, that's what we'll kind of do next. And then save these fields down here for canola. It would make sense to buy this one next just because it's bigger, and then wait to buy this one because again, we just got a bunch of this wasted land for nothing. That one's 200 grand, 400. Yeah, that's going to make the most sense. Try and get 6 for another canola, and then get 32, and then potentially 29 when we got some more cash. Okay, I'll bring you guys back in a sec once we're a little further along in harvest. All right, so we are just getting back here. I'm going to jump over to this unit and just take a hold of it. And let's dump the last into this field. So this field, I think we got about, geez, I just missed it. What was there, 2,800 liters in there? Let's just check. We're watching right now. The first haul, we took the first haul back up to the production facility, and that was 26, yeah, or 76 rather. So then another 28. So what's that? 10,000, 400. Yeah, yeah. Did I do that right? Anyways, so a little bit less off this field, I think. But also, this thing was full of weeds, and I ghost rid this vehicle through it. So, but again, I don't know why this field seemed like it was so much bigger than that other one. But I guess when it's kind of long like that, it seems bigger. The other one's more girthy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just, all right, chill. Pause. Okay, let's dump this in and then let's see what we're at for canola off those first two fields. This really shouldn't take us too long to dump in here, and then we'll go get that. We'll get a worker started on that other canola field. I don't know. We did a time lapse of that other canola field kind of last time that we harvested it, so I don't think we need to do one again. But let's just check our production facility. So we got 24,000 liters in it as of right now. What do we got left sitting? And there's 22,000 sitting in the silo. So okay, not too bad at all. Let's jump back over to the combine and let's get a worker going and let's get this last field harvested. I got our cultivator just giving her there. And okay, so let's see what we got going on. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll do just fine, donkey. Okay, let's grab this truck. Start whipping around. I don't really remember how much we got off that canola field. Wow, did I even really pay attention last time? I can't remember. You know what we should do while we're here? While I just noticed it? So I'm going to put some fuel in this thing. So let's fuel this thing up real quick. Perfect. Actually, this thing needs to get repaired too. Let's spin around and hit a repair on this. I know it doesn't really matter, and like these things will work regardless, but I think we should keep up to date with our repairs. That's what a good farmer would do. I think, at least. Who knows? Okay, let's head back down. I'm gonna head back down, park this truck. Let's go take a look and see how the cultivator's doing. And we'll have to get him started on this other field, basically right Chicken Louie. I'll leave this truck. Yeah, right about there is going to be fine. Let's see how we're making out. Yeah, not too bad. He's getting ready to do his headlands. That tractor's got enough fuel in it. We should be good to go. Okay, I'll bring you guys back once we've got that other field harvested, and we can kind of see exactly how much that we've gotten off these fields. Okay, I'm just heading back up to the production facility. We got our first haul off this field, so 7,600 liters. Now there's still more left in that combine. I think that thing will hold 8,000. Is that how much it holds? Pretty sure it's something like that. But I think we're about 65% done that field, I would say. Got 2 headlands done and then a bunch of the middle. So yeah, maybe about 65% of that field's done. 60. So I'm hoping we get like another full truckload out of it, which we definitely should. It'll be close. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to judge after the headlands are done, but let's open this and see if it updates kind of in real time. Yeah, sort of. We'll check this out right after. Okay, 31,000 liters. Now, if I remember correctly, the only thing I don't like so far about this setup, and maybe I just haven't explored through it enough lately, is it doesn't tell me like what I'm putting forth. Like, if I go, sorry, let me go back into available green mill, oil mill. Oh, I guess it shows me here. I can just shut up and not worry about it. So, okay. Like our canola, we basically get 2 to 1. So we're going to get like 10,000, or we'll get like 20,000 liters of oil out of that if we get 40,000 liters in there roughly. So I mean that's still going to be pretty good. Like that's going to be pretty good cash because I think we get around like $8,000 per 1,000 liters. So it's still good coin. Like it's going to be really good money that we end up pulling off these fields. We'll be able to expand and like make some good money. I think relatively quick. I don't want to be too presumptuous with it, but it seems like it could be really good. Okay, what's left in this thing right now? About 2,000 liters. Okay, yeah, I don't know if we'll end up getting another full truckload off of this field. It doesn't really seem like it. I don't know. We'll just let it kind of run out and see. I'll bring you guys back once this field's done, and then we'll know for sure. Okay, so I'm just heading up to the production facility for the final time here. We got the last bit of canola off that field was 5,368, so just about 5,400 liters, let's call it, for easy math. And so the first haul was 76, so 12, so there'll be another 13,000 liters, right? 5,000, 7,000 is 12 plus 6 and 4, 13,000, a little shy of 13,000, about 40 liters shy. And that's it. That is our canola fields all harvested and now being dumped into the production facility. So let's just take a look and see. Okay, boom, that should be dumped in there. Good to go. Let's go to what we own, and 37,000 liters. So not too bad. If we would have had 100% or like 98%, whatever the yield bonuses are off those fields, I mean, we potentially could have did a little bit better. Perhaps. I don't really know. But like not too bad. All in all, not too bad. Also, I was looking at this before, but another thing that we could always do with some of those fields in the back is plant long grain rice in there. We can do that in any of these fields as well too. And hopefully, if we go into the oil mill, long grain rice. See, now this is 25. This is a little more than 2 to 1, so I don't even know if it's really worth doing that. I don't know. Potentially we can kind of toy around with that and see. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to kind of get all the equipment put away here, and then probably, yeah, I think what I'll do is kind of just let the cultivator go and get that field cultivated. Actually, yeah, I'll kind of just get some of this like equipment cleaned up and put away, and I'll bring you guys back in just in 1 sec when I kind of got like a little everything more kind of cleaned up and organized. All right, fam, I got our harvester and our grain truck parked away there. Is this dragging on the ground? No, that's picked up. Okay, just getting this guy set up on this final field here. I'll get a worker going on this. What I'm gonna do is jump back over to this unit and get a worker going fertilizing this field. I've got this fertilized out at least one stage, so I'll throw some fertilizer on both of these. Then that way, after we plant and get a growth cycle on it and stuff, we'll be able to fertilize it a second time. And then I just got to remember to make sure to get the weeds off this, because as soon as I plant, I know there'll be weeds growing. I just can't forget that this season for sure. But so what I want to do, I'll just let these guys run a little bit here, and we're gonna go up into our production facility. So yeah, like this is what I'm talking about. Like this rice, it's like 12 rice gives you 10 rice oil. That's crazy. That's like crazy ratio. Now I know you don't get like crazy amounts of rice off of each field, but still the fact that it's almost 1 to 1 is pretty awesome, or like 10 to 10, however you want to look at it. This is like 2 to 1. It's like 2.5 to 1. Again, 2.5 to 1 for the olive oil, so it's not that great. And then the canola back to 2 to 1. So this is why I really want to focus on getting more rice fields and trying to pump that through as much as I can. Oh, geez, I was in the wrong thing. Okay, so let's go into ours. And I actually haven't set up a production facility in this new game yet. No, that's not true. I have. I almost lied for a second. Okay, so what's our output method right now? We've got it on storing, which we want. We don't want it selling. We don't want it distributing. Okay, so we want that on storing. And let's activate that. $60 a month. Is that per cycle? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter at all. And we got a max of 50,000 and a max of 50,000 for the rice. Now I doubt we're going to fill up that rice oil one, but the max we can hold in here is also 96,000. What's the max for rice? 58,000. Okay. Okay, not too bad. So I'm going to let that run, and I'll let these guys kind of do their thing on these fields and get them cultivated and such. I will end up putting the rest of the canola that we have in the production facility, but I just want to see off this harvest how much oil we get. So then that way I can really forecast and see if I want to then try and focus on getting this field and putting it canola. Could be a priority, but I'm really thinking that getting this field and putting it as a rice field, as like a big rice field, is kind of like my next step. I really think this is going to be the one. I think, at least that would be a big rice field. Like, that would be massive. That would be more than all of these combined, right? Yeah, probably more than all of those combined, for sure. So I think that'll be the goal. Focus on getting this into a rice field first. Then get this into a canola field. Eventually probably get this into a canola field when we got an extra 120 or some grand kicking around. And then, if possible, slowly bring this, and this into rice fields. But I mean, like, this field is so expensive. It'll be this field first, then this one, and then probably this one. And just have this whole section down here rice, and then all canola. I mean, if we can, depending on how long we do, like, depending on how many episodes it takes us to kind of get to that point, if we can keep expanding into this area for canola, that would also be kind of the idea. But I think by the time we have this field, and then let's just say this big one, we're probably going to be getting close to done this part of the series. Same with once we have this rice field, and probably this one. I don't know if it'll actually be worth spending the $500,000 or 400,000 to get this one. I don't think, at least. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think. So I'm going to drop back down. Now, what I think we'll do is I think we're probably going to end the episode there. I'm going to let these guys get through. I'll get these fertilized. What will be happening at the beginning of next episode? So episode 13, I will be harvesting our rice, and we're going to be doing the same thing. We'll be putting that into the production facility and seeing how much rice oil we get out of like one harvest. I will probably pull all of our canola oil pallets off of the storage area and just kind of set them aside so that everything is kept separate. And then once all of the rice oil goes through and we see how many pallets we get for that, again, I'll set that aside so that we can just see exactly what we're getting. Then I'll put the rest of everything that's in the silos through. And yeah, we'll plant those canola fields, get them fertilized, and get the weeds gone off of them. That'll be a big priority. So, like I said in the beginning, thank you so much for watching, especially if you stuck around. If you're sticking around to the ends of these episodes, just know how much I appreciate it. Thank you so much to the people who have subbed, the people who've been leaving comments and liking the videos. I appreciate that like crazy. It's pretty cool. I mean, I got 65 subs, but that's the most subs I've ever had in my life. So I'm pumped. And I'm having a lot of fun doing these series. And I can't wait to check the box of this map and then move on to the next one and do our lottery series map, and then to get onto the third map where hopefully we've got a ton of money and we can just build like a really gangster operation. I don't know what I mean, we'll just kind of play it by ear and we'll see how everything goes, but I want to build like a massive operation in the final map of our series, of this 3-part series, and I'm hoping it's on that New Frontier map because it's massive, it's huge, and the opportunities are kind of endless, which would be fun. So thanks again for watching. I appreciate it so much. Hopefully you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you guys, And I'll catch you on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 13 of our Hutan Pantai series. This is Ultra Farmer. We are back here. I'm just getting this tractor and planter kind of put away here. I'm gonna pull around. I think maybe I'll give it a quick little pressure wash here. Quick, why not? I'm gonna actually just give her the old WAP2C, and we can kind of go through. We can kind of go through everything that happened, where we're at right now. So let me shut this down so it's not in our ears. Let's go with this. Let's give this thing a nice little pressure wash. Okay, so what I did is I went through and I planted all of our canola fields. So all of our canola fields are planted. It's August right now, which means it's canola planting season. It is also rice harvesting season. So we're gonna go get our rice harvester fired up, and it's actually sitting down by one of the rice fields right now. I pulled it over and it's just sitting there running. But we'll get that rice harvester going. You can kind of see him in the background over there. Get him going on that one field. Oh, what the? Always do this. Somehow I try to get back in the tractor and I'm just pushing the friggin' pushing the pressure washer around. Okay, I'm gonna spin this tractor around. We will go get the rice harvester going on these fields. And what else are we gonna do? Okay, so yeah, we gotta pull all the rice off. Now, I gotta kind of do this strategically. So let's just go through. Actually, let's hop over and let's get this guy going first. Before I start chin wagging here too much, let's just is that the width of this? Is 1.8 meters? Okay. Dang, I mean, if you say so. This. Let's set a worker doing this right now. So I've found that I didn't know this. The weeds still might grow, but what I did, I'll hop out of this tractor and I'll just run over to these fields. Both these fields over here have been planted and rolled and fertilized. Well, we fertilized them before, but okay. So they've been planted and rolled. Also, what I did is I took our hoeing implement that's on that green tractor right now, and I went over these fields, and it's telling me that the weeds are not growing anymore. I don't know if that's going to change once one growing cycle has hit. This one's going to say, yeah, see now where you can see where this tractor's went over, it's just telling me that this field needs to be rolled. So I'm hoping that works, because obviously last time I was all worried about forgetting, that I was going to, forget to get the weeds off like I did last time, and it'll affect our yield bonus. Let me just turn up the speed here so I can run around a little faster. Because what we need to do is we need to grab this truck, get him fired up, and we'll pull him down over to the rice fields. Now, another thing that I want to do is I'm going to go through the production facility and kind of show you how much oil we've got so far and how much we still have to produce or push through with the canola. Once I get this truck parked over here, I can kind of go through that stuff with y'all. So I think if I'm doing this correctly, so let's park that there. Let's go into our production facility, go into our oil mill, canola. Okay, so we got 27,000 liters left in there. I'm pretty sure, I can't really remember because I'm kind of just blanking right now, but I'm pretty sure we had 36, almost 37,000 liters. Or maybe it was 37, almost 38. Right around that mark, sitting in this production facility. And basically what I did is I slept through 1 month. And can I visit this place? Let's jump over. I slept through 1 month. And so 10,000 liters of canola basically have went through this facility, and it produced these 4 full pallets. So we have 4,000 liters of oil right now. Each of these pallets is 1,000 liters of canola oil. I just kind of stacked them there out of the way. So we still got another 27,000 liters. So it should technically take about 4 months to go through one of our harvests. Right? Like if that makes sense, if we're doing about 10,000 a month roughly, and we had about, let's just for easy numbers say 40,000 in there, about 10,000 a month. It's going to take about 4 months for us to go through all of the canola off of one of our harvests. And if I come into here, so if it takes 4 months, right? So say we harvest in July, so into August there goes 10,000, another 10,000, another 10,000, another 10,000. So by December, by Christmas time, like all our oil should be like converted, or all our canola rather should be converted into canola oil is roughly what I'm thinking off of like a decent harvest. It might even be sooner, like it might be in October/November, but just roughly speaking. So the only thing that I want to do is I want to put all our rice in here. Try to do this strategically. Maybe it won't matter. I think I'm just gonna put the rice in and just let it rock is kind of my plan. I was gonna just like put the rice in, let the canola oil do its thing, and then start the rice so that I could just easily keep track of everything. But nah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think what I'm gonna do is just as soon as this rice is good to go, we'll put it all in there. I won't activate it till we're done harvesting all these fields, so I can see exactly how much we get for a yield. Because all of these fields should be like, yeah, 97% yield bonus. This one's 100%. So this should be a really good indication of exactly what we're going to get for rice per harvest, kind of at the max amount, which is nice. So that's what we're going to be doing this episode. We're going to be harvesting some rice, and we're going to be getting stuff in that production facility. And yeah, probably at the end of this episode, what we'll have done is harvested all the rice, and probably slept through another month just to see where we're at with canola oil and all that stuff. Then once all of it's been kind of pushed through and we see exactly the oil we get from one harvest, both for rice and canola, then I'll pull the stuff out of the silos, put it in the production facility, blah, blah, blah. We'll sell all this stuff next year. Let's check. Um, there's some decent contracts. There's a baling one, but I don't like doing the round bales. There's actually, yeah, this canola harvest, they want it to be brought to our mill, like our oil mill, which is kind of cool. What's this one? Peas, yeah, I don't really feel like doing that. Mowing, yeah, I don't know. I guess I could do plowing. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna stick with our harvest for right now. Yeah, while that's harvesting, I'm gonna keep this hoeing implement going on this field, which it's probably almost done. It looks like it's doing headlands now, so that means it's got to be getting close to done. And once that's finished, I'm gonna hook onto the rollers and then roll this field out so that I could return those rollers since I just have them leased. I decided not to. I haven't bought any rollers. The only thing I really want to buy is another rice harvester and another rice planter in the future. After we get some more land, of course. But yeah, that's it. We're just gonna be rocking along here, getting the rice and stuff harvested. We'll probably end up doing some sort of a time lapse this episode, maybe of me rolling this field or something. But yeah, I'll kind of bring you back once I'm starting to pull grain off that one, off a couple of the fields, and we can go from there. Okay, so I'm just getting the last of the rice off of this field here. So this is our second field that I had harvested. While this one was kind of being done, I decided to grab the cultivators and I cultivated the first one. But I'm just going to dump this into the grain truck right now and then get started on kind of this third field. So we got about 1,800, roughly, actually it was about 2,000 liters off that first field, kind of down at the bottom there. I got 1,800, and then I had about 228 in the tank of this harvester when I started this field. So yeah, roughly around 2,000 and then about 1,000 off that field. So we should have about like 31, maybe 3,200 liters in that grain truck right now. I'll get started on this field and then we can kind of just go check real quick. So that's there. I got the rollers set up down here. We'll probably, I'm going to roll this field right after, but yeah, 3191. So yeah, basically 3,200 liters off those two fields. I'm just going to pull this. Yeah, it can sit right there for right now. Seems like a good spot. This tractor I can get going. I'll kind of just pull down here and get set up. Get set up on this field so I can cultivate it. Kind of weird getting them set up on there. There we go. Actually, I'll start doing this while we chinwag here a little bit. So yeah, 3,200 liters. We're just plugging along nicely right now. I should actually just hop out real quick here. We're on the edge. Oh, I fell. Jeez. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far now. Okay, so this is 50% fertilized, and just tractor living on the edge. This field's 50% fertilized as well. So once everything's done, I'll grab our spreader and get these 100% fertilized before we plant. But I mean, we're not planting until the spring, so we got a lot of time to get these fields all prepped up. I'll just wait to cultivate this field, I'm thinking, for now. What I want to do, this field will take a second to get done. So maybe let's... I'm actually just going to back this bad boy up here. Get this situated a little bit better. Oh. Get this backed in. Okay, let's leave that there right now. Yeah, this guy's just grooving. Okay, let's go to town, roll in this field. I had set up to do this, so I want to kind of get this rolled. Try not to hit the telephone post. Whoa, just missed that. Right on. Okay, let's see if I can straighten myself out here. Okay, what I was thinking is, you know, we haven't done a time lapse in a while, so I was thinking maybe we could do a little bit of a time lapse of me rolling out this field. I don't know if we've ever done a time lapse of me rolling a field. I can't remember, to be honest. It's usually just harvesting and stuff like that, but yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse of this. Yeah, might as well. We'll roll this field out, and then I'll bring you back, and hopefully that harvester's getting close to finishing that field. Okay, nice. So we got our canola fields. Our canola fields should be really good to go right now. I'm just heading back up to the farm. I'm going to pressure wash these rollers before I send them back. And yeah, we'll check on that rice harvester and just see how everything's going on that field. We should be getting close to probably having to pull some grain out of that thing. I'm not too sure though. It's always hard to judge, but yeah, we'll get this pressure washed up and then we'll take these rollers back. We'll send them back rather. Wash here. I've got a mod on that it kind of treats leasing a little bit more like renting, if that makes sense. Like you don't, if you bring stuff back fueled up and clean and stuff like that, you get a little bit of money back just for, like, it's more of like a rental fee rather than you just lose all the money. If that kind of makes sense. So if you pressure wash it, it helps out a little bit here. Oh, yeah, it always happens. I get hooked onto that friggin' I get hooked onto that pressure washer. Okay, let's go in. Where's our equipment here? I still don't like this. I still don't like the way this is set up, like where you have to go through and get this, like, your inventory. I don't like how that's set up, to be honest. Okay, so let's return those. Let's return those, and then I just want to check. We still got... Is that in the... Oh, sorry, never mind. That's the canola oil. I was looking at that wrong. Anyways, okay. My bad. My bad. Okay, let's take a look at the harvester. Okay, it's about half full. Alright, I'll let him go down. I have to pull the grain out from that side, so I'm gonna just spin this grain truck around. And because we have to catch him when he's coming down that pass. Those things, they dump to the right side rather than the left, like the other combines. So sometimes their spin radius is weird, so I better get this thing right out of the way so we don't block nothing. Let's jump down to this tractor and we'll just kill some time. We'll pull around here and get some cultivating done while this harvester takes a pass or two. But it's looking good. Run into those rocks. I'll be able to make this turn. This weird lip. There we go. I don't know if it's just me. Well, you know, I kind of missed a little spot there, I bet. I feel like in this game, it's easier to back up the implements. I don't know. It seemed like in FS22, like as soon as you would snake the implements just a little bit, it's just like boom, jackknife, jackknife, jackknife. It was like kind of annoying because, especially with like longer stuff, like in real life, well, in real life, the shorter the implement, the harder it is to back up. Like that's 100% true. If anyone's ever backed up like a Sea-Doo or something like that, it's so hard to back those things up because you snake a little bit and that thing will jackknife on you. It seems weird, like if you've never backed up a trailer, you're like, oh, like a 40 or a 50-foot gooseneck, that would be so hard to back up. It's actually really easy, or maybe not really easy, but way easier compared to other things. Just because it takes so much to get that trailer moving in a direction that if you kind of screw up and you steer the wrong way, it's not that big a deal. Chin wagon here, and I missed that harvester on that last pass. That's okay though. That's okay. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know what it is. It seems like maybe I've just played this game too much that I've been backing stuff up, and it seems like it's better in this game, but I don't know. Okay, let's get this pass done over here, and then we'll go jump in that grain truck and get ready to pull some rice out of that thing. 70%. I mean, it would probably finish this field, but why not? We'll jump in this truck and we'll pull some rice out of this bad boy. So we've got 3,200 liters in this thing right now, say. There we go. I guess we could go dump this in the... Yeah, we don't really have to. Okay, so there. That thing's good. 4,600 liters. That thing will be good to finish that field. Let's go back down. Just jump off the cliff here. Good. Let's keep cultivating this field. Might as well kill some time. But it's looking good. We're looking pretty good for this rice harvest. It won't take much longer to do these other fields. I can't wait to get some more rice fields though, to be honest. Actually, I'm more excited to see how much rice oil we're going to get off everything, and just kind of see like when we take everything in and sell it off, kind of what kind of profits we're going to be looking at just with both the rice and the canola oil. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to see. I'm hoping we set up a good plan here. I'm hoping we didn't waste a bunch of time trying to be rice and canola farmers, and it's just going to be such a bust. But I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be with the rice. I think what's gonna... Just living on the edge there. I think what'll be really good is once we can get some more rice fields going and then have 2 planters and 2 harvesters, I think that's where we'll start to see like a ton of cash. Especially since it's not that expensive to get another harvester and planter. And really, it's not going to be that expensive to get like another big rice field. Like if we spend 120 grand and we get that field down there that's just plowed up, which field is that? 32? Yeah, field 32. If we can get that one and make that into a rice field, I bet you that'll be like as big as like 3 of our rice fields combined. So if we could do that and kind of have like our own little unit just set up for that field, it'd be pretty good. But okay, I'm just going to keep going here. I'm just going to slowly mess around and get these fields cultivated and that field pulled off. I'll bring you back probably once we're working on that our big main field out front of the farmhouse, and we'll start putting some of this grain into the production facility. Alright team, I'm just heading over to our final field here. I'm just going to dump off this, or dump off what we got into the grain truck here. Hopefully I got enough room in this grain truck. I got a mowing contract going over here. Actually, I wanted to bring you guys over and show you this. I started this one and I borrowed this equipment. Like, these mowers seem pretty sweet. I haven't used these. Well, I missed a little spot there. Okay, wait, let's get this off here. Like, I mean, these mowers seem pretty good because it seems like these leave pretty good windrows. Like, I'd be able to just mow, and if we were doing silage, we could just bale right after. I don't know if, like, since this is a contract, I wouldn't be able to come test with a baler. But I mean, if anyone knows if you've used these mowers, can you just bale right off that? Does it still get? I mean, those look like pretty good windrows to me. I had this mowing contract going over here with this set, this kind of like offset one from the back, and you definitely couldn't. I mean, you could bale this; it would just take frickin' forever. Like, you would definitely want to windrow it. But where are we at? I mean, these ones look pretty good. Pretty good. Let's just go in the store. Well, yeah, let's go collect some coin for all this. There's that. There's that. What we'll do here. Why is this not on? Whoa. You gonna let me in here? There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna get this guy started on this field. And then let's go into the store quick right here. I just want to check these mowers. Like, if you can bale right off that, that's pretty crazy. That's good for silage bales. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Did I miss it because I was not paying attention? Vegetables. Yeah, grassland mowers. So it's these ones right here. Mowers cut grass, right on. Okay, so you don't really get any definition. 180 horse. So that's not too bad. You could use a medium tractor with it. These ones are 110 horse, which is good to know. $220, $120, $60, so like 180 horse for that setup. Kind of like how they do that. These are 110, and then this is a little bit more intense. But yeah, this is pretty good. 52 thou. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind for when we're trying to do silage next time. I mean, obviously you still could windrow it and stuff, but or if you had to do hay, I mean, you'd still have to ted it and then windrow it again anyways. But if you're just doing silage bales, that could be pretty sweet. Pretty not too bad. Okay, cool. So let's just jump over to this truck. Okay, we got 6581. Now I'm going to go dump this right now just because we're probably not going to have enough room in here to finish that whole field and put it into this truck. So 6581, we'll call it 66 for easy numbers, and then whatever we get from that field, which should be like another 2 or 3,000 maybe? Not too sure. Okay, let's dump this in. Let's dump this in. Yeah, I like those mowers though. What other contracts do we got out there? Actually, I checked. There wasn't. This one's like tempting just because it's 20 grand. But I don't feel like doing it. This one would be good because you could just set it and forget it. But again, I don't even feel like messing with it right now. Baling, I would do this one, but it's a round baler. I don't want to mess with the round balers. I like the square balers because you can just continuously bale. You don't have to stop every time the round bale's done and let it drop out of the chamber. You can just keep going and going and going. But okay, I'm gonna let this harvester go. I'll kind of babysit this a little bit, but I'll bring you back once this is done. We're gonna dump this stuff into the production facility, and then we're gonna sleep through a month, and we're gonna see how much oil and stuff gets processed through. Alright team, I am just finishing up on this field right now. I was kind of chasing everything with that cultivator as it was going. I just set a worker to hopefully go finish off. Hopefully that works good. Okay, so let's dump the last bit of rice. Looks like we got 974, yep, 974 liters dumping into the grain truck here. As soon as this is done, I'm actually going to jump right into this unit 2,800. So, and we had 6,700, 6,600 in the last one, right? So roughly 9,400 liters off this haul, I think. If my math is math, then it'll be about 9,400 liters. I'll just let this dump in and then we'll check real quick. Oil mill, 9422. Our math is math, and if I've ever been mathed. Okay, so now what I want to do, what I kind of want to do, what we got? We got one extra pallet kicking out here. Let's move this. Move this guy. And so I think we do about 10,000 liters per time that we sleep. So maybe let's do two things here. Let's fuel this thing up right away. I'm just gonna leave it parked over here real quick because kind of the last thing I want to do with you guys in this episode is I just want to sleep through a month or so and just kind of get a good sense of what we get for canola harvest, like what we get when we're done our canola harvest, how much oil we can essentially get off that, blah blah blah. So with all the fields that we have right now, what are we going to be consistently getting for oil out of that production facility? So there's nothing good in the storage right now, is there? No. Different time this would have been fun to get. This is a good set, but it's too much horsepower. We don't have big enough tractors. Okay, let's sleep through here. We're 26,000 liters of canola in the production facility right now. We'll see what we have after we sleep through for a month. What we got to do too. Okay, this is definitely, there's a couple things we're going to do here. So first of all, I'm going to just turn on, we'll get my running shoes on here because we're going to have to run around a bit. Let's go check. What do we got here? 4 more pallets? Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Put those there. Okay. Now, before we sleep through another month, what I got to do, what do we got here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 pallets there. Check our production facility, 19,000. Okay, so we should probably have to... I just had to come down here and make sure there wasn't any freaking weeds growing or anything on this. Before I slept through a bunch of months, actually. Go check this other field. Nothing on here. Okay. No weeds growing on here. Okay. So that means weeding right after we cultivate or after we seed there will work good. Man, look at this fog though. Like, I'm not even trying to like make excuses last time, but like this is what I looked down upon on the fields, and I like hadn't noticed there was weeds growing. Like, I don't know. Those are some valley fields, right? So I'm gonna have to do some other stuff here. I'm gonna have to go fertilize and stuff like that. So what I think we'll probably do is I'm just going to end the episode there. We'll call that for this episode. In the next episode, what we'll be doing is just working more through the production facility. I'll bring you guys in and we'll kind of go through the next stages of the production facility because I want to get the rice oil going next. And we're going to have to pull all the canola out of the silos and stuff and get that going in the production facility as well. But I kind of want to run this experiment with the rice as well. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. And just see how much we get for rice oil off of a single harvest. And that we'll really be able to gauge in the future as to what we're going to be able to kind of profit per harvest. You know, if that makes sense, or I'm just probably rambling at this point. But yeah, we'll end the episode there, and I'll bring you guys back in the next one, and we'll continue with our production facility. We've got our fields planted. I'll probably go fertilize them just off camera so that we can kind of go through. Let's shut this off, go like this. We'll just check the stores. Nothing in here that we're going to need. Okay, yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. So thank you guys so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it like crazy. If you haven't already, I really appreciate if you hit that like, hit that subscribe button for me. All those good things, completely free, and they they really help me in the channel out, that's for sure. But don't ever feel like you have to. I would make these videos no matter what, because I really love doing it. We're doing it though. We've got the oil. We've finally got the production facility going. We have pallets of oil sitting there. I can't wait to go sell them and see how much coin we can roll in, and really start banking some cash as we, we're getting to that point where we're getting close to being halfway done this part of the series. So, I'm stoked that our production is rolling through. So thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whenever you're watching this. And thanks again. Okay, this is Ultra Farmer. I am out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 14 of our Hutan Pantai series. I'm just at our silos right now. I'm going to fill up our grain truck with the canola that we have in here. It's going to take us a couple little loops here, but I figured I would bring you in and I would start doing this, and we could kind of just chat about what happened between last episode and now. So really, whoa, smashed into a tree. Really not too much happened. The only thing I did is I went through, I fertilized, or I finished cultivating these fields. I can't remember if I did that on screen or off. I think I finished it right at the end. Anyways, I cultivated those fields and I fertilized them. Then what I did is I slept through a month and I got into October, and I was kind of just like taking a look at our production facility, seeing how much oil and stuff was coming out, and we'll get to all that in a second. And I went down and I, excuse me, I fertilized our canola fields. So our canola fields should be good to go. There was no weeds growing on them. They just were 50% fertilized. Now they should have 100% fertilizer, and they should be at that like 98% yield bonus. So we should be getting a max yield off those canola fields next year. Then what I did is I slept through another month, and it basically finished off, the production facility basically finished off what was in there for canola. So I loaded up the trailer because we're going to take the canola oil in and get it sold off. I'll dump this and then I'll show you. I can't remember exactly how many pallets we had on here. I think 18. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I think that's 18. Yeah, 18 pallets. Let's dump this. I've started our rice production, so now the rice oil is going to slowly work its way through. But if you look in here, what it's telling us is that we've got, 18,545 liters, so 1,000 liters per full pallet. So 18 pallets. It's telling us the current value is 108 grand. Now it's telling us that our max value is going to be 110,000 if we wait till December. But if I come in here and I look at canola oil, oh man, this changed. This definitely changed because it showed November as the peak time. It 100% changed and showed November as the peak time to sell it. Whatever. Okay, so then what I might do is I will wait one more month. I was literally just looking at it before I swapped through, and it showed November was the peak, but in there that list was telling me December. I think that thing fluctuates maybe a little bit. Because I was gonna, part of like our explanation, I was gonna be like, it tells us December, but this shows November. I don't know what to do. Blah blah blah. And I was gonna take it right now, but I think I'm gonna wait one more month. So I'm gonna get this canola dumped in. I'll sleep through one more month, and that'll actually be good too, because we'll be able to see how much rice oil gets made through the production facility when we go 1 month. And I just got to triple check here. This mod, this time saving stock check, I can't remember exactly what mod it is. It's probably called this. Is like one of the sweetest things. It tells us the value that we have down here of our crops. Just everything, really. Like if we sold everything, we'd have 230 grand. Just the max months. It keeps track of everything so good. That's a pretty clutch mod. Now, I want to put all of our rice in there. I guess we could. Okay, so this is all we got to remember. I was really trying to see what we got off one harvest. So we got 9,400 liters of rice in there. So I'll just remember that. And I'll stock this thing right up so we don't got to do it again. Just wanted to see exactly how much oil comes from from one harvest. 24,000 liters in here, and we're not selling this till June. I'm just gonna sleep through one, to be honest. I'm gonna sleep through 1 month and just see how this goes. I'll bring you guys back in one sec. I'll be in the next month, and we'll take this canola oil off to get it sold. So I'll bring you back in one sec. Okay, folks, we are back here now. So through the 1 month, the production facility produced 2 pallets of the rice oil. So we got 2,000 liters of rice oil right now. If I come into our production facility, so we had roughly, about 9,400 in there. So about 3,000 liters got put through in 1 month. And then that gives us 2,000 liters or 2 pallets. And then if I come into our time saving stock check, if I come to the rice oil one, it's telling me our max value is about 15 grand if we wait till June to sell this. So that means, every 2 pallets is going to give us 15 grand. So if that's every 3,000 liters essentially. So if we're getting over 9,000 liters, it's going to be basically this number times 3. So roughly off the fields that we got now, if we sell at peak months, we'll have about 45,000 liters or $45,000 worth of rice oil. Now we still got a bunch of rice oil sitting in the silos. So, we got a bunch more that we'll be able to sell, but the canola and rice oil is going to make us a bunch of money. I think if we do what we said we were going to do, let's go up to the map. If I can get this field 32 down here, and then keep going with canola, try and get field 6, and then eventually field 7. I mean, it would be nice to get this one, but it's such a small field for 121,000. It'd be better to get field 6 here for 120. Even this one, even field number 1 for 200, we could wait to get field 7. Like, we just keep working our way. Yeah, we don't really want that field. This field for 226, that's a pretty good deal. This one's for 476, or this one for 477, So if we can do that and then chase rice down here, I think is going to be the best plan. But we need to go sell this oil off. We had a couple more pallets, so now we got 20,000 liters. Apparently we're going to get 125 grand for this if we get to the farmer's market. Which, getting to the farmer's market's a bit of pain in the butt, but I think I've got a good way to do it now. So I'm just going to head downtown. I'll bring you guys back once I am at the farmer's market, and we'll sell this oil off. Okay, team, we're just back here pulling down this weird alley to get to the farmer's market. I got to unstrap this load there. Hopefully that should just pull through. Boom, we did it. Okay. Not too bad at all. Wow, we made some good coin off that. Is that 142,000? Wait, let's just go check here. I thought it said it was supposed to be at like 125. We gotta check finances. Where's 140 grand? Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. That's awesome. Now that's not fully off of one harvest, but pretty good nonetheless. I like this map a lot. In a lot of ways I really like it, but getting to the sell points downtown, that's such a, I don't know, it just seems like such a dumb spot. You can barely get down there with this trailer. I don't know. Don't want to be a complainer. It just seems like it should be better than that. It should be a little bit easier to go drop stuff off. Even the one restaurant, if you go up, one day we'll have to probably go up the mountain to the restaurants up there, and it's super hard to get to with the trailer. Really difficult. If we had a Super Bee with a 50-foot trailer or something like that, it would be so difficult to get around. But okay. Enough complaining. We got 140 grand extra. Alright, let's jump out of this tractor real quick here. Let's check these fields. Yeah, yield bonus 100. Everything looks the exact way it's supposed to. Okay, let's bring this back up to the farm, and then what I want to do is jump in our little grain truck. And we got to put some more of the rice into the production facility so that I can keep rocking. I also was looking, there's a couple good cultivating contracts that we can do. I can go set some workers to do, because we got to stay on that train of just pumping out contracts. What I'm thinking is, so now we got a little bit of cash in the bank, and in June we're gonna take all of the rice off, or it'll be rice oil rather, to get sold. So we're gonna have another kind of flush of cash come through, especially once we put all of this oil in there. Like hopefully another 100 grand or so. Well, there should be definitely 100 grand, like 150, 160,000 that we should probably be getting through because we got 24,000 liters, right? 24,000 liters. And basically every 9,000 liters will get us about 45 grand, 45 to 50K. So, because of math, it's 9 times 3 is what, 27. So let's just say that's for easy numbers. So that would be 45 times 3, right? Plus what we already got in there. So, like, yeah, we should have a nice little payday come June. Now, so what do I want to do? What I really want to do is we're going to be planting more rice in April, right? April or May. Pretty sure it's April. Rice. April. So we got to, I think I got to go buy field 32 down there for April and get another rice field going. Then what we'll probably have to do is buy another rice planter just to speed things up a little bit. Dump that in there. And eventually we'll need another rice harvester. Also in the fall, like next fall, because we'll buy that field. We'll just keep doing contracts up until April, get this oil put through, then we'll buy that field, we'll plant another rice field back there, keep doing contracts and stuff through the summer. When we harvest all of the canola, if we've got enough money, we will buy more canola fields. Maybe field, I don't know, maybe field 1, or not 1, field 6, and well, it'd be good to get field 1, but field 6 for sure. Field 6 for sure. I mean, I guess we could get 49 and just, we're not dumping in here? What's going on here? There we go. Field 6 for sure. And then we'll need another rice harvester probably. But that's actually pretty cheap. And if we really wanted, we could lease it. We could lease it. It's just it only goes 7 miles an hour. Driving it back and forth, or going to pick it up would be, might just be worth just spending the coin on it. You know what I mean? But we can kind of play that by ear. All right, let's get this dumped in there. But that's gonna be the plan. That's gonna be the plan. Finally, I'm like stoked that finally we're here. We're like, we got the production facility going. We got a bunch of equipment. There's nothing good in the store, which kind of sucks. But also, it's good there's nothing good in the store, so it doesn't tempt us to spend money on it. Because a really good deal on a large tractor, wrong button. Really good deal on a large tractor, something in there would be tempting. We definitely have enough rice saplings to plant more fields. We'll have more than enough. And I've got to sell the mushrooms in February or something like that. I don't know, I'll have to check the stock savings thing. Okay, what I think I'm gonna do, here? Well, I'll get this last one pulled over. I'll bring you guys back in a sec. I'm gonna get this done and I'll get some cultivating contracts on the go, and I'll bring you back in just one sec. Okay, team, I'm back here. We got a few cultivating contracts going. Oh, we can see one of our other tractors over there. Yeah, these fields are close together. I kind of forgot. But yeah, I'm cultivating this field. I think you can see all the fields are about 30% done-ish. That field 12 is a pretty big field. But let's go into our contracts here. There's a couple plowing ones. I mean, this is just such easy cash because you can just like set a worker to go do it. So I don't know. I might do this one. Do I want to do this one? Might do this one. I might do this one. I don't know. I'll think about it here in a sec because I might have to kind of go do some running around, and maybe I'll set someone to do this. But yeah, we got a couple fields being cultivated here. This is field 12. Is that the cornfield here that someone didn't harvest? Is that what we got? Yep. Yeah, don't know what happened over here, but there's a cornfield that we're ripping down, and then up in the top corner, I don't know what this was. Sugar beet. Okay. Withered. Jeez, people were too lazy to harvest this year, or what? Let's just go back real quick. Active ones, like one of the field 12. Yeah, this must be field 12. 17 grand. We got to pay some stuff for the leasing costs. 6 grand here again. We got to pay a little bit for leasing costs. Another 10 grand. So I mean, you know, got like 30 some K there ish. Um, just kind of hanging out. So I'm going to let these guys go through and get all this stuff done. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll bring you guys back once, these are cultivated. I might do a couple more contracts through the winter, but I'll bring you back in the spring and we'll go sell off some of this rice oil and get another stack of cash. What we'll also do, no, sorry. Well, I'll bring you back in the spring. We're going to have to plant rice first. We'll probably buy that field, and what we'll end up doing is maybe creating the field together. Yeah, maybe we will create it together just because if it is a bit of a gong show, at least you guys can be here to do it with me. Just because this field is so weird. Like, we're on such a slope here. I know rice fields need to be leveled, so I don't really know what to expect when we go to level this field out. I don't know what's going to happen. No idea. But like I said, we'll do that together, and that way, if it's a gong show, well, if it's a gong show, at least you can know I tried my very, very best. Yeah. Okay, I'll bring you guys back in a sec. Okay, folks, we are back here. It is a beautiful April morning, and that means we are going to go plant some rice. I'm just getting back to the farm here. I decided to go buy another rice planter. I figured, why not? It's only 25 grand. We'd made, a good chunk of coin off selling the canola oil and stuff like that. Plus, I did a bunch of contracts kind of leading through the months, like in the spring and winter and stuff, just to get here. And I figured 25 grand is pretty not too bad to, to get us another planter and just help things along. Especially since we want to, we want to get some more, well, we're going to want to get a bunch more rice fields going. Now, I'm kind of a dummy. Well, not kind of. I'm definitely a bit of a dummy. And I'll explain in a second. I want to just get this thing loaded up. Okay, so like I wasn't even paying attention, not even paying attention a little bit. Let's just go down here. This is a canola field. Like this field right down here that I was looking at. I don't know, like leave me alone. I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention. So this is a canola field, which like could not have really worked out better. It's almost got 100% yield bonus and there's no weeds growing on it. So I'm going to buy that field and we will eventually turn it into a rice field, but we might as well harvest it and put a bunch of the canola into the production facility. Whoa, what's going on here? See, the only thing I don't understand is like these rice planters, like I'm not buying. Like sometimes, like why isn't this thing filling up? You know what I mean? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Okay, but it doesn't really matter. We can just, whatever, I'll just start it like this. But yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like it doesn't want to, sometimes they just jam out and they don't want to like fill all the way up. Or they just won't accept the sapling pallets. It's like a little bit of a glitch. I don't know. Whatever, the game's still pretty new. Hopefully they figure it out. We'll just deal with it as it comes. So I'm going to get these guys going planting these fields. I'll get a worker kind of going on both of these properly. Let's just see here. Okay. Let's get someone started on that. I got this, our little rice pallet hauling wagon thing fired up and ready to go to kind of help us out. I'm going to, let's jump into this one real quick here. And we'll get a worker started on that one. And we'll just kind of babysit it. I've got this tractor parked here with the trailer and I've just been loading up the rice oil as it gets made. There's another pallet there. I'll load it up in a second, but let's check the contracts real quick and just see what we got going on that we can go do. A hoeing one on field 1. That's pretty easy. Rock removal. Weeding. Wood transport. I definitely don't feel like doing that one. Dead wood. Don't feel like doing that one. Fertilizing. I mean, we could go do one of those. I think we should definitely do this one, though. Let's borrow the items for this real quick. Let's see if we can get someone going. Might as well just keep stacking some cash, because what I also want to buy when it comes time to harvest the rice is another rice harvester, just to speed everything up a little bit. I think that'll be a good investment, especially since it's only 95,000. But also, we might as well, let's just go do this right now. Because like I'm definitely going to buy this canola field. That just works out so good. It falls right into our, just everything. So we might as well buy that right now. This one we don't have enough money for. This one, I mean, we have enough money for, but I don't really know. This field is just grass. It'd be nice if this field, like, I don't even know. Grass is fine. We could sell it, but I mean, are we going to bale it? Like, I don't know. What's on this field? Wheat. Yeah, we could buy this one as well. What's going to be on number one, though? Peas. Yeah, we don't really want to deal with that just yet. Okay. Well, I'll think about it with that other field, field 6, but let's get this guy going. On this one, that works out so good. Yeah, wasn't even paying attention. I can't believe that's a canola field. Just a dum-dum. Okay. Get someone going on that. Let's go back up to this field and let's just see. Oh, okay, like now we're getting these weird patches again. I don't get it. Maybe because I'm trying to plant when it's not flooded? 100% flooded? Is that what it could be? Well, no, this one's going fine. I don't know. I still can't figure that out. I really can't. Like, I think it's just seasonal. I think just like randomly just decides each field like, nah, sorry about your luck. We're only gonna have some dead spots or some full fields every once in a while. But okay, I'm gonna keep going here. I'm gonna keep going planting this stuff, and I'll bring you guys back when we're a little bit further along, and maybe we got some of these fields more planted, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, folks, I'm just back here. We've got all these fields planted out. I planted them, and then I flooded them through the month of May. And I just got us into the month of June here so that we can go sell our rice oil. We're going to go down to the farmer's market, I think. I think I could take it to the Goldcrest Valley Railroad track, but it's like not that much more. It's not really worth it to go get the train and do all that stuff. So I'm just going to take it to the farmer's market, but I just want to flood the fields real quick here. Even though it is raining, we still got to flood these fields. And keep our rice growing good. Now, let's just do some checks here real quick. So, with our where are we at? Production facilities. Okay, so we still got 13,000 liters of rice in there. Obviously, we don't got any canola because we did all the canola oil. But we'll have a whole bunch more now that we got that extra field. So I'm just going to kind of wait and see how this is all going to go down. Like I know we had a bunch of extra rice oil. I think I'm gonna wait to get more rice fields until we work through this this kind of portion of the production, and then we'll just see how much rice we actually need to get to keep the production facility going for like the full year. Like I just don't know how to gauge that just yet. I don't want to build a massive rice field down there and then like our production facility, we have too much rice because we only go through about 3,000 liters of rice per month in between the harvests. And so like if I just go in here and look, where's my rice? So we plant in April, let's say, and then we harvest in August. So that means we got 1 2 3 4 5 6, basically 7 months. So we need to be getting about 21,000 liters to put it through in a full year, which now that I'm doing the math in my head, if that's correct, we need 21,000 liters to like, if we're producing about 3,000 liters of oil per month. Sorry, I'm saying that wrong. We're going through 3,000 liters of rice to produce 2,000 liters of rice oil per month. So if it's 7 months in between, I guess we need 21,000 liters. So now that I'm working out the math right now, we can probably put that big canola field that we just purchased into a full rice field, and then that'll be, because we get about 10,000 liters off of a harvest right now. So we're doing about half. Okay, so now that I'm working it out, we probably can put that whole field as a canola, or sorry, as a rice field, and that'll be fine. And then we'll just move all our canola fields up here to field either 1 and 6. I don't think I'm going to spend the money on this field 49. Like, unless all of a sudden in the future we have a bunch of extra cash kicking around, but I don't know. Before that field that field's like 120 grand. I just don't really know if that field's going to make us 120 grand by the time this series is done, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. The field's so small, it's not going to produce enough canola to really, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that field's worth it to buy. But fields 1 and fields 6 will kind of be our next thing to do. Now, I think, which one is it? I can't remember exactly. There's one of those fields that have wheat on it. So I kind of want to buy that one next to harvest the wheat. Let me just pull through here and let's see how much cash we get from all this. Dang, so what did we get there? 23 times 3, so what's that? 69, and then 53, so 110, 100 and what? 120? Did I do that math correct? Finances. 123. Okay, not too bad. 123,000. That's awesome. We're up to 339, and we bought that field. That's crazy. All right. Okay, let's head back up to the farm. Actually, let's do a flyby. Let's do a flyby of that one field. We'll just cut through the... we'll try and be nice here. We'll cut down the edge of their field there. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, let's rip over and just see... Is it field 1? Because we could potentially buy this right now. No, it doesn't really matter. We could buy it now or we could buy it in the future. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, like this field 49 is just so tiny. I don't think it's worth messing around. So field 6 here. Whoa, I just smashed into a rock. Field 6 has got wheat on it, and field 1 has peas on it. Now, the nice thing about the wheat is we can just harvest that with the equipment that we have. We'd have to rent, or lease rather, the pea harvester to do field number 1. So I kind of don't feel like doing that. I almost just kind of want to wait till maybe there's something better on that field and we can buy it. Like, we got so lucky that field 32 in the back that we bought had canola on it. Like, that's just so lucky. And I don't really know if we're going to get lucky with that field number 6 having something better on it after it's ready to harvest. Let me just check this calendar real quick here. So where's wheat? Barley, wheat. So we can harvest in July, August. Yeah, I think we have to buy that wheat field. I think that's going to be the smartest thing, and then we can just plant canola in it late if we have to. I wonder if that field will be ready to harvest kind of on the sooner side of harvesting like seasons or on the later side. I'm not too sure. I think regardless though, we have to buy that field. That just seems like it makes the most amount of sense. It'd be nice if we could just harvest it right in July. Maybe this will do. I'll sleep through a month and I'll see if we can harvest it right in July, because if we can, that would be freaking awesome. But I guess it doesn't matter. We can just wait and plant everything in September as is. Okay, let's just do this. Let's get that field. 120 grand. What's this one? Yeah, that field's too expensive. 477. 476. This has grass on it. And this has a bunch of stuff we don't really want. Like, same with this. Like, we don't need all those trees. We don't need those trees. I wish we could set our own contract for someone to come harvest all these trees for us. What's this field? Field 80? We definitely don't want that. No, I think we buy this field. It's 121,000. Let's just buy it because we definitely want it. We'll get that weed off it. That'll pay for a little bit of it, and then we can sleep through, and we'll probably be hopefully we'll be harvesting it in July. But okay, I'm just gonna put a little cut in here. I'll kind of do some things, get tidied up around here, and then I'll bring you back when we're into July. Team. So I slept through into July, and basically all our fields are ready to harvest. The new canola field that we bought, one field 32, that one's ready to harvest. Obviously, you can see all these ones behind us here ready to harvest. And our wheat field that we just bought is ready to harvest. So I'm just heading down with the combine now. I've got our grain truck down here ready to go. And yeah, we're gonna start cutting some wheat and getting this field good to go. I think we'll just throw the wheat in the silos right now. I haven't looked to see when the best time to go sell this stuff is. I have no idea. Um, but yeah, I'll figure that out after. We're not gonna get a whole pile of cash off this field anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, so that's what I think we're gonna do. We'll get this field cut. Now, I slept through. I don't know. The store is just like complete booty cheeks. This like last little bit. Like I never ever see grape harvesters in the store, let alone two. So we got two grape harvesters, a header trailer. I mean, I guess this plow is a decent deal, but like, what? I don't know. I don't know. The store is like a little bit chalked, it feels like. But I think what we'll do for this, I think we might as well do a nice little time lapse of us cutting this field and getting all the grain and stuff pulled off. So I got it set up so we're just going to be kind of tabbing back and forth between the grain truck and the combine here. But yeah, I think I'm just going to go through. I don't even think I'm going to use GPS. I'm just going to kind of go through and do her old school, if you will. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse here. Okay, team, I'm back now. We've got our wheat field cut. I'm just taking this whole grain track up to the silos, and then, sorry, excuse me. And then we'll get this guy pulled out of the way. I'll bring the harvester back up, and I'll probably just dump right from the combine into the grain silos. So we didn't really have quite a full load on the first dump that I did. It was probably closer to around 7,000. It's probably 14,500 ish, or 14,000, yeah, ish, with this load, and then I can't remember what was left in the combine itself. Jeez, I feel like the braking in this game is different than FS22. It seems like I'm always overshooting everything, or they really got it coded for like when you got like a heavy full load in or something like that. I don't know. It's weird. But okay, I just want to pull this out of the way. We'll check right now. So yeah, probably like, where are we at here? Wheat 14,600. Okay, not too bad. Plus we got another, say 4,000 in there. So about 18,000 liters of wheat off that, which, what does it say? Max value 17,000, 18,000. Yeah, that's basically what I thought. That's pretty much what I thought. Actually, I'm not gonna drive this all the way up there. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's go back and grab this thing. There's no sense driving the combine all the way up there, and we got canola fields to harvest. But I'm going to save those canola fields to harvest for next episode. I think I'm going to end the episode basically right here. I'm going to get this last bit of wheat hauled out of the combine, take it up there, and that's basically going to be it for this episode. In the next episode, we will be harvesting a bunch of canola. Which will be going straight into the production facility, and we will be making more canola oil. I'm glad we bought the fields that we did. We're still over 200 grand. We could probably, the only thing I'll probably do off camera is maybe go do some contracts. I don't really know. But the only other thing I don't know, I was kind of thinking about buying something, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just lease it. Actually, yeah, I think I'm just gonna lease it. I think I might lease a decent set or a different set of cultivators just to help get these fields cleaned off. But I'll see. I'll see kind of what I'm thinking. I would rather spend money and buy another planter. I think, I could always buy another small planter and then just have two tractors going with planters rather than, that might be a cheaper option. I'll see. It'd be nice if something good came through the stores. I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice rather than two different grape harvesters and a header trailer. Like what? Like what are we supposed to do with this? We're looking for some good deals here. Look at that. I never see these in the store, and then to have two is just crazy. But yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you stuck with me to this point, I appreciate it like always. Thank you so much. If you can do me a favor of hitting that like button, hitting the subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate it. But, don't always feel like you have to. I'm getting really excited with this series because now we're at a point where we're really going to start making some serious cash each harvest. Especially the next one. Each harvest is just going to get better and better. So I'm really excited about that. And yeah, thanks again for watching. Like I said, I appreciate it. Have a good afternoon, morning, day, whatever time of the day it is for you. And I'll see you guys on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 15 of our Hutan Pantai series. I'm very excited to have you with me today. I'm just pulling our harvester over to, what do we got here? Field 24. And we got a bunch. Let's just go into, this is a pretty easy mode. We've got a bunch of canola to harvest today. So at the end of last episode, I had bought this new field right here, which is field 6, I believe. And it was covered in wheat. So we cut that wheat off. And this field actually needed plowing. So the only thing I kind of did off camera is I went and plowed this field. I also wasn't paying attention and drove one of the trucks through our field here. So there's that. But we got this canola field is ready to harvest as well. So it's going to be a big episode of harvesting canola. I'm going to I'm going to set a worker on... Well, no field found. She's right there by... Okay, I'm going to set a worker to... Yeah, to do that field just now. And then I guess the other thing I did when I was off camera is I went to the store and I picked up 6 bags of fertilizer. We still got quite a bit of seed kicking there. But yeah, I like having fertilizer around here. I was running low. And it's just nice having it. And you can go grab... Another thing I got to figure out. Let's just check here real quick. There's one thing I didn't look at is... When are we going to sell the wheat? January. Okay. Okay, what else? Seeds? I don't really want to sell that in January. That is the rice oil. Canola oil is in December. Yeah, I knew all that. I knew that. Okay. But yeah, I want to go down and I want to fertilize... the wheat field that I just harvested, which would be field 6. I'm almost positive it's field 6. I want to get that fertilized, at least one stage of fertilizer, because I don't think there's anything... Well, it's plowed, so I don't think, yeah, there's anything on it just yet. Also, I think that the field that we're harvesting right now, the canola one, is our largest canola field. It almost doesn't seem like it, but from the yields, if I jump out, I think this one actually you get the most out of. It seems weird because it's like these are such longer, but they're so narrow and like, yeah. But that being said, that's a pretty good sized field too. But so we'll get this field done first. Actually, this is what I wanted to do as well too. I wanted to just see what the field state is after we harvest. Okay, so this is just weeds growing, which isn't too bad. I was wondering if these would need to be plowed, but because what I kind of want to do, I kind of was just toying with it, is getting a little bit of a bigger cultivator, just leasing one to cultivate these fields at the end of it, because that other one works fine. But it's just a lot of, it's such a small implement, and we can get a decent one. I'll just show you quick here. I'll just show you which one I was kind of looking at. Cultivators. It is this guy? Yeah. It only requires 190 horse, and it's 7.5 meters wide, which we have this one right now, which is 4, but this could be a good one. We wouldn't have to get a new tractor or anything. I mean, these ones you need big horsepower to run them. 320. It's 260. Interesting. That's a good deal for a 9-meter cultivator, and you only need 260 horse. Not too bad. These ones, yeah, 600 horse. 110. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. If we didn't have to plow any of these fields, I had to plow this one, but now I like to just set a worker to do this fertilizing because it's just it's more efficient, the actual fertilizer. Me, I get my patterns going all screwed up, and yeah, I probably waste a lot more. Let's hop over. I want to pull this truck around, kind of get him set up. And then that being said, I want to fire this guy up, and even if we do get another cultivator, I still will probably... Yeah, I'll still probably use ours. Why not, right? Help everything go by a little bit quicker. So we might as well hook onto this guy and head down to that field. But I'm pretty excited. The only thing I don't really know is what field we're going to work to buy next. I think it'll be kind of down at the bottom of the hill. I think. I also kind of want to play it by ear and just see what like grows on fields over the next, like what the AI puts on these fields over the next little bit, because like one thing that worked out good with field 32 was that it just happened to be a canola field right when we were kind of looking to buy new fields, which is just a bit lucky. Yeah, I drove through there with the truck. I get like driving around, and then my phone buzzed, and I like look down at my phone, and I'm like, wait, who texted me? And then I look up, and I'm like, oh no, I'm in the field. Like, jeez Louise. All right, let's see how much grain's in this. Okay, 24%. So we still got a bit of time here. This guy goes a little bit further. So we're episode 15, which is like where I roughly in my mind I was thinking about 35 episodes for this part of this series, and then we would head off to a new map and do the lottery series, which just if any of you haven't heard it before, I'll just give you the short and long of it real quick. Basically, the second part of this series, so we're going to make as much money as we can in about 30 to 35 episodes, and then we're going to go to a new map. And on that new map, like, we're going to take our money and we're going to start an operation. But it's going to be an operation that's kind of left up to chance. Rather than, like, us, oh, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do barley and stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go, the very first episode of that series will be us on a map, and then I'm going to go online and we're going to use like the random wheel spin website where we can plug in a bunch of different variables, spin the wheel, and we're going to kind of just use that wheel to dictate just about everything that we do. The economic difficulty that the map's going to be on, if we're playing with weeds on, if we're playing with field stones on, lime on, all that stuff. I definitely will have like crop destruction on. I think we'll always have. I'll definitely put plowing on, but we can kind of roll the dice on a bunch of other ones. And then we're also going to like roll the dice on what our main crop is going to be, I'm just going to spin the wheel, and whatever that wheel says it's going to be, we're going to have to try and build an operation around that. I don't want to say I've been kind of going back and forth, but basically I thought about we'll do two like main crops. Like I was thinking we would have one main crop, and then kind of like a secondary one, kind of like how we're doing on this one where we got canola and rice. I guess one's not really any more main than the other, but yeah, like roughly two crops, maybe one, because if we get like, I don't know, like who knows what we could end up doing. We could end up doing like grapes and potatoes or something. Like I have no idea what it's going to be, so it'll be a bit of strategy trying to figure out how to make the best operation with whatever we get from the wheel. Now, I was also kind of thinking in that map, what would be fun is if we did stuff like where I was going to put like a wheel with like a bunch of money on it as to like the cost of things. So if I want to use, let's say, like the lumberjack mod, okay, like how much money do I have to pay before I can use the lumberjack mod? So I'll like spin the wheel and it's like it lands on like a 50 grand or something. Like, okay, well, until I pay the price of 50 grand, I can't use that mod. Or there aren't any auto load trailers out yet for mods that I've seen, but I know they'll be coming. So like put that on the wheel, like how much money do I have to like pay, like as like a fee, like if I want to use an auto load trailer, like what do I gotta pay for a fee? And then maybe I'll spin the wheel and it'll get like a lucky one of like 10 grand. Oh, okay, once I pay 10 grand, but maybe there'll be like 100 grand or like a $250,000 bill on the wheel. Like, yeah, if you want to use super strength, you got to pay this much money before you're allowed to use it. Same thing with like loans and I don't know. I'll kind of just make it up as I go a little bit with how we're gonna do loans and stuff. One rule I like with loans is that you can't use AI workers when you have a loan. That's kind of like a rule I had in FS22, and then it's the same rule in this map. If I take out any loans, I'm not allowed to use the AI workers. I kind of like that as just like a little, that way if you want to take out a loan, it's fine, but it comes with a bit of a penalty to make it a bit harder, which I like. And then, so we'll do that on that series, which will be about another, I'm thinking like 30 to 35 episodes. And it'll all lead to the final map where we try to make as much money as we can on map 2. And we take all that money and we go to the third map where we try to build a really, really big operation. And I don't know if that one would be some sort of we could do elements of a lottery on that. We could do some elements of more role play, but I want to, finish it off where we've worked a few maps, tried to save up as much money as we can, go into that map with like a good chunk of coin and try to make like, I don't know, 10 or 50 million bucks or something. We can decide on that. And if that's about a 30-part episode, it'll mean the whole series is roughly around 100 episodes. Is kind of what I've been planning to and working towards. Okay, I think just for good luck while I'm sitting around here, I'm going to jump over. Okay, so this guy is done doing what he's got to do. Let's pull him off. Actually, okay, yeah, we're 50% fertilized. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure of that. Like, ideally, I would like to buy this field right here next. Field number 1. Ideally. But right now, there's peas on it. Yeah, there's peas on it. Like, so, I mean, even if we bought it, which I think we can... Can we afford it? I'd be like, barely. Yes, we could afford it. But then there's peas on it, and then we'd have to rent the pea harvester. I don't think this field's worth the money, to be honest. I mean, these are like the exact same amount of money. This is more money, and this field's so much bigger. Well, it seems so much bigger. They're actually probably quite comparable since this is so narrow. I don't know. This one doesn't seem worth it. This one's kind of worth it. This one's... Nah. I don't know. I don't know just yet. I think I still want to turn 32 into a big rice field and buy field 1 and turn that into canola. But I think what I'll do is I'll just wait and see what that field will end up being. Like, what I mean, like, is whatever the AI workers put on it next go-round, like after this growing season, because in the fall and stuff it'll be cultivated and something new will go on it in the spring. And, I mean, even if it's not exactly what we want, I think that's probably when we'll get it. And just, whatever, if there's carrots or something on there, we'll figure out a way to get it harvested and get it dealt with. I think, though, too, real quick, what I might do is swap these tractors. I'm trying not to drive over the field here. Oh. Just because this gray tractor is less horsepower than this green tractor. And that means it might as well be hauling around the fertilizer spreader. And then we can hook the cultivator to this other one. Hook the cultivator to it because... Now, what percentage is this fertilized? Yeah, 0. Okay, so it'll be the same thing. We'll go through, we'll cultivate it, we'll get the... we'll cultivate it, we'll get the fertilizer down on it, we'll have to get the weeds off it and all that stuff. Oh, that's pretty easy. So let's... This guy's getting 75% full. I think what we'll probably do is we'll just pop under, we'll get the pipe. Yeah, we'll get a grain dump out of this when it spins around here. I don't know if it's doing... If it's on up downs or what pattern it's on now. Okay. What I might do too... Well, I don't really know. Like, yeah, I want to go get that cultivator, but... I think I'll just kind of slowly get this grain off this field. Let's take a load. We'll take this load right up real quick, and we'll go dump it in the production facility, because there's no canola in there. And it might as well be doing something while it's doing nothing, you know what I mean? I don't really think... I mean, I could get a new cultivator, that would be kind of nice. I don't want to buy anything, though. It's just so much easier to lease. Like, I really come down to the... Like, if we're going to do, like, 30 episodes, it's so hard to justify buying any of the pieces of equipment. Because, like, even if it's, like, $2,000 to rent it... Well, I guess, I mean, like, if you use it... I use it, like, once in a while. Like, so if it's, like, $2,000 to rent the thing, like, you spend 50 on it to buy. I don't know if we'd actually use it enough times to justify buying it, you know what I mean? Okay, let's take this up to the production facility. Go dump it in there. I'm excited to see, though, like, we made quite a bit of money last year Oops, my crew's not working. There we go. There we go. We made quite a bit of money last year off the canola oil, and now that we got that other field in the back, will be great. It'll be really great to see how much more we can get. It's nice having 2 rice planters, and I can't wait to get 2 rice harvesters. That will actually help out so much too, because harvesting the rice takes a bit of time, and if we're going to change 32 into a big field, we're going to need a little more help. The nice thing with rice, though, is those harvesters are only 95,000. Like, that's crazy. Plus, it's kind of fun doing the rice. It's just a different thing. Everything else kind of is the same, you know. Even if it's corn or barley or wheat, it's kind of the same in a sense. All right, let's dump this in there. We get a few more pallets of rice oil sitting there, and then I stacked all the canola oil sitting up on the side of the factory. But I don't know if we'll be able to get through all of the canola before December. We'll probably have pallets left over again like we did last time. We'll have to sell those mushrooms off in the spring as well. The mushrooms are nice because it's just like an easy little thing to make us extra cash. Yeah, this is where I get going. You can see I'm on the straight and narrow. Look at my phone, look at my phone. Jeez. Just once I'd like to have a nice full harvest where I didn't destroy any of the crops or forget to pull the weeds off or just do anything dumb like that. You know, just once would be nice. Okay. What I think I'm going to do, I'll put like a little bit of cut here. I'm just going to run up. I think I am going to run and get that cultivator and just test it out and see. So I'm going to go do that. I'll let this harvester keep going on the field a little bit here. I'll bring you back when I'm kind of just playing around pulling that cultivator across this field and getting more of this canola harvested. Okay, I'm just back here. I got this field done. I'll show you the new cultivator in a second. I didn't buy it, but I went and leased it just to help out, and I went and did one lap with it just to see what it was like, and yeah, I'll show you in a sec. I just want to get this one started on this field. Yeah, this is the rented cultivator that I grabbed. So like I said, it's a bit wider. It works really good. This tractor pulls it pretty good. There's like some weird spots. I don't know. There's a bit of an incline here. So this tractor's like a little bit. Maybe if I had a front weight or something, it might be a bit better. But it pulls it fine. I think it was $2,700 to rent it. So, and it's like 50 grand to buy it. So, I don't know. Not too bad. I mean, you'd have to rent it like basically 20 times before it would pay for itself. I don't know if we really need it, but I don't know. I'll test it out. If I think in the future it'll be like something that I for sure need, like we can always go get it. I can always just kind of set a little goal. I can go grind out a couple contracts. See, like right there, it's kind of slipping weird. I don't know. Maybe this tractor's just a little underpowered for it. It shouldn't be though. This tractor's 230 horse, and this implement is only 180. But I think might just be the ground being sloped a little weird. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm gonna go through and pull this. So once we cultivate, our ground is 0 fertilized. There's no weeds growing on it right now, but it will show weeds once we plant, like always. But yeah, this thing's pretty sweet. It's definitely perfect for our little farm here. Yeah, that thing works pretty not too bad. So I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna pull around here, kind of keep cultivating. I'm gonna keep cultivating, and then I'm going to just keep harvesting. Really, I think what I'll do. Well, let me just see here. Let's see if we can make this corner. See, like it pulls it a little. It's a little hard for it to pull right there. Little tricky. Not super bad, but it's a little underpowered. But like I said, it'll work good for us and our little farm here. I want to get this field cultivated, and then I want to get it fertilized as well. I want to get a round of fertilizer put on this field. So there, it kind of slips out on me a little bit there. Is the field as slanted as I think it is here? It doesn't seem like it should be. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit, but yeah, I want to get this field cultivated and then get some fertilizer down on it. At least get a first stage, so then when we get through and we start planting, we don't have to worry about that. So what I think I might do, just to test out our new little unit here, I might put a little time lapse in of me cultivating this field, if I can cultivate it without making too much of a mess here. But yeah, I think I'll do a little bit of a time lapse here. We'll run this new cultivator. I'll get this field kind of all prepped out, and then yeah, we'll keep harvesting some canola. Okay, folks, not too bad. I like this thing. This thing works pretty good. I really like it. I just want to this grain or the combine is almost full, and what I think I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna try and just fill this grain truck as much as I can, so that when I go up and dump, the hopefully this combine is able to just keep going, which it should, because I still got 25% of this grain truck that I can fill up, so that should help get some of this grain out of the combine, so at least he can keep going while we go dump into the production facility. But yeah, that cultivator works pretty good. It'd be nice if something like that came through the stores and we could get a good deal on it. I don't know, the stores, we've got nothing good from the stores, I swear to God. Like I see never anything good on there that we need. Header trailers, and then like there's like implements for cutting down trees and stuff. I don't know, just not anything that's in our wheelhouse on this map, that's for sure. I swear, I don't know, this is like my conspiracy theory with FS22. I think I used to think that the game was like listening to me a little bit. Like, you know, you think like your phone's listening to you, because like you'll like talk about, I don't know, baseball cards, and then all of a sudden they just pop up on your ads and stuff like that. Now that's kind of a weird one, but I swear, like when I was playing that game, I never seen a cotton harvester in the stores on sale. And when I was recording all the episodes talking about how we'll do cotton and cotton, 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 and then just all of a sudden, cotton implements came up on there, and the cotton harvester that was like 50% off, got it for like 200 grand right when we were broke, and oh yeah. Anyways, I just kept always thinking, I'm like, the game's got to be listening to me a little bit, but now I'm starting to think the other way, because it doesn't seem like this game's listening to us at all. Like, we want cheap cultivator, cheap planter, cheap large tractor. No, we don't even need a large tractor. They're just fun to have. I was even looking at the other tractors. There's just really nothing. There's nothing worth it. Even if we were to lease something, I don't really think there's anything worth it. not on this map. Like we don't have the fields. Like all the implements that we have just work fine. They just take a little bit longer, which is not that big a deal. But I just want to make as much money as we can. I don't want to waste any money if I can help it. Even buying those like those weeder implements like the hoe, you know, like I almost kind of regret doing that because that was like kind of 50 grand we didn't have to spend. But in some ways, it's still good though because you can use it for contracts and it'll make you some money. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into spending some cash. If I can get some good contracts that come through, that's what we'll do. We'll just like in the future, because once the canola oil and stuff is really rocking, like this next harvest, after this one, now that we've got these extra fields, and if we can pick up field one, like we're gonna have a pretty good harvest, I would say, and like we'll be able to have a bunch of extra cash. And if we can just go scrape together a few contracts here and there that'll allow us to buy another implement, like that's what we'll do. We'll try not to like spend our cash once we get a good thing in the books. We'll just try to, like, if we want to spend 50 grand on something, like, okay, we got to go do, you know, we got to go do 3 or 4 plowing contracts or something, and then we can buy this implement. Or if we, yeah, you know what I'm saying. We'll use contracts to go buy the stuff that we want. And hopefully something good comes in the store. Hopefully. Okay. I'm going to run up. We almost had another full truck there. Almost. This thing will spin around, and then I'll get him started on this other canola field to our right here. Okay. I'll just kind of let this go out a little bit more. I'll bring it back in 1 sec once we're starting on this this other canola field to our right here. Okay, we are just plugging away on this other canola field right now. I've been just kind of pulling around this field with the cultivator as the combine's going, but I'm going to spin around here. I don't really know how full it is. It's kind of looking like it's probably like 75% full or something, but hopefully I can get a little bit of a grain dump out of this now. I'm going to go dump this in the production facility, and I figured I would just bring you back for that. I don't know if this thing... Like sometimes when it gets to the end of a row like that, it'll stop and it'll let me, like, or it'll let the combine offload everything into it. And other times it just keeps driving. I don't really know the rhyme or reason for why it, I don't know. Can't seem to figure it out. Okay, yeah, 6,000 liters. Yeah, it's probably about 75% full. So let's take this up to the production facility. I wonder how much we've actually put in the production facility. I haven't been paying attention or keeping track of it. We'll check once we're up here. Once we dump this in, we'll see what we've got in there so far. I think I've taken... So probably 2, so 14, 15,000. This is 6,000. I would say maybe around 20,000 liters, maybe. Let's see. Let's go in our production facility, oil mill. Oh, it's probably even more. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. There wasn't any in there either because we had gone all the way through it. We still got rice in there. It's doing about it's producing or going through about 3,000 liters of it. So with the rice that we have left in there, about 3 more months, and all of it will be worked through. 27,000 liters, not bad. Not too bad, because we'll probably get close to a full one more... no, that's not true. I don't think we'll get a full tank off the rest of that canola field. It's not as big of a field as it seems because of this long, narrow section at the top of it here. But regardless, not too bad. Not too bad at all. And we still got that other big field in the back yet, which is going to be awesome. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep kind of going back and forth. I'm going to be cultivating while this field is being harvested. And then I'll just bring you guys back once this field is complete. And we'll see how much we have in the production facility then. Alright folks, we're back here. I got this field completed. Boom, boom, boom. So we got 6,310 liters in this unit now. I'm just going to... Well, you know what? Whatever. I'll just try. This thing's got to go all the way up there, anyways. No sense pouring it in that truck since we're going back to that other field, anyways. If we can make it up this hill. Come on. You can do it. Nice. Nice. Okay, so, and then we pulled 6,000 liters off that field before, so about 13,000 liters in total. Yeah, 12,300, I think. Right, I think the other one was just over 6,000 that we got out of it. So yeah, 12,500 liters off that field. We had 27 in there, so that'll put us at about 40,000 liters so far, which is great. And we still got one more field to go harvest, our new canola field. Let's just pull this. See if we can spin around here and not run into anything. Would be great. Not bad. Not bad. So yeah, we'll get this dumped out. Let's just check our production facility real quick. 29. Or I guess my math is just bonkers. Yeah, my math is just bonkers. Because I'm just, yeah, right on. Right on, right on. I was like adding in more than what, well, yeah, whatever. I screwed up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I screwed up. That's all we need to know. So let's go down, and we're gonna get this guy going on our last canola field. I'm excited to turn this into a rice field at some point, though. But yeah, again, I don't really know how the leveling is gonna work, but we'll do it together, and we will figure it out. Okay, let's get this guy going on here. I finished cultivating. Yeah, that'll do that. Yeah, I finished cultivating this field. I was messing around with the GPS, playing around. So I'm going to come over here. What I might do, I might just set a... Let's go like this. Might just set a worker to do this one real quick. Let's get in this wagon. We'll head back over to that other canola field and get set up there with this guy. And then I'm going to come back over and set a worker to fertilize that field we just cultivated. Because next episode we're going to be planting up a storm. I'm kind of toying with getting another planter. I think I'm just going to, well, yeah, I think I might lease another planter, another small one like we got, just to help out with it, because they're pretty cheap to lease, and we got some seed up here hanging out. It might help everything a little bit. I don't know. I'll kind of, you know me, I'm sit around him and haw about it for a while and figure it all out. But that's my plan. Cultivate this field, get it fertilized. We got to get all these fields prepped and ready to go for next month, because we got to plant a bunch of canola down here. A bunch of canola indeed. And then after that, we're going to be getting into December, where we're going to take out all the canola oil. Hopefully that production facility just smashes a bunch of pallets so we can take those out. And I mean, we should be getting around, that 100 and... What does it tell us right now that we have sitting? It says we got 40,000. Max value 60,000. Wow. We could get a good little return here come Christmas time. We could get a nice little return, because we're going to get a bunch of canola oil that gets made over these next few months leading up into December, because we've got August, September, October, and November. Yeah, we could be sitting on a nice little honey hole of cash there. A nice little honey hole. Man, now that I'm sitting thinking about it, let's go like this. Because, like, next month we're going to be planting. Geez, this would take, like, basically all of our money. It would take, like, basically all of our cash. But if we had this field for canola, there's going to be lots of contracts that we could do. Like, we would have a lot of money. We'd have a lot of money kind of in no time if we wanted. Oh. I don't know if I should buy this field or not. Okay, I'm going to think about it. But if you come back next episode and I bought this field, don't be surprised. Okay. If you come back next episode, I know it's a big if. So, and with that, I think what we'll do, I'll wait for now, but I think we'll end this episode here. And like I said, if you come back next episode, which I really hope you do, I really hope you do. I hope you do, and I hope you come back for many more after it. Um, there's probably a good chance that I'm gonna buy that field. Let's go look at the contracts. Bale wrapping or baling. It's around bales though. I don't feel like doing that. Not doing that for 750 bucks. What? Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, this is interesting. Hear me out. Okay, I'm gonna brainstorm this right now. We do this contract because if I buy field one, I have to get all the peas off of it, right? We would have to lease one of these units. For sure, we'd have to lease one of these units. It would probably cost like 20 or 30 grand. Let's go check. Let's go check before I leave you guys. They're down here. 571. 30 grand. Okay. There's no way I would get 30 grand worth of peas off that thing, would I? Okay. Yeah. But I could do the contract right now, make 10 grand, spend 600 bucks and lease this stuff, make 10 grand, probably make a little bit more because you always make a bit more off harvesting contracts because you get to kind of keep the scraps at the end. So say I make an extra couple grand off of it. I could then buy the field. It's already done, dealt with. Okay. I'm going to think about it for a second, but I think I might have just talked myself into doing this contract and then buying that field, and then we could plant canola in it next month along with everything else. We'll basically be down to no money, but we have quite a bit of money sitting, and once we sell everything in December, okay, I think I might have talked myself into it, but we'll see. You'll have to tune in next week to see what brand decided. Okay, well, thank you so much for watching today, and if you've been watching this whole series, thank you very much. I appreciate it like always. If you can feel so inclined to, smash that like, smash that subscribe button, I would love it very much and appreciate it very much, but never feel like you have to. Like I said, thanks again for watching. I'm excited with this series. I'm excited how far we've kind of taken it so far and how far we're gonna continue to grow it over these next, say 20 episodes. Thanks again. Hopefully you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this, and I'll see you on the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 16 of our Hutan Pantai series. I got a bunch of kind of things to go over with you guys. I'm just rolling up to the shop right now to grab a set of rollers. We are into August, so last episode, if you missed last episode, but what we did is we harvested all of our canola. And now I slept through a month. And basically, right after you harvest, we basically have to plant right again. So I have a tractor planting our canola fields. I had went through, we were doing some cultivating and stuff towards the end of last episode, getting the fields prepped. Because, like I said, basically, you harvest 1 month and then we're planting basically the month right after it. And what else did I do off camera? I did a bunch of contracts. Actually, I took the contract to this field to our left here, this kind of large field. It's cultivated. It had peas on it, and I did the contract. I went and harvested the peas, which, not gonna lie, I kind of regretted a little bit, but because it was a lot. But I made decent money off that contract, and we got kind of a bit of a harvest bonus from it. And then I went and did another contract, a canola. I harvested. Let's go look. Field 4, this field right here. Visit. I harvested this by me. Yeah, harvested by me. And it didn't, I harvested the whole thing, as you can see, took all the stuff to the grain elevator, and then it wouldn't give me the completion of the contract. I really have no idea what's going on. I did everything. It's crazy. It just kept saying that the contract was 20% complete, And then I was like, well, I didn't know what to do. I kind of like reset the game. I did a bunch of stuff, and it still was like, nope, sorry, you've only completed 20% of it. Yet 100% of the grain had been transferred or transported. Really didn't understand that. Really didn't. And then all of a sudden, I was like, well, maybe I'll just sleep through a month, and the game will kind of like unjam itself. And it was like, no, you didn't complete the contract. It was expired, and then I had to pay an extra $800 because the contract had expired. And I was like, well, right on, right on. Yeah, so that was, I thought I was going to get like 15, 20 grand for that contract, and it ended up costing me like $800, which is kind of crappy. Whatever, though. Such is life. So, okay, I'll set a worker. I'm going to set a worker doing this field right now. I rented another rice harvester. Part of what we're going to be doing today is we got a bunch of rice that we need to harvest and get off our fields here. So I've got a rice harvester here. I'm just gonna park that there for now. There's our grain trucks ready to go. I got a worker seeding this canola field. Um, just that one that I set the roller on, and this one's like not even probably like half complete, are the only ones that we've got planted so far. And then I got to go over them with the weeding unit, the hoe unit, to get the weeds out of it, and then we'll roll it, and all that stuff. I had went through and already these fields already have one stage of fertilizer on it. So after everything's all said and done, we'll be able to fertilize it again, and we should just be good to go. We shouldn't really have to worry about them till next year. Let's jump up here. Let's pull this guy out. And we're gonna kind of head out to our like the backside of our rice fields. So another thing that I kind of did off camera is I went through and I started to test on how we can make that back field. It's field number 32. Geez, these things drive slow. I was trying to figure out how I could make it into a rice field, and basically it like it has issues because of the slope. We basically can't turn the whole thing into a rice field. So I've kind of just been going back and forth on like what I'm gonna do with it. Like the part that's right in front of us, that's straight ahead of this unit. Actually, what I'll probably do is I'll get this rice harvester going, and then I'll go into probably just build mode or flight mode, and I'll kind of show you. We can turn parts of it, kind of like now where we're pointing the bottom part of this field. That part can be leveled out and it could turn into a rice field, and then it would just leave a chunk up here as like it basically would just have to stay a canola field because there's nothing we can do with it because it's just such a steep incline. But let's get this guy going on this field real quick here. Wait, let's go back. Go into this build mode. So basically what we could do is we could turn like somewhere across here, right across this point downward, could all become a rice field, and then we'd have like a weird kind of square field up here that would just stay canola. Now, I've just kind of been going back and forth of like if it's even worth it to do that. Like it would be nice to have another rice field just to kind of expand and get one more out of these. But the only really other flat area up here that we would be able to turn into a rice field is this one. But this whole plot is like 265 grand because you get all these trees, blah, blah, blah. So I don't want to buy this just yet. Obviously, we can't afford it anyways, but I don't want to buy this one just to make another rice field. And I don't know if it's worth like cutting this field in half, having just like a little canola field here. I mean, it probably doesn't really matter. What I go back and forth is like, is it worth doing that or just leaving this and making it a canola field? I don't really know. I think for now, for this next growing season, I'm just going to leave it a canola field, do it in canola again, and we'll just see how much money we got after. And if we've got a whole bunch of extra cash and we can buy this plot and make it into a big rice field, we will. If not, I'm thinking maybe just leave it into canola. This field is canola. This field right here is canola. Canola. We bought this field, canola. I've still been toying with the idea of buying this field, but I'm gonna wait. I actually like so I harvested this field and then I ended up doing a cultivating contract to get it cultivated. So we've worked this field pretty good, but I'm just gonna wait. And the reason I'm going to wait is because what I want to do at the end, perfect, right here. For the next growing season, what I want to do is I want us to swath the canola. So we're going to rent this unit next fall. We'll rent this unit with these heads, and we're gonna swath the canola because I think I'm gonna get about roughly from the research I've done, like almost a 25% increase in yield, which of all those fields is like gonna be pretty substantial. And I'm wondering at that point if we will max out the potential of the production facility. It's all about I'm trying to balance this whole thing of I want to have the most amount of fields and I want to be getting, the craziest amount of yields as possible, but I also don't want to bottleneck the production facility. If we're producing, 1 million liters of canola each year, which would be crazy. That's like wait, that's super exaggerated. But if we're producing like 1 million liters of canola each year, and the production facility can only handle 500,000, it can only it can only work through that much. Well, then it doesn't. We've just bottlenecked it, and it's not really worth having those extra fields. Now I know I could just still sell that extra like canola grain, and we would make money, but the oil is going to make us the most amount of money, and then because if you spend 200 grand or 300 grand on a plot of land, it's gonna take a lot of grain, like a lot. You have to sell a lot of canola to pay that back. Like, so is the juice worth the squeeze? Is kind of my thought process. So what I want to do is swath all of this canola and see what we get for yield that gets jumped into the production facility and see how close to the bottleneck we can get with doing that. Maybe we won't be close at all and we definitely need to buy another field, but I kind of just want to test this year and just see exactly how much we can get from swathing. Is my plan. That's my rough plan. Don't know if it's a good plan, but it's the plan that I have. So let's head back up to this guy and let's get him going on this field as well. And we're gonna have to do some running around with this truck. And we'll just be getting all our rice off, getting everything dumped into the production facility. I want to go through and obviously cultivate these fields when everything's all said and done from a harvesting standpoint, but I'm not going to really rush to do that since we're not going to be planting rice till the spring anyways, so we've got a lot of time to do that chore. Renting the harvester cost us about 4 grand, which it's not, I don't know, might be kind of a bit of a waste, but I thought it might be worth it just to get this harvest done. I kind of am going to quickly get into our next harvest so that we can swath. So like between this episode and next episode will probably be a bit of a jump in time. I'll basically go from harvesting this, then I might even skip planting rice and just kind of do that off camera quickly, get through the seasons, and get us into next year where we're swathing the canola is what I might kind of do. I don't know for sure. I haven't really made any serious plans yet, but could just be because I want to get swathing on it and just see, and then we can really go from there and figure out exactly what land we can buy next. I mean, I'd like to buy this plot 203,000, and it's a big field. It's a pretty big field. This is just so expensive for what you would actually get. This is a pretty good deal. Same with field number 2, like 476. This is what, 477. These would be good fields to eventually get. If I could expand and get all of these, and we're just rocking out with canola. Now, another thing I could always do too is if we get to the point, I don't know if we'll have enough time in this series, but we could always put down another production facility and just keep hammering the canola oil, and then as we get going, keep hammering the rice oil as well. As long as we can find flat plots of land to make those rice fields, because the elevation difference can really mess with it. I just haven't played with it enough to kind of know the limitations and how to set it up properly. But I'll do some research and stuff and figure out the best ways to do it off camera. But yeah, okay, so let's go see what this guy's doing. Not too bad. yeah, I'm just going to keep plugging away here. So what I'll probably do is I'll bring you guys back here in a second. We'll be a little bit further along in this harvest, and we can go from there. All right, folks, I'm just back here. We've got, actually, it was like went pretty quick. I was like, I kind of like looked up, it felt like, and all of a sudden, like half of this was done. Like a good, well, more than half of it was done. I'm just gonna pull it around here. This thing was basically just emptied, but I figured I'd do a little bit here. Get some of it out of it. And then this field is, obviously you can tell it's almost done. So this thing will be good. I'll be able to let him just run. These other two lower fields are done. The field at the front of the house has been completed. And so I'm just going to pull over here and get, well, let's just tab through the equipment, see what's going on. This tractor's out here planting this field. I've got, as you can see, these ones kind of got like that little bit of a yellowish hue. It's just getting finished being rolled up. Actually, here, let's pull this. Get him started while I try. So this field is being rolled. What I've been doing is like I seed, and then I take this green tractor and I hook it onto the hoeing implement, and I run the fields with that to pull all the weeds out to make sure there's no weeds, and then I hook the rollers up. Watch this guy struggle to back up. And then the rollers go through, roll the field out. And we'll fertilize after, once everything's kind of all said and done. That might be kind of some of the last things that we do. And this episode is getting everything fertilized. So this field is basically done, ready to go, other than fertilizing. That field behind me there, basically done, good to go. I'll run the hoe implement off this one, where the gray tractor is, right after. And then I'm going to move down to our newer field out there, field 6. And then that'll all be done. We're getting dangerously close for this field to being done. I'm pretty sure this is our rental unit. Yeah, this is definitely our rental unit. I can tell from the amount of hours that's on this thing. I don't know why it just leaves the edge of the field like that. I wonder if it'll go get it. Yeah, doesn't really matter. But we're getting dangerously close to getting the rice all harvested, and then once that's done, I'll probably end up hooking one of the tractors up and maybe start cultivating. But again, it's not like a major priority. I guess actually what I could do while I'm sitting here waiting is, let's go dump this in the production facility. Dump it around. I haven't really been keeping track or paying attention. I mean, it should be pretty easy to figure out, because I don't really think there was anything left in here. Let's check in our production facility. 16,000 liters. Yeah, not too bad. We still got a bunch of canola in there. We're just rocking. We're just giving her. Let's pull this truck around. But yeah, harvest is going really good. We get those fields prepped out and ready to go. There's nothing good in the store, really. I mean, these mulchers are kind of interesting, but yeah, don't really need those. We basically have everything that we need. I've said that a million times, but it's mainly just for me to say it to myself, so I don't get in the mood to go and buy a bunch of stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head over. It's probably just quicker to tab over to this thing, but I gotta fuel this thing up, pressure wash it before we return it. As long as I've got a mod on that, when like I said, it's kind of it treats leasing a little bit more like a rental in some ways, where if you bring it back fueled up and stuff, you get like your deposit back, if that makes sense. Like, you put a deposit down in case something gets wrecked. If nothing comes back wrecked, it's cleaned and fueled up, you get your deposit back. It's kind of more of that sense. So when I return this, I'll get a little bit of money back. I think I'll get like $900 back or something like that, as long as it's washed and full of fuel. Which is just kind of a good mod. Like, I wish, oh, that always happens. I wish the mod of lease to own was out, because I mean, that's more of a realistic thing where you can, because like when you lease something, usually at the end of it you have the option to buy it out. So since that mod's not out, having one that's kind of set up more like a rental, because in real life, you know, you would be able to rent equipment. But let's go, we'll go return this and I'll show you. So I fueled it up, I pressure washed it. Where are we going? Vehicles. I still don't like this. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too picky about it, but I don't like how they've got this set up to keep track of all the equipment that you own. I don't know. Not really liking it. Okay, so if I go out real quick, you'll get $1,900 back. $1,900 back off that rental. So just a little thing. I mean, we still got to pay washing costs and all that stuff, plus the hourly rate, paying for fuel and stuff. I mean, yeah, I think it's fair. But okay, I'm gonna let this. I'm just gonna let the crew keep going. They're gonna keep going here, keep planting. We'll get the implement going on one. Maybe towards the end of it, we'll go roll a field together. But yeah, I'll bring you back in a sec when we're a little bit further along. Okay, folks, we're just back here. What do I got done here? We got all the fields planted. I just finished planting that canola field back behind there. I'm gonna leave, like I said, I'm gonna leave that for now, not as a, well, because we can't really do it as a rice field. I wish I could, but it's just not really worth, I don't think, yeah, just doing like a little bit of a field. I don't really know where I'm going with this either. Let's drop that down. And what I got to do is I got to repair this tractor real quick, fill it with fuel, and then I'm going to hook the fertilizing unit up to this. So let's jump out here. 5 grand. Dang, must have had to buy tires for this thing. Okay, I'm going to spin this around. I want to connect, yes, the fertilizing unit up to it, because we're going to go down and get some of these fields fertilizing that I've got planted at the bottom. You know what? We're right here. Let's fill this tank. Fill the fertilizing tank up here. And then I got to spin that harvester around, get it offloaded into the grain truck. Or I guess we could just bring it right over and put it in the production facility since we're going to be parking it in the shed there till next year. Let's get this thing full of fuel. Alright, let's head down and let's set this guy to start fertilizing some of these fields. We'll get these fields fertilized. All the fields at the bottom here are planted. Yes, they're all planted. These 3 kind of big main ones right down here, they all have the weeds pulled off them. Just these first 2 over here are fertilized. I don't know why it's not. What? What's going on here? Okay, I don't know why this isn't fertilizing this field. Does it have to wait for a growth stage? Let me just try something here. Yeah, no. That's weird that it won't do it. Maybe I gotta just be in a different spot of it. There we go. Seems like it's going now. Okay, yeah, weird. Weird little moment there. So I got 218 liters in this tank, which basically isn't anything. But we'll dump this in the production facility. Then I'll take our grain truck over. We'll dump that in the production facility as well. I wonder what's in the grain truck right now. I actually can't really remember how much I had in there. Man, these things drive slow. Crazy. What I should do too is I should fuel this thing up, and we're going to have to repair this unit as well before I park it. Will this not dump? Oh, I was going to say, why won't it dump in there? Okay, let's close that. Jump over here. 8,000 bucks. Dang. Expensive year. Alright, oh, I guess we got to get fuel in it. 8 grand, eh? That's something. Can't believe something breaks down that can only go 7 miles an hour. Like, that's crazy. Alright. We'll get some fuel in this. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And we might as well park this guy and get him kind of right out of the way, since we won't be needing him till next year. I'm glad we rented 2 of them, though. That would just made it so much faster, so much just... It's just better all around. I like that. I'm glad I got 2 planters as well. I don't know if I'll buy 2 of these things just yet, but having 2 planters is good. Okay, so this tractor is here. Now, all of my canola fields should have the weeds pulled off. Yeah, they do. So I should be able to pull this unit over and park this. And then we can take this tractor down. I already got fuel in this thing, yeah. We can take this tractor down and we can hook up to our rollers and we can roll the last 2 fields that are planted kind of at the bottom of the hill. And then when I bring the rollers up, I'll do this one last. I think what I'm going to slowly start doing is try to like save up some money and start buying some of these implements. like rollers are, you know, they're 46,000 for rollers. Oh, I think I might start buying this stuff. Again, I've been like holding off because we can kind of afford it. I've been holding off a bit because I was hoping something good would come through the stores, like a set of rollers or maybe another rice harvester. I mean, we've seen the grape harvesters in there like 3 times. It'd be nice if, you know, something else popped through. But wish in one hand, right? Wish in one hand. Okay, let's hook this guy up. What I think I'll do is I'm going to set a worker to do this field, I think. And then let's go, so we got another 2,000 liters in this truck. Let's pull him over and dump in. Let's go to our production facility. So rice, 16,000. Whoa, are we not? Oh, there we go. So we should have about 18,000 liters in there now. Which, if we're doing 3,000 per, like, that's going to be like max. I bet you that's basically all it'll go through till next year. Because 3,000 liters, it's probably about 9 months in between plant and harvest. I think it is. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go park this grain truck, as we're not going to need him for a little while. I do got to cultivate these rice fields and kind of get them cleaned up, but I'll probably do that. I'll probably just do that off camera, to be honest. I'll set some workers doing it and call it a day. Think, rather than, well, it's hard to say. I don't know if I would rather get a good new set of cultivators. I think maybe I'll just keep renting them. Okay, so this field should be good to go. Yeah, we got 100% yield bonus. We're 100% fertilizer, 97% yield bonus. There's 100. We're fertilized. We got the weeds off. We should be good to go. This field should be the same, except for we're 50% fertilized. Yeah, so let's set a worker going on that. This field's getting rolled out, and then we can set the fertilizer unit on this after. As soon as this field's rolled out, we'll go roll that last field. I'm thinking we'll go roll that last field together. I'll probably maybe even do a little bit of a time lapse of me rolling that field. Or maybe we could just do it together. It won't take too terribly long, so I'll see. I'll kind of see how we're feeling towards the next little parts in this episode. That truck's parked there. This is getting fertilized good there. Actually, let's jump up to the farm here. And just go see. I'm going to turn on my speed a little bit so I can run a little faster. And this is all rice oil. There's a pallet of rice oil. And then this will be canola oil. Okay. We've got some good stacks of canola oil here. Really good stacks. Now, we're going to be selling it in December. Is when we'll be going into. So what I'm probably going to do here, I think I'll just put another little cut in. I'll get a few more things done here, and then I'll bring you back and we'll roll that last field together. And probably what we'll do to finish this episode is we'll get into December and we will go sell some of this canola oil and see how much cash we can get over the next few months. So I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, team, I'm back here. I just finished going through, I think I fertilized every single field that we have, I think we fertilized every single field that we have, and I didn't go through a full tank on this fertilizer spreader. Like, that's pretty good. I even went through and I did these rice fields quick. Yeah, this should be at 100%, just because I was like coming back and I had to do that canola field that was behind us there. And I was like, oh, I'll just spread some on there. I figured I could do it at this stage, but I wasn't 100% sure. And And yeah, I did every freaking field, and we didn't even burn a full tank out of this spreader. This is truly one of the best implements that you can get, I think. Yeah, sure. Let's fill this thing up with these. Okay, I'm just filling this thing up though, because I want to park it away full. I'm glad I went and got all these bags of fertilizer though. That was good. I basically use. Okay, 3,200. Yeah. Okay, so we got 1 and a bit bags left there. You know what? I guess I could just back this down right in there. Leave it down in there. Okay, so let's park this. Now, which implement do I want to grab onto? I think I'm going to hook on to this small set of cultivators. And I'm just going to set them to work on some of these fields, these rice fields. And we're going to go down and we're going to go roll. We're going to roll our 1 canola field that we got planted down there. Actually, you know what? I'll set someone on this one. Yeah, I got this set up here. So I figured we could go through and we'll kind of roll this together. Got my GPS set and stuff. I was just going to kind of chill out. I don't know if it's really big enough field. I don't think it's worth kind of doing a time lapse. So I figured we'd just sit and, you know, enjoy a little roll session here. Maybe chat about what we should do moving forward. Because I'm constantly like, do I get more land? Do I buy certain pieces of equipment so we don't gotta rent them anymore? You know, stuff like that. But I think the best plan right now, I don't know, but this is the plan that I have, is I think I'm just gonna like keep everything the same as it is right now. Like I'm not gonna buy any more fields. I was gonna buy this field behind us there, field 1. Yeah, that's field 1. But I think I'm gonna wait. And I'm gonna wait and see. What I'd rather do than buy field 1 is I would rather grow all these canola fields like they are right now. Leave the rice fields as is. I'd like to get more rice fields, but we can do that in the future. Grow all these canola fields as is right now, and then we'll swath them. We'll get that swathing unit and we'll swath them. And I guess if for anyone who doesn't know, I could kind of go through this real quick. If you already know, then this might be a little. Look at this. Another grape harvester pops in the store. What? These are cultivators, I think, or disc harrows. I'm just going to get this spun around here and then I'll explain. I guess I don't really need to show you, but those swathing units, I'll show you once I get going on this kind of different straight stretch here. But basically the way it works is, if you're familiar with the game, when you harvest, say, I don't know if you can bale canola. I don't actually don't know if I've ever tried. But with grain crops like your wheat, your barley, your oats, your I think that's it for sure that I know of, wheat, oats, and barley. You can enable the straw swath on your harvester, and then you can bale those straw swaths and get straw bales. What a swather is the swath goes across the crop first and it cuts it and it leaves it in a windrow, much like a straw swath. This is going to get kind of confusing because I'm going to be saying swath a lot. So there's a crop swath and then a straw swath. So the straw swath is what I talked about before with the oats, the barley, the wheat. If you want to get straw bales, you set your combine on the field as normal, and then you get a straw swath, and you can bale that straw swath, get straw bales. When you get a crop swath, what you do is you use that crop swathing unit, you go over your field, and it's going to leave the crop in a windrow, just like a straw crop, but you can't actually bale that. What you then have to do is that you then go over that crop swath. Sorry, I know this is confusing, but you go over that crop swath with a harvester, and then that'll harvest the grain off of it. Just like it's almost like it's like adding a step to, yeah, it's like adding a step to harvesting any of your grains. And it's like, well, why would you do that? It seems like a pain in the butt. It seems like an unnecessary pain in the butt. And I always thought it was, and then I did some more research, and apparently when you do swath the crops, you get like a crazy yield bonus on it. I'd seen some things where some guys said 20 to 25%. Now, don't quote me on that. And depending when you're watching this video, if this is in the future and you're, I'm recording this video in December of 2024. So if you're in the future and like crop swathing has changed bunts, it is what it is. But as of right now, you get like crazy yield bonuses from doing that. So it would be like, yeah, we'll have to run over the crops with the swathing unit. It'll leave it in a windrow. Then we'll run over those windrows with the harvester. The harvester will put all like the canola into the hopper, and it'll just leave. I think then from there you could potentially leave a straw swath and then bale it. I think. I don't really want to get into that if I'm being honest. I don't feel like baling straw at all. I don't know if it's any different than FS22, but in FS22 it really wasn't super worth it. I missed a spot there. It really wasn't super worth it to bale straw. Like it was, yeah, it really wasn't that worth it because you didn't make that much money on it. But I want to try this crop swathing and just see, because if we can get 25% more yield off our fields right now from doing that, it might be worth investing in a unit like a crop swathing unit potentially, and because that would be cheaper in a sense than having to buy more fields. I think. I don't know. I think it's worth trying though, for sure. So we'll definitely do that. We'll do some crop swaths and see if the yields are as good as we think. And I hope they are. I hope they are. Plus, I've never done it before, so it's always kind of fun trying new stuff in the game. And if you guys haven't done it before and you want to see it, it'll be a good thing. We'll kind of can test and learn together, and you can decide if that's something you want to do when you're playing the game. If you play the game. I really like this new GPS, though. It's a good addition. Man, am I missing all these little corner pieces? I should have almost done 2 headlands on this field, but that's okay. When we get to the end of this field, we can always kind of come back and we'll cut across it and catch all these weird little spots. You know what? Actually, we don't even need to worry about it. Who cares? Those little spots. I don't think that's gonna make or break our canola farm. I don't think, at least. But I am pretty excited. I am pretty excited for the next harvest. And I'm stoked for like how much cash we got in the bank right now. Like after these next few months of the canola oil and stuff going through, we're gonna have a good chunk of change that we sit on, because I think we're gonna get a bunch of canola oil. Last time I think we had 20 pallets or 20,000 liters, and it was like 150 grand or something like that. And there's already like 10 or 12 pallets sitting there. So we could be at like 32 to 35 pallets, maybe more, something like that. So that like we could be sitting on a pretty nice little chunk of change in a bit here. Hopefully we can get to close to 500,000, because what I'm gonna do over these next few months, which I'll do off camera, just because I'm just gonna rip through it and get a bunch of them done, is contracts. Because there'll be a bunch of harvesting contracts that come up over the next couple months, and then there's going to be massive cultivating ones. Cultivating ones are super easy because I can just set AI workers to it, kind of go do something, and just come back and we have like a bunch of relatively pretty easy money. So that's kind of my plan over these next few months. Get into December, and then hopefully we can go sell and just make a good chunk of a coin. Let's get this cruise going. Yeah, not too bad. Not too shabby at all. Because if we can get some good money going over the next bit, like if we can just get, there's nothing really I have to buy, so if I can just keep stacking bags, we get to that point of where we can straw swath, or crop swath rather, do that, hopefully get another massive like harvest and yield off everything, push all that through the production facility, and then like that'll be like around episode 20, and then that gives us like another 15 episodes to kind of rinse and repeat and do that stuff and just save as much cash as possible. Then we will sell everything and head to the next map. That's my plan, at least. That is my plan. Now, I know I was gonna say maybe we could get to going and selling all of that canola oil and stuff this episode, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably end the episode there, and what I'll do is I'll put that as a part of next episode. That can be a part of episode 17. It'll be like the first thing we do is go sell off all that canola oil. I'm gonna just like do what I said, go do some contracts and stuff in the time being. We'll sell all that canola oil. I'll get that trailer loaded up, and then yeah, basically at the beginning of episode 17, we'll be heading off to get some money. Get some money. Hopefully, and hopefully something good comes in the store. Maybe I might buy something if we get a good deal on something coming through the store, but it won't be anything major, I don't think. So yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it a whole bunch. I appreciate likes that come through, any of the comments that you guys put in. I always like responding to you guys, so that's super fun. If you can and feel so inclined to, I always appreciate it if you could hit that sub button for me. It's it's a completely free way to really help the channel, and I'd love to have you a part of the Ultra Farmer community. That being said, yeah, I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is you're watching this. And yeah, thanks again. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out. Take care, folks, and I will see you on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 17 of our Hutan Pantai series. I am Ultra Farmer, and we got a cold December morning right now, but we're off to sell our canola oil. We've got 28,000 liters of canola oil that we're taking to sell. Good old canola oil. And yeah, we're going to be taking it to the farmer's market. I think like always, I think the railroad actually has the best price, but it's by like $20 per 1,000 liters. Like, so I'm not going to go mess around and call the train and stuff. We'll just take it to the farmer's market. What else happened in between last episode now? Not a whole heck of a lot. I did a couple contracts, and I just got all these fields. These are our canola fields that are dialed in beside us. They're growing good. They're 100% fertilized. They've got no weeds on them or anything like that. Jeez, it is a miserable day out. Good day to go make some money, I think. What else did I do? The only thing that I actually bought us a new trailer. Just because it came through on the sales. There's nothing really good in the store right now, to be honest. There's a sprayer, baler, some new harvesting heads. It's pretty good harvesting heads, but or headers rather. But we've got a set that works just fine. We don't need to be wasting money on that. But a trailer came through, and I think it was 17,000. There was two things that I bought. I bought a set of disc harrows on the store from the stores. They were 26,000. They're 8 meters wide, and you only need to have 180 horse to pull them. And they work great. I actually used them to cultivate all of our rice fields just because that was what was left, and I had them just to kind of test out. And yeah, they worked like a hot damn. So I'm glad I got that. And then I bought a trailer, which I think was 17,000. Which we didn't like 100% need. It was just a good deal, and it'll help out when we're as we start to we're expanding further away from the farm, so it's going to be nice to have a trailer that can hold a little bit more, and we can oh, the wrong button there. So 80 grand on that haul. 80, 160. Geez, that's like 170. I guess we don't really have to do it like that. We can just go 193. Not bad. Not bad at all. Almost 200 grand off that canola harvest. Okay, so that's pretty awesome. That's pretty freaking awesome, if I do say so. I wonder... This field looks pretty withered. I think we could just cut right across it. That's a cotton field that was harvested. Yeah, no one will bother if we cut across this right now. But, okay, perfect. So, 200 grand. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a little bit of a cut in. What we're going to do, we have to go sell off our wheat as well, but we don't have to do that until January. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little bit of a cut in, and what I might do is I might use our new trailer to go take that wheat in, I think. Might have to, yeah, I'll have to look and see. I'll look and see. But I'll bring you guys back in one sec. We'll be loaded up. It'll be January, and we'll go sell off some wheat. All right, folks, we are back here. It is January. I've got our wheat loaded up in our new trailer, which I can't believe it. If you look, the amount of wheat that we had, I guess I didn't really need to stop for it, is 99% what this trailer can hold. We were like almost, it was almost perfect. 18,469 liters. This thing must hold 18,500 liters, which is just, that's so lucky. So we don't have to do 2 trips, which is kind of nice. And we're going to head to the Harbor Grain elevator because I looked and the prices, it's not really that different, and this is a pretty easy sell point to get to. But yeah, this is our new trailer. Like I said, 17,000 bucks. Not a bad deal. I'm thinking this wheat will probably pay for it right now. So, you know, works out good. And then we got ourselves a trailer. Because, like that, our little grain truck is fine and it works great. But now that our fields are kind of getting further and further away from the house, we're going to have to be making trips back and forth. Like once we start harvesting more canola and stuff, I think I can get to it down this way. So having this trailer, because like this thing's 18,000, our grain truck is 8,000, I believe it'll hold, or is it 7,600? It might only be 7,600. I think it is only 7,600. So it's like almost this just trailer is almost 3 times it, and I can put an extension on this trailer if need be, and we can get I think 24,000 liters it will hold. I think something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I don't know exactly how much that'll cost either, but we can do that from our little workshop station that we have built at the farm. So I think this will be good for the future to have for us. And plus, it's a pretty good deal. 17,000. These are probably like 23, 24 brand new. So, all right, well, let's get in here and let's see how much we're going to get for this wheat. And then basically what I'm going to do is I'll put in a cut kind of after this, and we're going to do the same thing and sell off our mushrooms. Because we're going to be selling off the mushrooms in February. So yeah, it'll basically kind of just be the same thing here. Let's dump this in, see how much cash we get. And then we'll go sell some mushrooms in February. And then we got rice fields to plant. There we go, 22,000. Not bad. So that pays for this trailer and a little extra walking around money for us. I'm gonna have to go buy fertilizer at some point too. I'll have to take that trailer and go load it up. But okay, I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'll put a little cut back in. It'll be February when we come back, and we'll go sell off some mushrooms. Okay, team, we're back now. We are back downtown, and we're gonna go sell off our mushrooms real quick here, and then we'll head back up to the farm. This is kind of a fun part of the year because we just like get to go and get a bunch of cash. The mushrooms are a sweet thing because they just sit there, and I've got a system set up that those greenhouses will self-water, so literally you don't really have to do anything with these. You just have to take them in the springtime and collect some cash. 50 grand, like that's a pretty easy way to collect 50 grand from mushrooms. It's awesome. So we're doing not too bad. We got 450 grand. I think this is going to be a good time to, like, there's no good contracts or anything going on right now. There's literally, yeah, there's 2 contracts going on, wood transport and deadwood. Not really our cup of tea, so to speak. And I don't think, yep, nothing good in the store. Or nothing that we need, rather. But we're gonna have a good harvest this year. And then, so April, we got to plant our rice fields. So that's basically what we're gonna do next. I'm gonna get, pull back up to the farm. And then I'm just going to jump through a couple months into April, and then we got to start planting our rice fields. We will end up selling all of our rice oil in June. Is June right? I think I'm starting to remember all this stuff. Finally. Where is it? Rice oil, June. Yeah, that's kind of our next major one. And we do have some canola. Like, yeah, we got 67,000 in rice oil, and then we got it out. I got another, where did it say? 10,000 liters in there. So another about 3 months would be 3,002. So we should get about another 6 pallets, another 6,000 liters. So at 36,000 liters at another, and I think there's $6,000 per 1,000 liters. So that's roughly another 36,000. So, could have over 100 grand sitting with our rice oil as well. So, like, I mean, that's going to be pretty awesome. That would put us over that half a mil mark, which is pretty good with the amount of land that we got, the equipment, the implements, and all that stuff that we have. Now we can slowly start to afford to maybe buy some stuff rather than having to go back and forth to lease it, like potentially a set of rollers or something like that. Rollers would be a good one just to not have to go rent again. I think I might just leave. Actually, I'm gonna spin this trailer around and we'll park it right down over here as we're gonna need to be loading up this rice oil in June. I think that'll be the next thing that we have to load up. And then once we sell that rice oil, I'll want to go take this trailer and go get a load of fertilizer, is kind of my thoughts. This is the new disc harrows that I bought. Again, I got these on sale for 26,000. This is a pretty decent deal for these because I'll just open them for you. They're 8 meters wide, and this tractor pulls them really good. But yeah, that's them. Not too bad. For 26,000, not too bad. So now we got 2 sets of cultivators, which we kind of don't need, but it'll just make things go a little bit quicker now that we got kind of some bigger fields going. I eventually would like to get another planter, I think, just to help planting everything. But again, that's just kind of, wants versus needs, really. And that's fine. So let's go there. Let's jump there. Okay, I'll bring you guys back in April and we'll start planting some rice. Okay, we are back. It is April and we're going to plant some rice in our fields. We got both of our planters up. I'm just going to get this one going to burn the last little bit out of these planters out. I know I should fill them, but like one of these pallets exactly, or these planters will fit one of those pallets exactly. And so I like to run these planters right completely empty before I try to fill them again, so that way I can just put one full pallet in there, and then I don't have like these half pallets kind of kicking around, if that makes sense. So I find it better if I just do that, and that, and then this should fill it perfectly, and off we go. So I went through and let's back this guy up. That. I went through and I've got all the fields flooding right now. I turned on all the pumps and I've got the fields flooding out. So you're basically you're able to start planting immediately once the field starts flooding, but it'll take a second for them to get to their full amount. I think I'm going to take this guy. I think I'll go all the way to the bottom field with this one, and that way we can get that one going. It won't be too... Now that I have 2 planters, this goes much quicker. Way quicker, it feels like, to be honest. Which is awesome. Our canola field's coming in nice over there. There's not really that many good contracts going right now. I say good, like for me, I'm just... the ones that I think are good are the easy money ones, where I can just set a worker to do something and then make like 18 grand. It's kind of... Yeah, I know it's probably not the right way to look at it, but... just seems like that's the best thing to do when we're trying to make extra cash. I don't really feel like going to, like, let's just go see what is in there. Hoeing, like, you know what I mean? Like, to load up our equipment or even to rent stuff just to drive all the way over there for $1,000, I just get a little bit lazy and I don't want to do. We could do that one for 6 grand. Plowing's all right, but it's slow going. Could do weeding. Yeah, we can maybe do that. We'll see. I kind of want to just focus on planting right now rather than doing contracts. It's not really the end of the world if we miss out on that contract, or we can do it after all this is said and done. But I want to get these fields planted. They should all be 100% fertilized. Let's just go run around and check here quick. That's 100% fertilized. That one's 100. I know I could just look on the map real quick, but This is just as fast, it seems like. Okay, yeah, we're all at 100 there, which is good. This... Which one will run out first? Probably this guy. I'll just hang out here and wait. But yeah, we got rice fields that we need to plant, and then our production facility is still rocking. We've got 5,000 liters left, so basically 2 months left of cycles to run through before all of our rice oil is good and done. We've got a bunch of pallets sitting over there ready to go, and in June we're just gonna be selling it off. I wonder if it's telling me. Yeah, it's saying we got 102,000 as of right now, which is good. I mean, we could go sell these rice saplings, but it's not really worth. It's not really worth because we got to keep 10 pallets anyways. Yeah, it's not really worth it to go sell those, to be honest. I like to just keep them around the farm because you got to drive really far to sell them, and it's better to just have what we need kicking around here. But yeah, our next major sell will be in June, and that'll be the rice oil. And if we go, where are we going to be taking the rice oil? Probably farmers market will just be best. It's just easiest to go there, really, rather than drive super far away. But yeah, okay, I'm just gonna keep letting these guys go and get all planted out. I'm just gonna be kind of running around babysitting with this little our little rice wagon here, and yeah, I'll kind of bring you guys back when we're getting a little bit further along in planting. Just back here, we've got a good chunk of these fields done. We're almost done planting the rice. Basically, whoa! Somehow that landed back upright. Nice. Okay, not too bad. I thought I was gonna have to like go get the tractor to like flip that over or something. That's not too bad. Okay, let's jump into this unit and let's fill this bad boy so we can keep going. Jeez, this little thing's got some jam. We took it off a jump. So the fields are almost done here. Let me just jump back into this thing and get it out of the way. I'll probably need to bring one more pallet over here, to be honest, to finish off this field. See if we can jump out of this thing again here. Whoa. Oh, that was kind of lame, but oh well, oh well. Okay, so let's pull up here and let's load another pallet into this thing because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need one. So I went through and I loaded up all of our rice oil so far. I threw it into the onto the trailer while I was just kind of waiting for everything to get done here. Let's put this in here. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's get the straps on it. I just filled that unit down there, so I don't know. It should be. Yeah, we should be definitely good to go for this one to finish off this field. I think at least. I don't know. I kind of have a bad judgment with these rice planters, but okay, I actually have another pallet sitting over there already to go. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just park this bad boy back over kind of up top here. And we'll just see, like, it's kind of weird because I kind of want to, like, buy another field now that we got, as soon as I get some money in the bank, I just want to spend it. I kind of want to buy another field, but again, I don't know if we're going to bottleneck this production facility just yet. I don't think we will, but let's go into, yeah, this will work for now. I mean, I could buy this field. We can't afford this field now, and I could turn it into a rice field because it's flat. It's quite flat, and that would kind of like complete our little zone up here. And this would probably be the max amount that we need for a rice field for in one production facility is what I'm thinking. I kind of want to get this field. What's on that field right now? Let's go take a look here. What do we got going on here? Oh, that was weird. That was really weird. Okay, so they got cotton going on this field right now. What's on this one? Nothing. Needs plowing. What's on this field? Nothing right now. Okay. Well, I definitely want to get field number 1 at some point, and I'm hoping field 7, but that's so expensive, and we're just paying for a bunch of trees that we don't really need. I mean, this is less money, And we could always put this as another canola field as well. This is expensive just because we don't need any of those trees, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait. I think the plan will be just to wait, um, get this harvest done, and we're gonna swath everything. That'll be what we do. We'll wait and we'll see. Because once we get the swathing unit, and we see what kind of yields we get off the fields, then at that point we can make a decision. Either we're gonna buy more fields or we're gonna buy a swathing unit and just do that moving forward. The only thing I don't know about swathing, I really don't know, is if we're going to be able to use AI workers. Like something tells me that once the swaths are down, we're not going to be able to use an AI worker because it'll kind of be like baling, where you can't just set up an AI worker to do the baling. It's kind of what I'm thinking, but I don't know for sure. I haven't done it before, so that will have to be a little trial and error. I don't know. I don't know if that'll be worth it. If the yields are good and you can still set a worker, well, the yields will be better. I know that. If you can set a worker, we'll probably end up definitely doing it. If you can't, I think what it would probably be best is just to get more fields and then hopefully get another combine. There's nothing good in the store. I mean, there's this tractor. What is this thing? We could tint the windows. The back windows only? What? What? What would we even do with this thing? What? Oh, yeah. I don't really know what the point of that thing would even be. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. Even the little our little this thing, at least this thing serves a purpose. It does haul around these pallets for us, but that thing, I don't know what it would do. But okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to finish off getting these planted, and then what I'll probably do is bring you back in. We'll jump through into June, and then we're going to go sell off our oil and kind of see how much cash we're going to be sitting on, man. It's going to be kind of quick. We're kind of jumping through the months a little bit here, but that's kind of what we're going to have to do to get as much into this series as we can. Um, I just really want to keep expanding and try to get, if we do have to buy something like we do have this whole area here, we might be able to put another facility down or something. Like, I don't know. I just want to keep expanding, and if we have to buy another production facility and put it down because we've bottlenecked it, then I think that's just what we're gonna have to do. I don't really know the ways around it. What I might do too is, where can I go? Oh, it's in here. Where is it? There are these little ones. This isn't the oil mill one. Where's the oil mill one? Grain mill, oil mill. Like, I don't know what this entails. Like, I could put this down. Does it just produce one pallet at a time? How much is this gonna like produce and let me hold? I might end up putting one of these down just to see like what all the fuss is about, but I'll kind of wait and do that. I don't know just yet if that's something we're gonna do, but potentially I could do that. So, all right, yeah, I'm gonna get these fields finished off, and I'll bring it back in June, and we'll go make some more money. All right, team, we're back here. I'm just heading up to the farmer's market with our load of rice oil. So what do we got here? 21,000 liters. So that's not too bad. I can't remember what we took up last time. I really can't remember, to be honest. But our canola fields are just rocking out. We still got these weird, it's still got like some weird patchiness with it, which I still don't understand that. I don't know. Maybe I should just quit thinking about it. Don't know what to do. I don't know why it happens, but it does seem to happen every now and then. But yeah, canola fields are dialed in. This has just been a grass field for so long. I wonder if it's ever gonna change. I like to just buy the fields when it's got good crops on it that we can harvest. Like that last field we bought that was a canola field, just worked out perfectly. That would be ideal. But yeah, I'm excited to take up this rice oil now because we should get a good little haul off this, at least 100 and some grand. And that'll put us over that half a mil mark, which, yeah, it's just awesome, really. Put us at that half a mil mark, and then we'll be able to just like rock through with the production facility with the canola oil, and hopefully get around $1 million here soon would be nice. But we're doing pretty good for it being episode 17 when I like, because I'm still thinking roughly around that 30 to 35 marker will be a good time to move on from this map, kind of sell all of our stuff and move on. Oh man, I screwed up, didn't I? Oh no. No, this trailer's not going to help us either. To try and ram it around here. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about all the money that we were going to make, and now we're in a predicament. Oh, okay, I got myself out of the predicament. Can I just sneak through right here? Alright, I'm at what we call a crossroads. Do I drive down that road and hopefully not get stuck? Or do we just go around? You know what? For the sake of saving frustration, I'm just gonna go around and hopefully not, I don't want to start swearing in this episode, I don't want to, but okay. Can we make it through there? Maybe I can just spin around in this parking lot. You know what? I'm just gonna take the long way. I'm gonna take the long way. We're not gonna get this thing stuck. I like this map. There's a lot of this map that I like, but I don't like that they created this like downtown area to be so difficult to like get your products in here to sell. Like the one harvesting contract that I did with like I had like a big like B train, like truck and trailer. That was that one that I didn't end up getting paid for. That it just like, yeah, it ended up costing me money to do because the game glitched out. But I was like trying to drive down here, like down these roads, like it was this turn right here around this corner that I'm about to go right around, with like a big truck and trailer, and it was like not possible. Like not possible. Like if I'm gonna be honest, I'll be honest with you guys right now. I might have used super strength just a little bit to kind of drag the trailer around. Maybe. I don't know. Can't really remember. It's hard to see. It's hard to say, But may have. But I was just thinking, like, why make it so ridiculously difficult just to, I don't know. The map's sweet, but I just wish it was made a little bit wider. They could have did it just a touch wider for us folk. Okay. Moment of truth. How much cassiola do you think we're going to get off this? Okay, not bad. 160 grand. And with that, we're not only over half a mil, we're over 600,000. So that's pretty awesome. That is actually really awesome. Now, the one thing that I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to head up to the store now and I'm going to pick up some fertilizer and then head back to the farm. Just because we're out and about with this tractor right now. Out and about. No doubt about it. How can you tell I'm from Canada? But yeah, since we're out, I'm going to go pick up a few bags of fertilizer and drag them up to the farm. And, I'll just throw a little cut in. I'll bring you back when we're back at the farm real quick. All right, I'm just back at the farm now. I parked our trailer kind of on the other side of the production facility over there, and I dropped off. I ended up buying 8 bags of fertilizer. I figured might as well just buy a bunch, and then, why not? So the other thing that I want to do real quick here, now that we've got a little bit of cash, there's just a couple things that I want to do. One thing I want to do is I'm going to jump out and I'm going to get into this, and I want to put a bigger engine, the biggest engine that we can in this tractor. Just to help out with pulling some of the implements around, because sometimes I'm always swapping this tractor out so it doesn't have to be with the cultivators or something, but I just want it to have the biggest engine that it can. So I think I'm going to stick with that, and we'll just spend that 25 grand there, 24 grand rather, just to get this tractor to have 225 horse. Now this other green tractor that we have has 230 horse, which is more than enough. And kind of the only other thing that I want to do is I want us to get, well, here, I gotta go fill this thing with fuel, make sure we're good to go fuel wise. Won't cost too much money, but we gotta do that. Now, the other implement that I want us to buy for us just to have is a set of rollers, so we don't gotta go back and forth now, because now we can kind of afford it. We can grab these, and it'll just save us from going back and forth blah blah blah. In the end, I'll be happy that we got that. So let's take this tractor down. We'll take this one with the new horsepower in it. Let's go get us a set of rollers. So then we have them up here. And then when it comes time to harvest the canola, because we're going to be harvesting canola next episode, basically. And so we're going to have to rent a swathing unit, or lease one, with headers, and we're going to test it out. We're going to see, we're just going to see how it goes, see if it's going to be worth doing it on all the fields. I think what we'll probably do is just do it on all the fields, just to see the kind of yields that we get off of it. I'm hoping I can work it so that I can use an AI worker, but the more that I think of it, I'm almost going to guarantee that that it's going to be like baling, and I won't be able to use AI workers, which is like fine, but it just takes so much longer when I can have one of the workers doing something, and then us kind of running around, facilitating, dropping the grain off at the production facility, blah blah blah. So, but only time will tell with that. But yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm getting pretty stoked on the farm. It's coming along nicely. Now that we've got the production facility going good, all our fields have kind of gotten set up, and we're kind of getting that influx of cash each year because we made like almost 200 grand off the canola oil and then 160 off of the rice oil. So like 360 grand return on the year, that pays for some new plots of land and stuff. Like next year will be much more profit because we had to spend some money to buy those new plots of land, and now that we've kind of, like even buying the set of rollers isn't really that big of a deal because we're ahead enough on cash now that I can do just a couple contracts. Say I got to do 5 or 6 contracts and it'll pay for these rollers, and I do 5 or 6 more contracts and it'll pay for that upgrade that we made to this tractor just to give it a little extra horsepower. All that's going to be pretty easy to do over the next little bit. So I'm not too worried about spending that money. And like we're only episode 17. We're like basically let's consider it half done. And we really like if the swathing is super worth it, the crop swaths, and we're like getting so much extra yield off of it, and it's not too much more work, so to speak. Um, we might have to buy a little bit of might have to buy some units of that, but I don't really know. The only other thing I could see in the future is if a good combine was to come through the store, it might be beneficial to get 2 of them if we're going to keep expanding the fields, especially if we get some of these big ones over there. It could be beneficial to get another combine just to help with harvesting. But also, even as I say it, to lease one when it comes time to harvest is, yeah, that's actually probably the move because even if it's like 15, 20 grand to lease one, it's still much cheaper than 250, 300,000 to buy one. So, yeah, I think probably just lease big stuff. It's almost seems to be better to lease the bigger equipment, and then like you can spend the money and purchase this kind of smaller equipment, the stuff that's around basically anything under 100 grand you can almost justify buying, and it can be super beneficial. Once you get over that, you really got to weigh the options of like, how long are we gonna be on this map for, right? If we were gonna build like 100 episode series on this map, well then yeah, you could buy those implements and they would slowly pay for them over time, but by the time we're done and heading to a new farm, it's not going to be worth, like the juice won't be worth the squeeze. Let's leave those right there. But yeah, we're pretty set up. We got a good set of cultivators now and a good set of rollers. 2 sets of cultivators really. We got our weeding unit, our planter. We're pretty much good to go. So there, we made some money this episode, and like I said, next episode we'll be getting into harvest, and we'll really test out crop swathing and see how that goes. So I think that'll do it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you guys like always. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. If you have enjoyed this episode, consider hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button. That's it's a really helpful way to help the channel out. It's completely free, and I would appreciate it greatly. Like always, hopefully you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whenever you're watching this. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys on the next episode. Once again, thank you guys so much. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out, and I'll see you on episode 18. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 18 of our Hutan Pantai series. I am Ultra Farmer. It is July here at our farm. Hopefully you guys are having a good, morning, afternoon, evening, kind of whenever you're watching this. But we got a bunch of work to do today, really. I was just getting some fuel in this tractor. I can't go that way. That tractor's in the way. Spin around here. And we're going to head down to the canola fields. July means it is canola harvesting season here at our farm, and that's what we're headed off to do. We're gonna start our canola harvest, and this year we're going to swath all of our canola, which I don't really know how it's gonna go. I've never swathed before, so it's gonna be kind of a new thing. What I did is I went and I rented some equipment, which I'm just pulling up to now. I got us kind of set up down on this one field. It was a bit of driving around and getting back and forth, blah blah blah. I brought the other headers for our OG grain headers down here. If this becomes too much of a headache, I might just harvest one of the fields, but I'm gonna try and go through and do the main swath and everything. So I'm just gonna actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run over to each of these units. I'm just gonna shut them down for a second, just so it's a little bit easier to kind of go through. Oh, little jump there. Just so I can go through and kind of show you everything that we rented. So the first unit that we have here is this is the swathing unit with like the windrow swathing head, and I'll kind of go into the store here real quick just so you can see exactly what that is. It's a little hard. So that's obviously this unit right here, and then this is our header. Now this is going to create the crop swath. It's going to look like a straw swath. If you're not familiar with you'll get it figured out real quick here with what I'm doing. But essentially what this unit's going to do is it's going to swath everything down into a crop swath, which again will look like a straw swath, but it's a little bit different. Then what we do is we go into special headers here. I have this special MacDon header set on our harvester. So this will connect to a harvester. These connect to the harvesters. But this header, as you notice down here, these icons look like a little bit different. They're kind of hard to see, but one's going to be for wheat, one's going to be for barley, one's going to be for canola, one's going to be for soybeans, I believe, and the other is wheat, barley, oats, canola, soybeans. That's all it is. Yeah, wheat, barley, oats, canola, and soybeans. Blah blah blah. And so that unit is right here, and it's hooked on our harvester. And so after we put the windrow down, we will go over that windrow with this. This will pick it up, and it'll actually get our like canola out of it. If we wanted, what we could also do is then enable the straw swath, and then there would be a straw swath that would come out of the back of this that we then could bale into straw bales. I know that's a lot of like crop swaths, it's a lot of nonsense, but it'll make sense here in a second. Now, I'm going to fire this thing up now. For some reason, I don't know why, a worker doesn't want to work on these fields. It's a very weird thing. So another thing that you can do, and I'll show you this in a second, because it's going to be difficult for using workers. So I'll show you how you do this. So what I just want you to remember that the working width of this header is 12.2 meters. And that's going to matter just in a little bit. When I go to use the harvester, I'll show you what I do for this. So I'm just going to set this to normal. I'll keep the grid lines on and stuff like that. And that way we can... let's get this thing fired up. Yeah, get her spinning nice and good there for us. It's going to drop this down. Hopefully, yeah, there's our line. See, now you can see we have our swath that's coming out behind it. Again, this is called a crop swath. If you rolled over this with a baler or with like a forage wagon, I don't really know why I just did that here in tutorial world. Oh, okay, well, interesting. You can go over it backwards. I didn't even know that was possible with any of the headers. So there, we just learned that right there. Must just be a weird part of the field, like maybe a hill or something. I'm not too sure. But as I was saying, if you were to go over this right now with like a forage wagon or a baler, it wouldn't pick it up. Those units will not pick up this crop swath. So let's just go and do this. There we go. We're swathing machines right now. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why the AI workers don't feel like working right now. Who knows? Who knows? But so again, if you were kind of watching this before, I've explained this a few times, but if you weren't here for those explanations, I'll kind of go through this one more time. So like, what's the point of doing all this, right? Like, this just seems like a really unnecessary step or an extra step. From all the research I've done and I've seen with a lot of the other creators and people who have tested this, you get about a 20 to a 25% yield bonus when you do this. So on top of already having our fields at 100% yield bonus from doing the proper stages of, cultivating, rolling, and getting it for double fertilized and all that stuff, if you do this, if you harvest the crop in this manner, where you swath it down and then roll over the swaths with the harvester, apparently you get an extra like 20 to 25% yield bonus. So we could get like a crazy amount extra off of all of these fields if we do it in this process. So I figured we might as well do it for at least one harvest and see if it is as good as we think it is. And if it is, then we can do it again in the future. If it seems like it's just not really worth the headache, or just it's just as simple to kind of do it the old-fashioned way, if you will, then maybe that's what we'll do. But I really didn't want to. I really didn't want to get that spot for me. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now I just want to go down and I kind of want to get this set up in a different route. I'm going to head down to the end here. And see if I can get going back on this other way. What I think I might do... Let's just see this. Those trees are always just right in the way. This won't take too long to swath these out, even without a worker doing it. But I'm interested to see how much we're going to get off this. The problem is I don't even really remember what yield bonuses we got off this with just normal harvesting. I don't really remember from last harvest how much we got off this. We definitely would have got a full... Something tells me we got 14,000 liters. I think it was almost 2 of those full grain trucks full, which I know the grain truck would hold 7,600 liters. So something tells me, it's tight. Something tells me we got just about 2 of those off this field, but I can't really remember. But we'll go. We'll figure it out. We'll get all our swaths off this. I'm pretty excited though. I've never done this before, so it's kind of interesting. Let's shut that off. But yeah, we'll just swath them. And then, so I guess I'll kind of explain it. So when I go in and I set my AI worker, or sorry, I set the GPS, right, we've got a width of 12.2 meters for this header. So when you go in and you're using like that other harvesting header, it's much smaller, right? It's probably like, I don't know, 7 meters wide, maybe something like that. I can't remember exactly. But what you do is you just adjust that, excuse me, you just adjust that width in the settings as if it is a 12.2 meter header, and then the game will like lay out the same route as this route with that machine, and it'll be pretty close. You should be able to get just about all of it. It's never perfect, like, the game, it's not perfect, right? But that's basically how you do it, so that you can kind of just run the GPS unit and then do it the way that I'm doing it. But I'll explain it here in a sec. Or I'll show you rather here in a sec. Let's get this guy done. Another thing you can do too, with this unit, believe it or not, maybe I can demonstrate it after if I remember, but I'll probably forget. But you see how this unit sits, right? And we're driving it. It almost kind of looks like we're driving it backwards. If that makes sense. Like it looks like this front part is the hood, and these two small wheels out here should be the front of it. It's almost like we're driving it backwards. You can actually change this thing's driving directions. I'm on PC, so it might be a little different if you're on console. I don't know the exact binds, but on PC, if I put Shift Alt B, I believe it is. Actually, let's just check real quick here. Why not let me? Sorry, just Left Shift and B, and will change the driving direction of this unit. Oh, did I shut it off? Chin lagging here, and I shut it off. There we go. There we go. There we go. Technical errors here. Yeah, but it'll change the driving direction, okay? So, like, what's the point of that? Why would you want to do that? What does it matter which way you're driving? With these headers, like, you can get, I didn't rent the header with it, but you can rent it so it has transport wheels, like the other headers. And so basically what you can do is you can spin this machine around so that, or spin the driving direction around rather, so that when you hook onto the headers and pull them around, it pulls a little bit better, if that makes sense. If I would have had the transport wheels on this, I could have kind of demonstrated it a little bit better for you, but that's what we gotta do. Okay, man, we almost have our first field swathed out here, which is going to be awesome. Spin this guy around. Yeah, I've never crop swathed. Okay. Like, is a worker gonna... Let's try something here. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't want to... I don't know what it is. Really don't know what it is. But... Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something just real quick here, and then we're gonna go... So this is on 12.2, like it was before. I'm just gonna head onto this field real quick, just because I want to get this thing kind of out of the way. Oh, now we learned that we can go backwards, which is crazy. I did not know you could do that. Okay, so let's just pull this thing up here. Yeah, right there is totally fine. Okay, let's jump over into this unit. Fire it up. I'm going to come around here, and we're going to set up our AI workers to do the exact same thing. So if I hold my button... Oh, so this is a 10-meter one. Okay, let's just go so that we're on the field. No field detected. We're on the field, ain't we? Oh, that's for that. I don't know why it does that. I really don't know. Okay, so let's click this up to 12.2. Now, we only did one headland, so we'll have to go back down to that. Now, technically speaking, we should be able to just drop down there. We're going to start picking up this swath. And there we go. There we go. Now, like I said, if you wanted, I could stop this thing. I could hit F1 here, and I could enable us to have a straw swath that comes out of the back of this now. And then that you obviously could pick up with your you know, your balers or your forge wagons or whatever your... Okay, I just gotta make sure we're connected. There we go. But there we go. We are just giving her there. So now what we're going to do, you know what I might do is I think I might I'll swath this, or I'll harvest this one out, and we'll come back and we'll see how much that we got off this field. So I'll bring you back in one sec. Once I've kind of went through, I'll get all of this field, get the crop swath pulled off it quick, and we'll just see how much we got from this field. Okay, I'm just getting finished this first field here. I got an extra 1,620 liters in this harvester right now. I had dumped in, they weren't about 2 full loads, but They were pretty close. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. But what we're going to do is we'll dump into this trailer right now. And let's tab over and see. Okay, so 14,000 liters. I really don't know if that was more than last time. Now that I'm thinking of it, like it seems like maybe we got like, did I get about 10,000 liters off the last one? I'm not too sure. Okay, so 14,612 liters. What we're definitely going to do, what could I do here? I mean, I know what I could do, but I don't want to do that. I should have did that first. Honestly, what I should have done is I should have just like logged on, harvested this field with the normal headers, and then jumped out and just didn't save it so that I could then do this with you guys and have save, and then we could have known, but I didn't think about that till just right now. So I think the only thing we can do is just wait. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Give me one sec here. I'm going to just go back and look at one of the old VODs. I'm going to go find out exactly what it is. This is going to take me just like, well, it'll be 1 second in your world. It might take me 10 minutes in mine, but I'm going to go find it real quick and find out what we got off that field. Okay, I'm back here. I actually found it pretty quick. So off that field, when we just harvested it normally, we got 13,600 liters off of it. Just over that, 13,000. Basically one, oh, we're not going in here with it. Almost dumped it in there for a second. We don't want to dump in there. We wanted to go right in the production facility. But yeah, 13,600 liters. So off with swathing, we got about an extra 1,000 liters off of that field, which is great. You know, it's great. Definitely not going to turn my nose up at it. Will I do this again? I mean, probably not. I don't know. It probably won't really be worth it in the end to rent all that extra equipment. If you could buy all that extra equipment at a good deal and stuff like in time, it would be worth it, but for what we're doing in the amount of time that we're going to be on this map, I just don't think it would be kind of worth it long term to swath again. But we rented the equipment, and I'm going to swath all of these fields, and we're going to do it. We'll use the machine, we'll go through and we'll do it. Another thing that kind of doesn't make it worth it is I don't really know why. I can't seem to figure out why the AI workers won't find the field, if that makes sense. Like why I can't just set a worker to do it, and then at least I won't be able to set a worker to use the harvester because it just won't, it's not able to like figure it out, if you know what I mean, because of the way that like the difference in the headers and stuff, blah blah blah. But if I could set a worker to at least do the swathing and then chase behind with the combine, that would be nice. So I think probably in the future we won't do this again, but we're gonna do it this time, that's for sure. So what I want to do, I think I'm gonna park the trailer there, and I'm gonna go back on this unit and we're gonna swath. It really won't take that long. This is a big header, and even going through with the combine, it was pretty quick. I guess that's one thing, is it is a bit quicker. Even having to do it kind of by hand like this, like one stage at a time, because I don't got anyone here to give me help. It's still pretty quick because you only have to make like, you know, like this thing, like what do you make, 3 or 4 passes around this field and it's basically done. Same with the combine, like you do a couple passes around and it's pretty quick. Pretty quick. Not the quickest, but pretty quick. But what I think I'm gonna do, oh, see, I did that again there. A weird spot. Must be just like a weird, but I wonder if I can get it if I back over it. Ooh, even when I back over that spot, it really doesn't want to pick it up. Must just be weird with the hill. Must have to have like really kind of like pretty decent flat ground for it to really work good. It also doesn't like turning too well. There we go. Okay. Well, what I think I might do, just to kind of speed all this up, at least for these 2 fields, is I think I'm going to go through it. I'll do a little bit of a time lapse where I swath these 2 fields. and then I'll jump into the harvester and we'll go and I'll run the harvester over both these fields with a time lapse, and we'll just kind of see where we're at there. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse of me finishing off swathing these fields, and then getting the harvester over the crop swaths. Alright, folks, well, there is two of our fields swathed and harvested. I don't got much that I can fit in this trailer. God, I figured I'd take a full load up, 18,500. I'm happy we got this trailer early on. It was such a good deal at the time, and it just helps out so much. But, not too bad, like, to be honest. At first I was like, oh, is swathing even worth it? But it kind of goes quick. Even if I do it, like I said, by myself, um, that really didn't take that long. Ooh, this tractor doesn't want to go up this hill. Well, we might have to go buy a big tractor. Oh, geez, eh? Okay, awesome. But 18,500 and then another 14,000 from the one before. So what's that? 30, 32.5, something like that. Not too bad. 33,000 liters off those fields. We still got two more fields to do, which is awesome. I don't know, swathing is not too bad. Like I said, it kind of goes quick, but yeah, if I had a harvester with bigger headers, it would probably go just as quick. I don't know if we'll do it again. I think I'd probably rather just. It'd be nice if something good came through the stores. I've been saying that this whole series. If we could get a decent, maybe a bigger set of headers for that harvester, that might just make these fields go a little bit bigger or faster rather. But yeah, nothing seems to, no good deals want to seem to come through on that store for us, that's for sure. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna head back down and I'm just gonna go kind of get that other canola field done down there quick. And then I'll come back up here and I'll kind of just I'll bring you guys back in when I'm starting on the field, kind of our final field up top. Team, I am back here. I'm just getting finished kind of our final field here of all the canola. This actually, it actually went not too bad. That trailer beside us is almost full. I unloaded twice into it now. Full tanks out of this harvester, and then so just this is going to be the last little bit of it, but yeah. So there's 16,000 liters in that trailer right now, and then again, whatever else we get out of this right now, it's just bonus. But pretty good little harvest, to be honest. I mean, we'll check. I've been dumping it in the production facility, so like we can check when I head back up there right now. Because as soon as I get done this, I'm gonna pull right up, and then I'm gonna wash this header and then return it. But okay, so what do we got there? Another 3,000 liters off that, which is pretty crazy to be honest. So that means like 19,000 liters. No, sorry, that means no, yeah, 19,000 liters we've gotten off this field alone, which is really crazy. So this has got to be, I think, our biggest field then. Yeah, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, we're gonna have a whole bunch of canola in that production facility. Once I get over there, I'll dump this in, and then we'll grab that tractor and trailer, and we'll dump that in the production facility. It's been running, so like a bit has went through as I was doing this, but not too much. The rice fields look good. They look real good actually. We'll be harvesting them next month. And then next thing we'll have to do is be hooking onto our new set of disc harrows and getting some of these fields cleared off. But let's spin around here. Let's just see what we've got in here as of right now. 55. But I'm gonna go grab this tractor and trailer. I'll go dump this in. So not too bad of a haul. I mean, at first I was like, wow, maybe it's not worth it doing the swathing, but we actually got quite a bit of canola extra off these fields. Like, that was at 55,000. Like, something's telling me we were around that. Well, I can't. No, I can't remember again. I don't think I'm gonna go back and look and find. But I think though that it was about 28 pallets is what we had gotten from the production facility last time. Let's just pull this out of the way so we can kind of gauge it based on that. I'm gonna pull this unit up here. Let's go dump this guy in. We'll dump that. I'm just gonna jump down here real quick. I'll just wash this quick. Almost 74,000 liters. Not too bad. We've had 750 run through. Actually, that's not 100% true. That could have been sitting there before. So yeah. So we filled this thing 76% full. That's pretty not too bad. 74,000 liters. Okay. What I need to do now is I need to go back in to our vehicles, and I need to find. Oh, that's exactly what I need right there. Okay, so let's return that. I don't have anything else. Just this tractor. Okay, let's back this up. Actually, we can just leave that trailer right there for right now. We'll hook on to our disc harrows. Okay, I'm just gonna get hooked onto this, and I'm gonna head down to kind of our far field, and I'll just bring you back in a second, and we can kind of start getting some of these fields cultivated slash harrowed. All right, team, I'm just back here, and I'm gonna get started harrowing this field. Oh, we already missed a spot, so we're gonna back up and see if I can do this a little bit better. I was gonna just do it and not use GPS, but that might turn out to be a bad idea. I don't know. But yeah, okay. So we got all of our canola harvested, which is awesome. Also, what's really awesome is this set of disc harrows. I really like using a set of disc harrows rather than cultivators, personally, to do the fields after because it seems like you can pull them at so much faster of a speed. If I can just whip around here, like let's just go look real quick here. I'll show you. If we come in here, like if you go to cultivators, like a lot of these, I guess 9 mile an hour, 9, 9, 9, 6. These ones are slow. 9, 9, blah blah blah. Then you come into the harrows. These go 11, 11, 11. I don't know. It just seems so much better to use disc harrows if you can. But that's just my preference. There's also something I really enjoy about cultivating a field. Like once it's done, once the harvest is done, and then like grabbing these set of harrows and like getting the field cleared off. I don't know why it's like super satisfying for me, but it was a pretty good harvest. I'm glad we decided to grab the swathing unit and everything. I mean, I don't know if we'll do it next time necessarily. I mean, maybe if it. I'll kind of see. I'll see how much oil we get from everything, and I might go back and look on some of the older episodes and see if there was a point where I made a note of what the full harvest was. I'm sure there was. I'm sure there was a point where I went in there and had a look. Oh god. These things don't back up very good. So I might go back and take a look and just see if there what the old data was of what we got off with just doing a normal quote unquote harvest. And if it's way better, maybe I would consider doing it again because it wasn't too bad. It wasn't really too bad. I just wish the AI workers would go ahead and swath, and then I could just chase behind with the combine. That would be a little bit better, but not really, not really the end of the world. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna kind of slowly pick away at these fields and kind of get them cleared off and all that stuff. And then next episode we'll be back into rice harvesting, which we'll do another big rice harvest. And probably what I kind of want to do next episode is I might do a little bit of the rice harvesting kind of just off camera, just to kind of because we've done it a few times. What I would like to do is like almost kind of skip through it a little bit. I might kind of jump through time just a little bit quicker than usual, and kind of get to the point where we sell everything again and get another influx of cash. And then it'll probably come down to going shopping for some more land, potentially, and also maybe leasing a few different pieces of equipment. Because if we do go ahead and get like a big chunk of land like this, or we try and get another production facility or something like that going down, um, we're probably going to need a little bit bigger of equipment. So we might have to lease some stuff. I don't really 100% know yet. I would still like to buy that one plot of land up top by our farm that's really flat, kind of the last really flat plateau piece up there, and create one more rice field would be ideal. But I don't know. I don't know just yet. I may even do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just toying with it back and forth. But we also got to kind of get going and do a few more contracts, um, and just continue to stack as much cash as we can and get prepped to leave Hutan Pantai and then head to our next map, which I'm pretty sure will be Zelonka. We'll head up to Zelonka, and that's the map I think we'll do the lottery gameplay series on, where we spin the wheel and we kind of let the wheel dictate the things that we farm, the game settings that we have on or off, and kind of how everything's gonna go, which will kind of be fun because we don't really know what we're gonna get. which could be interesting. So I think that's probably going to do it for this episode. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the swathing, or even, if you were thinking about doing swathing and you hadn't really seen it done before and you're wondering kind of the steps and what it all meant with like the MacDon headers, hopefully it helped you out, kind of a little tutorial style. Like always, I appreciate it if you can hit that like button for me, hit that subscribe button, but, don't ever feel like you have to. Hopefully you guys have a good afternoon, evening, morning, kind of whenever it is that you're watching this. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next episode. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out. Thanks again so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys on the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 19 of our Hutan Pantai gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer, and we are here, and we got a pile of work to do today. It's going to be a good episode. We've got a bunch of field work to do. We've got some more rice fields to harvest. So let's get right into it. Let's go check on a few of the tractors who are out doing some field work right now. And yeah, let's have a great episode 19 here. Okay, right now I got one of our field workers who's just finishing up planting this field. He's got a couple headlands left to do, it looks like, and one more up and down on that other side. Getting these fields ready to go with canola. I'm just going to hop out of this tractor right now and get it out of the way. So we have to roll this field. And it looks like we got some weeds growing in here, so we'll have to go get our hoeing implement to get the weeds cleared off this field. Yeah, we got our lady worker, she's just given her. Let's hop on over to our other tractor. We got another worker who's over finishing up rolling in these fields over here. These are our main canola fields down here. This is going to be good. We'll be able to pull this roller right up to the other field, because this worker is almost done right now. Actually, we might as well just take this right over. Jump in this tractor. How are we looking for fuel? Okay, we got just over a half tank of fuel. Yeah, we got these fields rolled. I actually kind of went ahead off camera and I got most of the field prep work done over here just so we could kind of get things along. It's a lot of work getting all these fields prepped. Okay, I'm going to let's just fold this up real quick so we can haul it over a little bit better. And we'll go through all of these fields. So this field, it's fertilized, rolled, but we're going to have to go through and do a bunch of fertilizing as well, kind of. And that's going to be in our next month thing once we get a first growth stage. But yeah, we'll have to go and do a whole bunch of fertilizing. Let's just drag this through the rocks. Make the old Challenger work. Let's hop out here. Yeah, this field's looking pretty sharp. For some reason, it's got like 2 different tones on here. I don't really know why. That's why I wanted to come check it. It seemed like there was some nonsense afoot on this farm. Who knows what's going on. These fields are basically ready to go. Other than needing to do another stage of fertilizing next month, these fields are going to be all pretty much good to go. I don't think there's weeds growing on any of these. Let's just check down here. We just got to roll these ones. Doesn't look like there's any weeds. Doesn't look like there's any weeds. Okay. Just need to roll. We're getting to the point. I'm not joking. We're getting to the point where we almost need another tractor. Almost need another tractor. Now that's also me just wanting to buy another tractor. But on field prep days, it definitely would be nice to have more than one tractor. So let's get a worker going. Let's get these fields rolled. It won't really be too good because we still got to harvest a bunch of these rice fields. Let's fire this truck up. Let's fire this truck up. And let's run over to the old Japan 6130. Get this thing fired up as well. But yeah, we got a bunch of field prep work to do on these rice fields now as well. Alright, there we go. Let's get someone going on this. Now, another thing that we're going to do, I think, just going to hop into, oh no, we'll just hop into this mode. But I think what I'm going to be doing in the next, on the next harvest of all of our rice fields is we're going to do some long grain rice, is what my plan is kind of going to be. We're going to try it out and do some long grain rice and get that put in the production facility as well. We're sitting about 70,000 liters of canola, just under, that we got off last harvest, and we got 12,000 liters of rice in there so far, and we're just making oil. That is all we're doing. We're making oil. I'm never going to do olives in here. Not on this series. Nope. Nope. Can't do it. Can't do it. Although I think olives are better to do than grapes, but that's just me. Okay, let's check this worker over here. Getting very close. A couple more headlands, and then this field will be done. Not too bad. Okay, let's let some of these guys keep working a little bit longer here, and I'll bring you back as the harvest progresses on this rice field, and our field work progresses as well. Okay, this rice field is coming along nicely here. I'm actually just gonna go jump into this grain truck, spin around here, and maybe we'll get one little rice grain dump out of the old Japan 6130 here. I think it's always weird, as I always remember, is like this is on this side. It's always a little backwards, right? Okay, there we go. And our dude's far tractor finished up planting that field, so I was just pulling it over. We're gonna park the planter, and then we're gonna get it out of this guy's way real quick here. We're gonna park that planter. Let's jump over. Let's just do this right now. I'll go park this and put this out of the way, and then we'll jump over and we'll check on our other worker and see how they're coming along, rolling that one field. I bet you they're getting close to done. I dropped that right there. We're gonna go hook onto the disc harrows and start getting these fields cleared off. Yeah, I think what my plan is going to be, so I want to try some long grain rice just to see. So I think I'm going to try it on that field that we're currently harvesting right now and just see. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, pretty sure that you get less of a yield with long grain rice compared to, we're going to call this short grain rice. I'm not too sure. Not a real rice expert, but I think you get a lower yield bonus, but I just want to see how much. So we'll keep track exactly of what's going on this field, and we'll see. We'll just try it once. We'll do one field in the long grain just to see how it goes, because we can plant it with our planter, and then you harvest it with not the rice harvester, but with our Massey Ferguson. So it'd just be neat to see see how it all goes. Yada yada. Let's go check. Oh my god, perfect timing. Pretty much perfect timing, I think. There we go. Fire the old tractor back up, and we can get right into this field. I knew this was almost done, so the worker must have just finished, to be honest. Yeah, so right now we got 1,600 liters in here. Probably get 4,000 liters maybe off this field. And we'll just keep note of that for next year when we do the long grain rice. Let's jump over. I was going to use those other cultivators, but this will just be so much faster. As long as I don't hook on the water pump there, which doesn't look... Oh, yes. Okay, so I've got a mod installed where we gotta stay up to date with our tractor maintenance. One thing this mod does is it really kind of simulates like actual breakdowns, if you will. So if we let the that was actually me there, I hit the wrong button. If we let the health bar, if you will, of the tractor get too low, it eventually just won't even start, and it'll actually kind of simulate like actual maintenance, so we gotta stay on top of things. I'm just gonna go back through here and catch this spot, so it'll be a little bit easier to do. Jeez, dude, these rice fields are a bit of a pain. Rice it's alright. I probably wouldn't do... The only thing that I don't like about the rice is you gotta have like super flat fields. Like we could never, even when I was trying to mess around to do like a really, really big rice field, you would have to do it on like a different map where there was like these massive flat fields. But even then, if you wanted to do like a really big field of it, man, imagine harvesting like a 20-acre field with that little Japan 6130 harvesting unit. It would take so long. Or planting with the little planters running around with trays of saplings like I do with the little rice, our little rice rocket mobile. That that would take a long, long time. So I'd say that's my only beef. Not even beef. It's kind of fun to do. Something different. Something different than the normal stuff that we usually do. But a big field would take a long time. A very, very long time. I'm interested to see though, like how much less of a yield. I'm pretty sure you get less of a yield with the long green, like almost positive. But I just wonder how much. Usually it's because it seems like it'll be a little bit easier to do the long green. Like it'll be just kind of like any other crop that we do. We just plant it with the our more of a larger planter, if you will, because we could get huge planters. Whoa. See, that just shut down again. We're gonna have to do some maintenance on this tractor. That's crazy that it just shut down again, actually. I've never had it shut down twice in a row like that. I did it that one time because I accidentally fat fingered and hit the wrong button. Must be running low on oil. That's the only thing it could be. Okay, we got this field done. I'm gonna go do some maintenance on this tractor, and I'll bring you guys back once we finish harvesting that rice field, and we'll see exactly how much yield we get off it. We'll just kind of make a note of it for next year. Alright, we are just back here. I'm just finishing up rolling this field, and then basically all our fields down here, aside from doing a little bit of weeding on that one field, are going to be good to go. I'm just going to fold this up so that we can haul this a little bit better. We finished harvesting that rice field, so we're going to go up there next, and we'll offload the harvester into the grain truck. We'll go dump that in the production facility. I got another worker cultivating those rice fields. I took off the disc harrows. They're just a little bit too big and bulky. It's kind of alright to do this field, but I just put on the other small cultivating implement to do that. And yeah, so we'll go pull this over and kind of get this one set up to roll this back canola field kind of while these are harvesting. But I want to get this rice put away, like I said, real quick here first. Actually, we're gonna hit a little bit of maintenance, maybe a little bit of fuel to make sure we don't, well, I don't want to run out of fuel, but let's jump out here. What do we need to do? $1 repair. I mean, we might as well do that. 550 bucks right there. Quick oil change. Maybe grease this thing real quick. Let's get a little bit of fuel going in it. There we go. I have to buy some more fuel here? Yeah, let's buy some fuel. Let's get set right up in there. Fertilizing unit is good to go. Yeah, I got a worker cultivating that field. I'm just gonna go park this real quick, and then we'll jump into the harvester and... Oh, almost tipped these rollers. I'll get these rollers unfolded as well. Alright, let's jump over here. Wonder if it'll... See if I can shimmy around here a little bit. So let's just jump in here and see exactly what we get. 3,000-ish? Yeah, 3,041. So 3,000 liters we get off this field, and we'll just see. We'll see what we get with long grain rice, if it's close. If it's close, maybe we'll just start doing a little bit more long grain, but if it's way less, then we'll just go back to our normal planting saplings like normal and all that jazz. Okay, let's jump over. Let's fold this guy up. We're gonna put fuel in this thing as well. Yeah, like imagine harvesting like a 20-acre field with this thing. It goes 7 miles an hour. Unbelievable. That would be... maybe I should just do it for fun one day, just to see. Just to see. I'll do it off camera. I won't make you sit through it. I'll go open a map on like Michigan Flats or something like that. Those big maps. I think there's a map out called Four Fields. It's just four huge fields. We'll see. We'll see if we can take bets on how long it would take to. Let's park that. Okay, this guy's just cultivating over here. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of park this stuff away, get this thing fueled up, do all these weird little maintenance things, and then we'll go roll that field together. Alright, so we got that field nice and rolled. The last little bit of work that we're doing here, kind of in this month, is going to be getting this field cultivated. All the other fields, all the other rice fields are cultivated, and they're going to be prepped for when we got to plant in the spring. Again, we'll do some long grain on this just to see what kind of yields we get off of it, and yeah, might as well test that out. Our AI worker's just spinning in circles here, so just letting them get it sorted out. We got all our fields rolled. I'm just gonna let this AI worker kind of finish up doing what they're doing, which it looks like they're just spinning in circles, practicing backing up. Oh yeah, nailed it, nailed it. And then what I'll do is I'll bring you guys back. We'll have to do some weed work, I'm thinking, in September. So we'll do that, and then we got to go sell some stuff off in December. So yeah, let's kind of finish off, and I'll bring you back. We'll go do some weed work. All right, everybody, we are back here. It is September. What I decided to do is I went and I got all of our fields, the last of these fields cultivated, and I slept on through into September, and I just went down to check on our fields, our canola fields. They're all growing nicely. We don't got any weeds or anything that we have to deal with that I can see. I mean, I'll obviously double check. This thing's full. Yes. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to head down and go do some fertilizing. I'm going to go down and get all these fields fertilized. We got one stage of fertilizer done on all the fields, but we got to get a whole bunch more done, which won't take too long. This unit's pretty good to spread with. Yeah, I'm just making sure here. I'm just going to hop out real quick while that tractor runs away. Okay, let's crouch down here and let's take a look. 100% yield bonus, yeah. We'll see about that. Let's check this field. 70, okay. Yeah, these ones definitely don't got weeds growing on there. So this one's 100% fertilized. This might just be this spot up here. Yeah, this is just a weird spot up here that didn't get harvested good with the swathing unit. It was just kind of weird. All right, let's get this out. Hoping that didn't work. Show grid lines on. Oh, weird. Alright, let's get hooked onto this. Let's see how this goes. It's always hard to tell when I have this spreading unit on, because it literally doesn't look like it's going to the edge of the field. I guess it kind of does, but I just gotta trust the GPS, trust the GPS. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do now, is we're gonna go through and we're gonna get all these fields fertilized. It's basically like all the chores that we're going to have to kind of do in September. We're going to get everything fertilized, and then we got to kind of get through the winter. And then once we're through the winter and we're into December, we're going to have some oil and stuff, to send off, to sell off. I'm just going to back up here. I'm kind of wasting a little bit of this stuff. Yeah, we got some oil to sell off, and then once we get into the springtime, obviously we got to plant our rice. That's when we're going to be planting all of our rice. We also got to take the mushrooms in to sell them off, which is kind of just an added little bonus. But yeah, then we're going to be planting rice. We got to go sell off the oil. We got to sell off the oyster or the oyster mushrooms, and are they enoki mushrooms? Is that what they're called? I don't know. I'm not really like a big mushroom guy, so I don't know for sure. I'm probably making a mistake there. But yeah, I think what we'll do is I'm going to go through and I'm just going to kind of slowly pick away, get these fields fertilized. So I'll bring you through as we get all these fields fertilized, and then we'll kind of get through into the next few months and the chores that we got to do after that. Okay, I'm just dropping off our fertilizer spreader there. I'm going to kind of pull this tractor over here and park it just a little bit. Actually, what I am going to do, just real quick, is go hook onto our trailer, because we're going to need that next. What I'm going to do is I'll hook onto this real quick, and then I'll just kind of show you in the like the time savings report, what do we got next here. First, we're going to drag the trailer across the building there. Yeah. Perfect, perfect. Let's go in here and, oh yeah, okay, perfect. We're right where we need to. Okay, so I'll hide the stuff that we can't sell. So canola oil, that's what we're going to be selling in December. We got to take a load of that in up to the restaurant, which is kind of through God's country up in the mountains, if I remember correctly. And then obviously we got to take this stuff downtown. Oh, these are going to go to the restaurant? What? You know what? I might just take these both to the farmer's market. I'll see which, yeah, like if it's not that different of a price, then yeah, we're just gonna take both those. But the canola oil, that's what we got to be taking up to the restaurant in December. So I'm kind of gonna get this parked. I'll bring you guys back in December once everything's kind of all loaded up and good to go. Everything, yeah, I'll bring you back in December. However, if I see something, I'm just gonna go check the stores right now. There's nothing really good in the stores. Nothing good whatsoever. I was going to do some contracts and stuff, but I think I kind of want to just get through this harvest. I want to get to next harvest, to be honest, and just like get the rice and stuff planted. I don't really want to mess around with contracts too much. I just want to kind of focus on our farm. It's almost better time spent just on our farm doing this than like kind of going around just for these $12,000 and $13,000 ones. It's better just to kind of get through the harvests. I'm thinking. So that's what we're gonna do for this next year. So it's just kind of just crank through these and try to expand with what makes sense. I'm kind of thinking field 1 is gonna make sense next for expansion. It's kind of the biggest field that's like, quote unquote the cheapest. This field's kind of tiny for 121,000. I mean, this is 397. This one's like almost 2, but it's not really that big of a field compared to field 1. You know, 200 grand, you get a lot of acres there. We could get quite a bit more oil off that field. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know, still kind of toying with it, but yeah, I don't want to mess around with contracts too much. I just really want to focus on expanding our farm and getting just as much ground as we can. So, yeah, I'll bring you back in December. If I see something cool in the stores along the way, I might grab it, but more than likely it would have to be pretty specific. So, yeah, I'll see you guys in December. All right, and welcome back to our farm here in a beautiful December morning. It's not very Christmassy around here, that's for sure. That's probably on me for not decorating, not hanging any lights or anything. Okay, I'm just hanging out here by the production facility. I kind of threw this is all just rice oil that we got to wait to take in. We're not going to take this until about June, but I loaded up all our canola oil. I just finished strapping it down here. To give her the old classic tap. That's not going anywhere. And let's fire this thing back up. And we're gonna head off to the restaurant. We're gonna go dump this stuff off at the restaurant. Hopefully get about, I don't know, 90, 100 grand for all this oil. Mushrooms are coming along nicely. All the fields are cleaned off. Yeah, it's kind of pretty just boring around here. Christmas time. Wish we had a dog. That's probably maybe that's what we gotta get is a dog. Keep us company around here. I'll look into that. Maybe we'll set down a dog house and keep us company. But the canola fields are going good. I was just kind of looking at the production facility. I'm always just like looking at the production facility, just like trying to calculate how many cycles per year and everything it does. And I still really want to. I want to get another field for sure. But I was thinking, as I do, when I got time alone, this is when the bright ideas really pop in. But I was thinking, because I kind of want to get field number 1, right? This is like the next one that I've been looking at, this guy that's right over here. And I was thinking, what if I got this? Because it's pretty flat. And we made this field right here. Looks like a harvested cotton field. Let's hop out and take a look. Oh yeah, that's cotton. Kind of cold. We'll hop back in the tractor. But what if I made this a full rice field? Like, this would be a massive rice field. And, like, it would be... Oh my god. It would be, like, sweet in certain ways because you'd get a lot of rice off of it. And the production facility, I think, could handle it. Well, I don't know if it could handle it. It would probably definitely bottleneck it, but... You'd get a ton of rice, like a ton. Because the nice thing is like that production facility produces so much rice, but it kind of only can produce so much canola per month, I think it does 480 cycles. I think it goes through, we'll check here. Let's just check real quick. I can't remember exactly. The canola. 480, 20. Okay, yeah. So, okay. So 480 cycles, if that was times 10, that'd be 4,800 liters. So 9,600 liters it'll go through in a month. Is that correct? Did I do that math right? So it'd almost be nice. I think we're gonna get another field. But if I got another field and I put forth, like if I did that whole number field 1 with canola, I'm thinking we'll jam that production facility right out. Oh, did I take the wrong turn here? We did. We're gonna have to get this tractor to drop a gear here and come on, buddy. Yeah, you can get her down into first. Chin wagging about rice fields. Ooh. I will get there. But yeah, if we get another field and it's just canola, like I think we're gonna jam out that production facility, and we would need another production facility, which isn't like the end of the world. We can always get something else, and we got enough room I could just have to shuffle some stuff around kind of by our current production facility, but we could jam another one in there. We could probably put two if we really had to, but I want to get another field, but I think that's what I might do though, is like get field number one and then just see, like make it a rice field. Make it a rice field, because we could always revert it back if we wanted to. Alright, it's tight quarters up here. Can't be messing about up here before we drive off the cliff. It's a pretty cool map. I mean, the roads could be a little bit wider, but it's a pretty cool map. Alright. Take these straps off. $84? Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, this is the zigzag. These roads. I remember I was camping one time where we were going camping, me and a friend. It was like, I think there was 5 of us, and he had his big holiday trailer, and we ended up, like, we were gonna go out in this, like, mountain roads. It's called the Continental Divide, blah, blah, blah. And we were on, like, these back roads, and we came to some switchbacks like that, and I had a truck, my Weldon truck, and I was pulling the trailer, and we had our quads and side-by-sides on it, and it was pretty tight for me, and he had, like, his big 35-foot camper, and it was like sketchy on the side of the mountain, like big time. I thought we were gonna roll that camper off the side of the mountain coming down switchbacks like that. Super sketchy, but we made it. Okay, I'm gonna head on back to the farm. I'm gonna head on back to the farm, get this trailer docked off, and yeah, I'll meet you guys up there. Okay, we got our canola oil sold off. Just pulling back up to the farm here. What I think I'm gonna do is I gotta park this trailer in a sweet spot here. Right about... actually no, I like to do it like this. To have it right about... Just block the road, that's what I like to do. Right about there. Okay, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go grab our forklift attachments here, and I'm going to start loading up some of the mushrooms and getting ready for that, because we're going to have to go sell the mushrooms in February. So I'm going to get them loaded up. This attachment works pretty decent. I'll get them loaded up and strapped down, and then what I'll probably do is I'll bring you guys back once we're headed off in February to drop this stuff off and get a little bit more cash. And then I think what we're going to do is buy field 1 and start getting kind of prepped and ready for that for next year. So yeah, I'll get all this stuff loaded up. This is going to take me a little bit, to be honest. I'm so slow at doing this, but I'll get this loaded up, and yeah, I'll bring you back in February. We'll be going up. I think I'm just going to take it to one spot, to be honest. Like, it's telling me farmer's market and restaurant. I think we'll just go to whichever one. The restaurant's closed. Yeah, I'll probably just take it to one and call it a day. Yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, she's a snowy February morning right now. Dropping these off right there. We've got our trailer loaded up. I even loaded it in a color correction manner, you know, a little OCD, no big deal. Got it strapped down, and I'm gonna go to the farmer's market with this, which I'm pretty sure I remember what this is. You'd think I would remember each year, right? Like, you think it would be something that's just like in my mind, but somehow I seem to forget. But I'm pretty sure she's just downtown. Well, am I gonna make that turn? Probably not. Actually, let's get some fuel over here. Yeah, we're gonna have to go right there. Now, yeah, I think I remember the best way to do this so that I don't... Taking this stuff downtown is a little bit difficult. The roads are weird down there. Oh, we hit the jump a little bit there. Oh, bad. Bad. So yeah, we got... I don't even know how much money we'll get for all this. Probably a decent little chunk of change. I didn't actually look. We'll leave it as a surprise. head down, get this, and then yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna buy field number 1. I go back and forth because I want to get fields that are closer up by the farm, but they're so much more expensive. Field 1 is so much cheaper. Well, or it's just so big for like the price, you know what I'm saying? But that being said, being close to the farm might be a little bit better. I don't know. I can never really decide. I'll decide by the time we get to the farmers market and back to the farm. I'll decide which plot of land we're gonna get, and then we'll go from there. I would like to make field 1, even if we don't get field 1 right now, we'll get it in the future, and for sure at some point we'll make it just a massive, or we could always wait, and if we got enough money we'll make field 2, which I think is the biggest field on this map, just a huge rice field before we go. And we'll see how long it takes to harvest with that little Japan 6130. That little harvester, I bet you it would take like 3 or 4 hours to harvest it. Okay, this is where I gotta know exactly. I'm pretty sure I turned down this one and then like kind of double back, I think. I'm gonna try that. We'll just blow a couple red lights here, no big deal. So not this one, because this is like a back road, right? That's tricky. Pretty sure it's this like main one up here. Although there is pylons that's telling me no. Okay, I'm just gonna go all the way around then, because I don't want to get this trailer jammed up down in there. We'll just take the scenic route. Head around downtown Hutan Pantai. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Just make sure. Yeah, we'll open the map just a little bit so I can see it a bit better. But yeah, we'll definitely get another field here. Yeah, maybe we should just wait and get like before we go, we'll definitely have to do a massive rice field just for fun. Okay. Okay, let's go drop this off. See how much cash we're gonna get for all this. We'll drive on the sidewalk just for fun a little bit here. Off these straps. 40K? Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna navigate through all this, head back up to the farm, and then we'll pick a field. We're definitely gonna spend some money. We'll buy a field because I'll decide between field 1 and I can't remember what that other number of field is, but yeah, we'll make a choice. I'll meet you guys back at the farm and we'll spend some money. Okay, we are back up at the farm now, and I thought about it, and I think this is what we're gonna do. This is gonna be my plan. I think we're gonna buy this plot. It's 265,000, which is pretty expensive. I mean, this one's only 200, but what's nice about this is it's right up at the farm and it's super flat, and we can do another rice field in here. The only reason I'm kind of leaning away from getting this one right now, and I'd kind of rather get this one, is I won't be able to plant canola or anything in this since we're out of season in the spring. You got to plant canola in the fall, right? And what we can be doing is planting rice in the spring. Plus, it's right up close by the farm. I'm able to just go like that little Japan harvester. Like it'll take so long just to drive it down to this field if we want to do rice and all that stuff. So I think I'm gonna save doing rice in like massive fields for just like a little bit later in the series. Probably right towards the end of the series. Maybe we'll do that as the last harvest. We'll try and get like a massive field and we'll do it in rice and then pump all of that stuff through the production facility, and that can kind of be our final thing. But for right now, even though this is 265, one thing I can do for a winter project is I was like kind of looking at this. Let's go into this mode. It might be a little bit easier. Now, so we would get this whole field right here, which would be pretty decent. It would obviously be our biggest rice field, and that would kind of complete this like little area of rice fields. But what I can do in the wintertime is I can get a wood chipper. We can rent a wood chipper and clear some of these trees out in here. And I don't know if I would be able to make another, like, I don't know if we could do some landscaping and somehow craft ourselves away another rice field in here. We might be able to. I don't know exactly. But worst case scenario, we could clear out some of these trees and you can make pretty decent money from wood chips, which if we cleared out even a few of these trees and tried to make another field in here, we could make a decent amount of money from the wood chips, probably enough to pay for like half of this land itself. And the other reason I wanted to get it is we get this sweet gazebo up here. It's pretty sweet. So that's my reasons. That's my reasons. And yeah, we're gonna buy it. We'll spend the money right now. We got this field. It needs some work. I believe it needs plowing. Let's just hook onto this real quick. If I can back up to it good. Little wheelie there from this thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this needs plowing. Yeah. So I'm actually going to set a worker to do that. Let them plow this right now and kind of get it ready for the springtime. And then I'm going to turn this into another rice field. It's going to be my plan. So yeah. But I think that's what we're going to do. I think that'll probably just do it for this episode. And then next episode will be springtime and we'll be planting. We're getting all our grass planted and such. And we have to take... Let's just go look. We'll be getting our grass and stuff planted, and then I do want to take rice oil in June. So I'm thinking potentially that's what will happen next episode. We'll plant some rice, get into June, go sell off the rice oil, and then we'll be kind of getting ready for getting prepped. We'll be doing fertilizing and stuff like that in the rice fields, filling them, making sure they're flooded, and getting prepped for next canola harvest. And yeah, just keep going, keep grinding. But again, thanks so much for watching. If you guys haven't done so already, I really appreciate it if you hit that like, hit that sub button. That would be great for me. Yeah, this is Ultra Farmer. I am out. Hopefully you guys have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever you're watching this, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome to episode 20 of our Hutan Pantai gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer. We are here, and it is beautiful June morning, which means we got to take a trailer full of rice oil in. We're going to go sell off some rice oil today. We've got kind of a bunch of other stuff that we're going to be doing today. A little bit chores around the farm. I've kind of been cleaning up and getting prepped for a new production facility that we're probably going to have to put in at some point. We got some fields to tend, stuff to go through, something I screwed up on that I want to show you, which we'll save for later because I'm embarrassed about it, but I'm going to show you nonetheless. And I think that's it for right now. But yeah, let's get into today's episode. I'm very excited. And, thanks for hanging out with me today. So let's go get some work done. Okay, so the first thing I want us to go do... Geez, we got some storm damage on these fields, which I recently learned that's what that is. I thought it was crop circles from the aliens, but yeah, it's storm damage, allegedly, of course. So we're going to have some storm damage that we're going to have to fix on these canola fields. Man, canola kind of looks nice at this growth stage, you know? It's kind of cool having canola fields. But the first thing that I want to do is take this rice oil and we're going to go down to the farmer's market, go drop this off, and then we'll head back up to the farm and we'll kind of start doing some plotting and planning. So the reason I think we're going to be needing, well, we're definitely going to be needing a new production facility soon, because we bought at the end of last episode, if you didn't see last episode, we bought another field, another plot of land rather, and what I did is I created 2 rice fields up there. Give me 1 sec here. I gotta make sure I do this the best way, which I think is this way now. It's kind of weird going downtown Hutan Pantai to sell off this stuff. It's not trailer friendly. It's better to just go the wrong way on a one-way street. But I had to create 2 fields, and I'll kind of explain that. It's like kind of hard to explain, to be honest. It's like the game wouldn't let me do just 1 field. I don't know why. I don't know how. Gotta let this lady cross the road here before we pull in. It wouldn't let me do 1 big field, which is kind of fine. It doesn't really matter to me, but I'll show you show you what I mean. Is this gonna... Look at this guy standing there looking at me. Look, bro, you're telling me, like, see, like, it doesn't... Oh, God. We're gonna have to spin around. But I know that I can spin around out here. Yeah, the game wouldn't let me do one big field. It was like something where I even tried to mess with the landscaping a little bit, but the rock just like, there was like this big rock on the side of the cliff, and it would not, for some reason, let me do one big rice field. So I had to do two, which once we get back to the farm, I'll show you. So I got two big rice fields up there. And then what I did is I went ahead and I got all of our rice fields planted. So in kind of like our OG rice fields that we started with, I kept those with the short grain rice, or just rice. And then in the new fields and stuff, I did long grain rice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably run over some people here. Sorry, folks. Yeah, sorry. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Sorry, folks. My bad. But yeah, so I'll go back once I get back up to the farm. I'll kind of show you the different fields that we made and all that stuff, and then I'll go show you. Oh, I might as well just tell you right now, I screwed up. So the canola fields that we have down, the ones that we just drove by that had a little bit of storm damage on it and stuff, when I planted those, I went through and I like did all the normal fertilizing and like checked on weeds and all that stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, the canola fields are good to go. And I like kind of forgot about the field that's like on the very south side of our farm, which is full of weeds, and I only ended up putting one stage of fertilizer on it, and it's like too late to fix it now. I can't drive across it. I'll destroy all the crops because crop destruction's on, and so there's just like massive weeds growing in there. We'll just go right there right now, and I'll go show you. And we'll get like a pretty bad yield off. I mean, we'll get 70%. Whatever. I'm not that worried about it, but still, just like what a fumble. What a fumble indeed. I don't know. I got going on the rice fields, and I was like slept through a couple months, like getting all the stuff prepped for this episode, and then yeah, I like looked back there, and it was just full of weeds, and I was like, oh my god, like. What a rookie. Okay, so let's talk about this field right here. So to the left of us here, this field is long grain rice. I'm actually gonna hop out. Let's make sure. Okay, yeah, that pump is going. I gotta make sure these fields stay flooded through these first few growth sections, or growth stages. And then this field right here, I also did long grain rice. Don't know why a few of these little spots didn't plant. I can see the pump there is going. And then this other field, parked by kind of our gray ACGO tractor, that's also long grain. Let's... I'm just gonna go dock this trailer off, and then we'll keep cruising around, and I'll show you. I'll go into flight mode, or just like build mode, and I'll show you the other fields here. Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'll dock this trailer off. Let's leave him right there. Okay. So yeah. So this is long grain rice. This is going to be like our normal short grain or just rice. And then these are the two new fields that I built. Don't know why this looks so patchy. I really don't get that. Really don't get that. And it's filling with water. Unless they just consider that storm damage. I don't know. Anyways, these are the two new fields. For some reason, it wouldn't let me do just like one big field. It was like this rock right here. And not even this rock. It's like underneath in the map, the way it's built. I don't know. But yeah, we got these two big rice fields here. And then this doesn't look as bad right now. But yeah, there's a bunch of weeds and stuff growing in there. Not going to be our finest canola. Not going to be our finest canola field. That's for sure. Okay. That's for sure. So let's jump out of this. Let's just go back in because I was chin wagging and I didn't even really watch. Let's go to our finances. Okay, we got 97, almost 98,000 for all that oil. Not too bad. While we're right here, I'm just going to jump out and show you. So this thing's been going for like almost a year. We still got 22,000 liters of canola in here that it's working its way through. So that's where I'm thinking we're definitely going to need another production facility. And yeah, but it's basically it. We're going to need another production facility because we're going to start to bottleneck with all of our canola, which is fine. And then now that we're putting in more rice and stuff, I'm not really sure how it's all going to go down. I don't really know how good long grain rice is going to be, but since we're rice farming, I figured we'd try it for one harvest, and yeah, we'd just go from there. So the other thing that I want to do is I've just kind of been moving some of the implements and stuff around. I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell. We get 780 bucks for it. Right on. I might cut down this tree, but I'm gonna be planning to try and put in another production facility like somewhere here that just works fine, and we'll just keep stacking implements around. It doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna put any more sheds or anything down. And yeah, that's going to be kind of the plan. The other part of everything is what I'm going to kind of be doing over the next little bit is I'm going to kind of go a little bit quicker through this series. Now that we're on episode 20, which is crazy. In my mind, I always just had that this series would be around 30 to 40 episodes, just depending on how everything flowed. So I'm going to be kind of going a little bit quicker through these next 10 episodes, just getting through the harvests a little bit quicker and selling off some products, really seeing how the production facilities are going to go. I'm not going to bring you guys have seen me plant rice a million times, and we don't need to time lapse planting canola fields. So I'm going to just kind of be doing a bit more of that stuff off camera and just kind of going a little bit quicker through the series just to get us through at least half years and maybe full years in some of the episodes. And yeah, that's my plan. Okay. I'm just going to tidy up a few things with the tractors, and then we'll get back to kind of doing the farm and setting down production facilities and kind of moving ahead throughout the year a little bit. All right, I'm just pulling over to our canola field here. So I slept through into July, and now we're harvesting canola. And I figured the first field that we would do is get this field out of the way because it's embarrassing. So I just want to get it harvested, put it in the past. We'll just forget about it. We won't bring it up next year. We won't bring it up at Thanksgiving. We won't bring it up at Christmas dinner when we're having a nice time. It'll just be something that didn't happen. And what else did I do? Oh, one thing I wanted to tell you is I actually ended up buying this tractor that we're in. It had come through on the stores. So this tractor's got 44 hours on it, as you can see down in the bottom there, bottom right-hand corner. It came through in the stores, and it was like 32% off or something. I can't remember exactly, but it was 60 grand. It was 60 grand to buy this tractor, which 60 grand for a 230 horse tractor with a front PTO is pretty darn good, to be honest. And it was like 2 grand a month to rent this thing, so I figured we might as well buy it. Yeah, that was one thing that kind of just happened as I was going through. There's nothing really good in the stores right now. In a different series, this would be pretty awesome if we could afford it, but not this series. We're not cutting and baling any hay or grass, that's for sure. Same with this Forge Wagon's pretty not too bad. But yeah, I'm just going through now, and I'm going to start harvesting the canola. We got a whole bunch of canola that needs to be harvested. Obviously, there's this field, and then everything out here. I still don't want to buy this field because I think it's a waste of money. It's so small for what you get. It just seems like a waste. If anything, if we buy any other field, it'll be this one right here. But yeah, we got to do. We've got a bunch of storm damage in here that we'll have to fix with subsoiler. That's not that big a deal. I might buy a new plow. Potentially, we're gonna have to plow these fields. I didn't notice it when I put them down. I thought once you put down a new field, again, I was kind of just going and didn't really check. I'm like, oh, they won't need to be plowed. It's a brand new field, right? Brand new field, brand new plow. Yeah, well, it did. So, what else did I do here? Oh, okay, so I put down a new production facility. I've got a new production facility here that this will be able to take in a bunch more of the canola. And what I think I'm going to do just to keep it separate is I think what I might do is put all the long grain rice in this unit and just keep the other normal rice for this one just to keep it separate. I think that's what we'll do for right now, and we'll just see how it goes. But yeah, got this production facility set down. I got to go in and turn everything on and all that stuff, like get the cycles and stuff going. But yeah, I'm just gonna kind of plug away here and get this field and stuff done. I'll get this one done and kind of out of the way, and then my plan was is we'll kind of just work those other fields together. I'll probably do a decent little time lapse of us kind of going through and doing the harvest and pulling stuff up to the production facilities. I'm actually gonna spin around. Am I gonna spin around here? We'll just back onto the farmer's field or the neighbor's field here. They won't mind. Jeez. Austin Powers my way to there. It's funny how that just became a thing. Hey, like everyone knows when you're like going forward and reversing out of a weird spot. That's just known as Austin Powersing out of it. I'm just gonna get a little bit of a grain dump here. I think we'll keep and we'll put all of this grain into the new production facility as well, this canola, because the other one's got some canola in it that it's working through. Again, I don't really know how it's all, I don't know how it's all going to go down just yet, because I don't know how much cycles each unit's going to go through each month. It's just going to be a little bit of trial and error. I know I can calculate it, but I sometimes, the only thing I don't really understand with production facilities, and maybe someone, if you in the comment section know, the one question I've always had is like, okay, if I'm in a production facility, right? Let's go into this oil mill. It says it does 480 cycles per month. Is that per each of these? Like, what I mean is, like, it'll do 480 cycles of the canola if that's going, and it'll do 480 cycles of this. Or is it like a combined total? Like it'll do like, 240 of this one and 240 of the other for a combined total of 480 cycles per month? Or is it on this does 480 no matter what? No matter what. Because I don't know, it just doesn't seem like I'm going through enough of this. You know what I mean? Like 20 canola. If it's 20 canola and it's doing that 480 times, that's 9,600 liters, right? Where's my calculator? 480 times 20, 9,600. Okay. Because math, but it doesn't seem like I'm going through 9,600 liters of canola each month. It just doesn't seem like that's actually what's getting burnt out of this thing. Because then that tells me that's 96,000 liters, right? Well, is that per year? Because if it's 9,600 a month, 10 months, it would be 96,000. So I'm missing, I'm missing what? 18,400? No, 19,200 liters. You know what I mean? Like the math just isn't mathing for me. Or maybe I'm just, I got my abacus upside down and I'm missing something somewhere. So that would be super helpful if anyone knows. Would greatly appreciate that intel. But yeah, I'm gonna get this field done, and then I'll bring you guys back, and we'll kind of work on those on the fields, kind of on the north side of the farm, and we'll get those all cleaned off. While I got someone kind of chasing us, because we got to disc this field really good and make sure all the weeds are off it. Okay, so I got our harvester out on the front canola field, out on the north canola field, kind of the one that's the furthest from the house. Man, look at that wheat field though beside us. Jeez, just a massive wheat field. I went to a wedding last year. A good buddy of mine got married, and where they did it, like where we grew up, it's like a lot of farm country, and it's like farm and oil patch. That's where I grew up. And they picked this place where they got married, which was kind of like on a riverbank. It was really, really nice actually, because it was like they kind of got married on like the edge of like a cliff. It was almost like pretty cool. It was definitely a really cool place. But like where they had this reception, right? Reception, yeah, not the ceremony, the reception, like where you eat and stuff. They had like these big tents, like massive, like I don't want to say tent, but like almost kind of like was a tent. Like I think you could imagine it's got like that big heavy duty piping is like the frame, and then like that thick white canvas over it. But it's like fancy tents, if that makes sense, like a fancy circus tent. But they had like the main head table, and then behind them was a massive wheat field, and then on the other side, like what they would have been facing is like beautiful trees, and on the other side of that trees was like this big river that goes through. Yeah, it's a super cool place. But when we were sitting there eating, and I was like, people are doing speeches and all that stuff, I was just staring out at that massive wheat field, and I was like, man, Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, definitely a cool site. I'll probably never get married because I play too much farm sim, but you know, if I do, maybe I'll do it on a wheat field. But okay, first off, let's go dump this canola. We'll get this dumped out into this all-in-one production facility, and then we're just gonna go back, and I'm probably gonna. I think we'll do a little bit of a time lapse here of me just kind of like working through those north fields. I'll probably jump around a little bit back and forth between the harvester and kind of this tractor and trailer setup that we got just to clear those fields off. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll go back out there. I'll be on the north sides here. We'll try and get most of those fields cleared off, although it is going to start getting dark soon, like by the time I get all this done and keep jumping around. So we might be harvesting a little into the night here, no big deal. But yeah, we'll go jump around. We'll get a bunch of these fields cleared off, and yeah, bring you guys back in a little bit. Enjoy. All right, yeah, just like what we thought. It was a bit of a late night here getting this harvest done, but you know, we got her done. We got her done. I'm just pulling up here. Oh, he shut down that piece of equipment. Trying to get up to the AI worker here to get this last little bit of grain or last bit of canola dumped into the trailer here. Then we'll head up to the production facility. So I'm gonna jump over here, turn this thing back on. I wish they wouldn't shut down the equipment when they're done using it. I wish it would just stay run. I guess maybe I always have. Maybe that's a setting I can fix. I'm not too sure. Not going to worry about it too much right now. So let's go in and let's look at kind of what we got for this harvest. So I'm just going to go up canola. That's the canola oil. Never mind. Let's keep going. Keep going. No whammies. Stop. Okay, so in the all-in-one production, I dumped, yeah, 50,000 liters. Now we still got this trailer full that I got to dump into the production facility, but I'm probably going to dump it into the other production facility. Dump it into the oil mill. Because Let's just go back in here and check. Oil mill. Yeah, so this is kind of like a little bit from last harvest. So I kind of want to have somewhat of an even amount in each of them, if that makes sense. So then hopefully they'll, I don't want one to have a bunch left in it. Hopefully they'll all, within a year, just work through all that canola and we'll have a pile of oil. Come on, tractor. Come on. Come on. Whew. He's working real hard on that one. Working real hard. But not too bad. Not too bad at all. We'll dump this in the production facility. You know, like every time I drive by here though, like we probably could get rid of those silos. I don't use them at all. We don't dump anything in there. I should honestly just double check and make sure there's nothing sitting in those. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go right into the oil mill over here, the OG oil mill. Dump this in, and then we'll kind of just plan out what's going to be happening over the next little bit. One thing that definitely needs to happen is I got our subsoilers, I sold them, and I picked up a different set of plows. So let's jump over to this tractor. Okay, I gotta disconnect. Just I fired up. Yep, we'll disconnect that. And I picked us up a different set of plows, which we're just gonna run up to the store and grab right now. They're sitting there waiting for us. It's a really good set of plows. This is actually a mod that it was like one of the very first mods I ever got, even back in the day in FS22. It's like the best set of plows you can get, in my opinion, of course, just in my opinion. But they're really good. Just awesome. Good little set of plows. And they used to just come in 6 and 9 meter different widths, working widths, and now you can actually get them in 12 meters, which I didn't get the 12-meter set because it's just a little. I don't need 12-meter set, and I think you need like a 300 horse tractor plus to pull the 12-meter ones, which we don't have. So blah blah blah. Long story long. Good little set of plows. I figured we'd grab. It'll just help clear off some of those dead spots, and then I think I have to plow. I have to plow those rice fields, so this will just make a little bit shorter work of it. Yada yada yada. But basically what's going to be happening now, I'm going to grab these plows, head back up to the farm. I'm going to get some sleep because it was a long day of harvesting. And yeah, look at these bad boys. Pretty skookum. Yep, I'm going to head back up to the farm, kind of just park everything, get some sleep. I'll bring you guys back, and it'll probably be September is what I'm thinking the plan's going to be. And then that way we'll be just working on harvesting the rice fields and kind of just keep plugging along, dump a bunch of stuff into the production facility, and just keeping on, keeping on. Life's a garden. You dig it. Make it work. Okay. Yeah, I'll head back up to the farm, and yeah, I'll see you guys back in September. All right, I'm just back here. Welcome back. Welcome to September. We are now, we kind of skipped through a little bit. I did a few things. I'll go through kind of the fields that I went through. I went through and I harvested our just normal rice. I'm just working on our long grain rice now, and I got the first field kind of in front of the house out there done. I'm just working on this one now. This is kind of just like a small weird shaped one, so I figured I would do it by hand and just kind of chat with you on like what went down over the last few months. So I went through, obviously we finished off our canola harvest. I skipped through into August. That's when I harvested our like short grain rice, if you will. I don't even know if that's really what it is. We'll just call it that to keep everything separate. And then what I did is I went through, and it was like a lot. It took a bit of time, but I went through and I like prepped all the fields. Why is this? Oh, it's full. Duh. Like, what the heck is going on here? Okay. Jeez, I don't know why I was just like, just jammed out there. Anyways, I went through and I prepped all the fields. So I disked all the fields. As you can see, these rice fields right beside us here, I went through and I plowed them because they needed plowing. I went through and I like fertilized everything. I did the weeds on everything. Everything should be good to go. I like went and checked each field, and then I even like went on the map, checked a bunch of stuff, so that there should be no fields. All the canola fields are planted, good to go, ready to rock. They're double fertilized. They are. I did the weeds. I rolled them. Everything. should we go? And I even went through and I fixed a bunch of the storm damage that was on some of the fields, kind of on the north side of the farm. And yeah, they're doing really good. They're doing really good. I'm gonna just kind of keep going, plucking away at a few of these fields. I gotta remember that we got 3,000 liters off this field behind us. That's what we got with like the short grain rice. Got 3,000 liters off that, so I'm curious to see what I'm gonna get um, with long grain rice. Not 100% sure. And oh, I gotta get a tractor and move this trailer. So I put all of the. Let's fire this guy up. Put this trailer in the way. I should have known better. I put all the like normal rice, the short grain rice, in the original production facility, and I'm going to keep everything separate. I'm going to put all the long grain rice into this production facility. Maybe I'll just leave this trailer right here. I guess I could use that trailer, but it's kind of nice just having this truck to bomb around. And what I got to do right now before I forget, let's go to that, let's click that. Okay, we got canola oil is going. Long grain rice flour, we don't want that. Long grain rice, activate. And we'll keep it on storing. Okay, that should be good to go. All right, yeah, I'm gonna keep plugging away here. I will keep, I'll kind of keep just bringing you back a little bit as this progresses. We'll see how much we get off that one field. I'll get this one done quick, and then we'll see how much we get off that other field. And yeah, just keep plugging away with harvest here. I gotta set my other tractor. Once I get this field done, I'm gonna get my other tractor going, cultivating these fields. And we'll probably finish off this episode probably doing like a little bit of doing the fertilizing and stuff like that, and kind of getting everything prepped out. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how much we're gonna get off that one field to really see. I want to keep doing the long grain rice along with the normal rice, just to keep it switched up. But it's also kind of nice for harvest, because those little harvesters, while they are like, it's great, but they're so slow and they're so tiny. I even leased another one for the last harvest just to get through it a little bit quicker. Just because it's such a pain to do it. It's so slow just to drive them around. I really got to keep them close to the farm, because even to drive it to the far field on the cliff over there was like such a chore. But yeah, I'll just kind of keep plugging away here, and yeah, I'll keep you up to speed on how this harvest is going. Okay, we are back. We got this field finished, and we've just got just over 4,000 liters off this field, which, yes, it was more than the 3,000, which is great, but it's still not going to be like as good in production as as the other kind of just normal rice would be. Just because, let me go into this. So if I go into like my oil mill, right? So my canola, it takes 20 canola to produce 10 canola oil. If I come down to my rice, it's 12 rice, and I get 12 or 10 rice oil for normal rice. So for this rice oil, it's 25, and then I only get 10, right? So really, to make the juice worth the squeeze, I should be trying to get like if I got 3,000 liters of normal rice off that field, I would want him to be getting like 7,500 of long grain to make it kind of comparable, right? If that makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe we should get some fuel in this thing while we're sitting right here. Give her the old, how you doing? Okay, let's back up here. Just burning through fuel. Between harvest and then field prep, like, geez, we went through fuel. Okay, so this field looks like it's done being disked. I fertilized that small field that I was working on when I first brought you back into this harvest. So I'm just gonna park this thing right by our header trailer. This header trailer hasn't moved since the start of the series. Let's set that down. Park this thing. Now, I usually gotta go. I usually give her one drag just around the outside because it just never seems to get all the edges, and then weeds grow, you know. This is actually like part of the old field there. I probably should have fixed, but I just never did because it didn't really seem to bother nothing. Yeah, canola fields are dialed in. They are dialed in. They should be good to go. Unless some sort of weed grows after, like after we sleep through into November or something like that, but it really shouldn't. It's just hard on the discs, aren't we? Let's just fold these up for a sec. I still got those other smaller cultivators, which like they work really good. I just it's so much faster with these ones, but they're kind of hard to deal with on a field like this. But yeah, we're just cruising now. So I think I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're going to be doing for next episode. Like, I know we got lots of stuff that we got to do. I really don't want to be focusing too much on contracts for kind of the rest of this series, to be honest. It just, it's not really going to be worth our time to go and, like, I don't know, just to make the extra, like, 5 or 8 grand or something like that. It just seems better spent if I'm just at this farm working, kind of getting our own chores done and stuff. I can really get that small little spot there. Only spot that's tricky is right by the pump. So since I'm not going to be doing too much more contracts, I just want to focus on like getting the harvests done. Oh, this is going to hook up. Oh my god, I cannot believe we just made that turn and got that whole little section there done. Unbelievable. Yeah, for the rest of the series, I'm going to just be focusing on getting harvests done on our farm and getting stuff into the production facility and then getting our oil and stuff sold. So that's what's really going to be my main focus on everything is just our farm. I think probably what I'll do is I'm gonna switch the fields that I did the long grain rice in, and I'll just do normal rice in these smaller fields. And I think the two new fields that I did, you know, but even as I say it, I really want us to make as much cash as we can. So I think I might just tough through this next one and not do long grain rice. Just do short or normal rather on all these fields. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, and I'll just lease another harvester when it comes time, and then that way we'll just get a whole flush because the rice oil will make us quite a bit of money. I don't think even I don't think, but you know me, I don't think I'm gonna buy any more canola fields. I think now that we got two production facilities going, we should be able to basically facilitate all the canola that we need and I'm kind of thinking this series is going to be done around episode 30 is kind of my goal. I don't really want it to go much longer than that because it'll just get too repetitive. We're just doing the same thing over and over again. And and I've got some really good ideas for the next series that we're going to do. I got a really fun idea planned where we're going to do what I'm calling like the lottery. It's going to be like a lottery gameplay series, and basically what I mean by that is I'm gonna take if you've heard this before, forgive me, but if you're new here and you don't really know what the kind of plan is, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put all kind of the factors or all the different variables that we can create a farm with in this game. I'm gonna put it into like a random wheel generator, and it's gonna basically dictate the type of farm that we have. Now, like it's not gonna be every setting, but just like a first, like kind of like a little thing of it'll be like I'm gonna decide that we're gonna do 2 crops, and I'm gonna spin the wheel of like all the crops that are in this game, whether it's carrots or cotton or sorghum, whatever, and the wheel's gonna dictate what 2 crops that we're gonna have to farm on that next series, and then I'm gonna spin the wheel and determine what I'm gonna say. We're probably gonna have to do one set of animals in the series, and it's the wheel's gonna dictate what animals we have to raise and kind of all that stuff. Now, and there's going to be like little things that kind of have to change or be amended with it. Like for example, say we get the spin of the wheel and like yeah, I got to do soybeans and I don't know and potatoes. Okay. But then we also get cows as a spin on the wheel. Well, I would have to do some grass as well, right? Like so that we could cut and bale hay to feed the cows. So there'll be like little kind of little things that change, with that. It won't just be as simple as spin the wheel and go. We might have to make little amendments and stuff, but it's going to dictate it's going to dictate the economic difficulty. I'm gonna put a whole bunch of different maps into the game, into the wheel, and it's gonna tell us like what map we're gonna be playing on, and how much starting money and stuff we're gonna have. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. How much starting money we're gonna have. It's also gonna dictate like what our end goal is gonna be. Like when the series will be done, when you create 10 million bucks or 50 million bucks or something. I don't know. We can kind of go through if you got any ideas of like what you would want to see in the wheel or you think is like a good idea to throw in as like part of a challenge. I was even going to put in if I'm allowed to do contracts, am I allowed to do contracts in the challenge? And the wheel would spin and say like yes or no, and that could determine just a lot of the gameplay. And I think it'll be a pretty fun little series, something kind of different, a different kind of challenge going forward. But yeah, I'm just gonna go through and get a fertilizer state on all these fields. So I think that's pretty simply gonna do it for this episode, for episode 20. So thank you guys so much for sticking with me. Thank you for checking out this season or this series rather, and this kind of season of harvest that we went through. I'm excited for this series to be making its way kind of through its last 10 episodes and getting to the end of it. So we can kind of start our new series. But I'm also really excited on how this farm has kind of come together and, just the way we've set it up and all the stuff. It's been kind of a fun series. So I'm excited for the next kind of 10 episodes to wrap this one up. And yeah, I hope you guys stick with me through those. If you haven't done so already, really appreciate it if you could hit that like, hit that sub button for me, all that, all that normal stuff. It'd be great. Hit the bell notification too so you can see right when these episodes come out. I try to post an episode every single day, whether it's from this gameplay series or our Tassie Farms gameplay series or maybe some of the other series that I might have going. I usually like to only have about 2 to 3 going at a time. It just kind of gets difficult to manage, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, usually like to only do about 2, maybe 3 at a time. But, and if you want to check out that Tassie Farms series, that's one I got going on right now where we're building a dairy empire on a really fun map. One of the funnest maps I've played on in FS25 so far. I just really like it. It's kind of small and simple, kind of like a quiet map. Not really, yeah, not really too crazy, which I kind of like. But, yeah, thanks again so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. Hopefully you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever you're watching this. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome to episode 21 of our Hutan Pantai gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer, and I'm currently standing in front of a trailer that's got just over $250,000 worth of canola oil that we need to sell in this episode. We also, as you can see behind me, we have a bunch of pallets by the production facilities full of rice oil that will need to be sold in the springtime once some of this December snow clears up. We'll also be planting some rice fields in the spring, and we've got canola to harvest in the fall. So we've got a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing this episode. And yeah, let's let's get in this tractor and let's get into it. Okay, so I'm just getting up to the restaurant here. That's where we're going to be selling off all this canola oil. Now, I'm just going to make sure I do this right. It's always weird coming up here. Always weird. But okay, so yeah, we should be getting just over 250,000 for all this. So if you're not familiar with it, one great mod that I have is called the time saving stock check. And basically what it does is it goes through everything that you have at your farm and it kind of gives you like a quick breakdown. It's a little bit easier than going into the prices and searching through everything. I can just look in here and I can see canola oil. It shows me the value that it's at right now, this 266,000. The best place to sell it is going to be the restaurant, and it's telling me the best month to sell it and kind of the prices and all that stuff. So it's like a really quick way for me to just kind of come in and see where I'm going to be taking stuff. You know, when we take the mushrooms, when's the best time in February? Where is it going to give me the best? The Goldcrest Valley, which you can go and check. I don't really want to put it on the train. I can go take it to other places, like the restaurant or maybe the farmer's market. But yeah, it's just a quick way for me to kind of check and see where to take everything. So let's pull through here. Now it's going to kind of give it to me in partials. Okay, so 257,000. Perfect. That's perfect. We thought we'd get 266, but that is quite all right. Okay, perfect. We got yeah, we get a good flush of cash there. Now we just got to get back to the farm. We're not going to be able to sell our rice oil till, well, let's go check our thing. Rice oil is going to be in June, which is fine. The next thing that we'll be taking off to sell is going to be the mushrooms, which will be in February. So I'm going to head back to the farm. I'm going to start kind of loading up some mushrooms, kind of getting prepped for that in the spring. We got nothing that we really need to do farming wise until, you know, this winter weather clicks out. Our canola fields are just kind of thriving, just slowly getting into their first stages of growth through the winter months like they always do. But it'll be better once this snow clears up and we kind of just get our spring showers. That'll really make the fields grow. And we'll be planting our rice in April. I think most of this harvest that we do, our next one, is going to be just straight rice rather than the long grain rice. I might do a couple fields of it, but for the most part, I think I'm going to be just sticking with rice. We get a little bit better bang for our buck in the production facilities, and just kind of in turn make a little bit more cash from the rice fields. So yeah, I'm going to head back up to the farm. I'll bring you guys back in a couple months in the springtime when we're selling off some mushrooms. Alright, I am just back down here in downtown Hutan Pantai, trying to snake my way through so that we can get to the farmer's market. I think I'm going to try and just risk it here and just dip on through here. Should be able to make it through here. As long as I just think skinny. Just think skinny. Going through here. Let this guy cross the road, even though I think I killed that guy behind me. Downtown Hutan Pantai, you can get jammed up with a trailer real quick. If I had like a big truck and a big trailer, it would not be fun coming down here to drop stuff off. To be honest, I don't even really know why I do mushrooms. Like, we don't really make that much money from this, and I don't know, like, I just had those greenhouses when the farm started, and I kind of just, you know, I'm just going to stick with it now. We've come this far. 40 grand, though. I mean, like, what am I complaining about? I shouldn't turn my nose up at that. Okay, perfect. So, that's not too bad, though. Like, yeah, 40 grand. You know, we got 260,000 for the, or 257,000 for the canola oil. And then another 40 for that. I mean, like, there's 300 grand, and like, essentially, I don't really have to do anything for the mushrooms to grow. Just water it, and they grow. It's a free 40 grand. So, yeah, I really shouldn't turn my nose up at something like that. Okay, I'm gonna head back to the farm. I'm gonna park this trailer, and then I'm gonna kind of get everything ready. And in April, we're gonna start doing some rice planting. So that's gonna be kind of next on our to-do list. We gotta plant a whole bunch of rice, which will be kind of easy. It'll take a little bit of time. Those rice planters, I got 2 of them now, so it doesn't take too much time. It's mostly just kind of running around babysitting, making sure that they have pallets of saplings to throw down. But other than that, it's pretty not too bad. So yeah, I'll get this parked off. I'll bring it back in April, and we'll start planting some rice. All right, it is April at our Hutan Pantai farm, and that means it is rice planting season. So what I'm doing now is I'm just kind of getting these rice planters out. I got our little rice wagon there loaded up with a pallet of saplings. I've got our fields flooding. So what I'm gonna do here, I'll get this guy started. I'll get an AI worker started on this, and then I'll kind of just go through and show you what I got going on and what we're gonna be planting where. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to keep all the like normal rice fields kind of close to the farm, and then I'm going to do our newer farms over with the long grain rice. So I'll just pop into this real quick here. So this field, these 3 fields right here that you can see, I'm going to be doing a normal rice. This field will be normal rice. This field will be normal rice. And then these 2 big fields here that are plowed, I'm going to be planting with long grain rice. And I actually got an AI worker who started on this field right now. And so for these rice fields, just like a quick little thing, these fields you have to flood while you're planting, or they have to be flooding or considered flooded. And basically, as soon as you turn the pump on, they're considered, flooded in the eyes of the game, and you can start planting in it. These fields, however, you do not flood when you're planting. You just plant them kind of like a normal field, quote unquote. As you can see, it's just plowed, and then afterwards you in the like subsequent months, then you start to flood the fields, and you also have to flood these fields. Then it all just becomes the same. Each month you have to flood the field, and you don't have to worry about over flooding them, because they just eventually you just aren't able to flood them anymore. Like, the game doesn't even give you an option when you go over to the water pumps. So just a quick little thing in case you were wondering the differences between planting both long grain and normal rice. And then what I do, now this is just what I do, what I've found is, like, normally if I was to go plant and like I know this thing is going to run out of saplings, I like to just, 1 pallet of saplings fills each of these things full. So instead of having like random half full pallets kind of running around, I always just wait till they're completely run out before I refill them. So instead of refilling this planter right now, I'm just going to start a worker on this. And then I know, I'm going to park this tractor. And then I know that when I pull over with this pallet, this full pallet will get absorbed into the planter. And then I can just come over, grab another full pallet, and then I just find it better rather than having half pallets kind of kicking around. But yeah, I just rip around with this little thing. This little thing came with the farm, and it's just perfect. It's just perfect for this right now. Just running around and making sure everyone's full. So I know this guy's gonna run out first, so I just kind of come over here and hang out. And yeah, I'm just gonna be kind of babysitting, going through, getting all these fields planted. One nice thing about rice is you don't have to roll any of the fields or anything. And these planters, they also have the option to fertilize. You can see I have my fertilizing tanks empty in them. It's just because these fields are already 100% fertilized. Basically, once you do one harvest, it just takes it down one fertilizer stage. So after we were to harvest this field, it will still be 50% fertilized. And then I just always spread. I do one spread after I cultivate these fields, and it always just puts it back to 100%. I never really need to put fertilizer in those units. I mean, I guess I could and then just not fertilize after the cultivation, but it's just so easy with that fertilizer spreader that we have. I mean, it's a 42-meter spread on it, so it's just, you do like one pass across these fields, and yeah, and it fills it. I find that just to be the best way, although I'm always willing to change. Is this gonna run out by the end? Sometimes, yeah. So here's a perfect example. So usually I pull up beside it, unstrap it, just click into this. And like I said, this unit will take one full pallet. Oh, I got to start a worker. I also have a mod installed. I don't know if you guys kind of noticed that. Rather than tabbing between equipment, if I do right click on my mouse, you'll see that my cursor then pops up, and I'm able to click on any implement. Like, say I want to click on this tractor way over here, it brings me into it. It's just kind of nice when you're really close and you don't want to tab through anything. Like, oh, I don't know if I can make it. There, it got me back into this one. That's just kind of a... Some of these mods are just like handy for stuff like that, but yeah. Okay, let's go run back over. Oh, drop the tailgate. And drop the tailgate. This guy will be running out, not right away, but yeah, this is just kind of my system. I then come back over here, hop out, grab one of these pallets, throw some straps on her for good luck, and off we go. off we go. And then yeah, that's basically my system for planting rice. This is just kind of how I do it. It's a little bit slow going, but having two of these units is pretty good. I mean, in all honesty, I could have three. I really could have three because these units, let's go into nothing good in the stores, by the way. Not that we really need to buy anything, but I'm just always shopping. I could get three of these really because they're 25 grand. I mean, in the scheme of things, it's actually super cheap. And yeah, but also it goes pretty quick with two of them going. Like we already got both these fields like close to like half done, so it's really it's really not too bad just to have two of them. What is better is two harvesters really because it just takes those harvesters drive 7 miles an hour at their fastest, and it's just slow going. They're very narrow. It's very slow going. So I just lease another one because it's not worth spending 95 grand or whatever it is just to have a harvester sit there for the year. You know what I mean? But yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep going here. Just kind of keep getting these fields planted, and then yeah, I'll bring you back once we're getting a little bit closer to the end of planting. Just pulling over with one of our rice planters now. We're basically done with it. I got these front two fields done, or like the front field and then kind of like the side mountain field over there done. So I got this guy is basically done with. Like I said, I don't fill this thing. I'll just leave it so that I'm always just filling up one pallet into these things. So I'm gonna shut it down. I'm gonna park it. I need to hop back over. This tractor is just planting the second field of our long grain rice. So all these are done. I just have, let me tab over. Oh, I guess we can go park this. I have a little bit left to do in one of the rice fields, but I'm just gonna go park this little unit. Till next year, my friend. Till next year. Let's get him back in his spot. Okay, let's shut him down. Here we are. Yeah. We just need to keep going. I need to get just this last little strip of this done. For some reason, the AI worker, I don't know, it like jams out. It doesn't want to do this last little bit. But yeah. Then our rice fields are planted then, which is awesome. Which is really awesome. So what we have next kind of on the books, I slowly was kind of loading up our main trailer, our flat deck trailer. Let me just make sure we're good to go here. Yeah, we are good to go. Okay, I've been slowly loading up our flat deck trailer with pallets of rice oil. So it's kind of parked over there sitting, you know, half full. Just whatever came through the production facility, I decided to load onto the trailer just to kind of help out with it. Is that a spot that got missed there? Hold up. Oh, let's drop this down. It was a spot that got missed. Yeah, see? See? We got to be on top of everything here at Hutan Pantai Farms. Alright, let's go park this thing. Park this thing, and then kind of next on our list is we're going to be, in June, we're going to be taking our rice oil in and selling it off, which we should by June, because we're April right now, so we'll get this month's production facility, then through May, and through, yeah, we'll definitely be taking it through June. Okay, so let me shut this down and park this. Hop out. Let's just check our time savings chart. What do we got? Rice oil. So it's saying right now we got 102,000 bucks, 103,000 bucks worth of rice oil. Best month is going to be to sell it at June. It says take it to Goldcrest, but we'll probably just end up taking it to the restaurant as it's just a little bit easier. And yeah, so maybe by then we should have a little bit extra cash, but another 100 grand will be coming our way, which is pretty nice indeed. Also, if you're new here, we don't know what this is, but this looks like corn nunchucks just hanging on the side of this barn. Can I take these off? Oh, that would have been fun if we could mess with that, but we can't. Okay. So I'm just gonna let our tractor over here. Can't believe that we tabbed right into the perfect one. Nice. I'm gonna let this tractor kind of finish off, and then through May, I'm just gonna be flooding this field, and then I'll bring you back in June. Once I got my trailer loaded up, we'll go through, we'll flood all these fields, and then we'll head off to sell our rice oil. Okay, it's June here. I'm just heading to the restaurant to sell our our rice oil off. Look at these canola fields. Canola fields are just thriving. We'll be harvesting them probably next month. Next month, I think it is. Yeah, September. Maybe it'll be in August. Yeah, it might be in August. Anyways, they're looking sharp right now. Nothing like the that beautiful yellow of the canola fields. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, I'm heading up to the restaurant here. We're gonna go dump off all of this rice oil. Now our production facilities are empty, and what I mean by that, like we have pallets sitting there of canola oil, but all of the raw material, the canola and the rice have been worked through, which is pretty good. It's good that now I have two production facilities and I can get through all of that rice and canola in the amount of time like needed, so to speak, so that when we do our next canola harvest and we dump everything in there, like we should be able to push through basically all of that. It's going to be a good little cycle that we'll have everything in, which is nice. Which is nice because we're actually making pretty good money now. Like we made 200, almost 260,000 off that last haul of canola, which is pretty crazy. And then we have about 100, it says 114,000 in rice oil right now, which again is pretty great. But all the canola oil that's been pushed through now, it's not even in its peak month, and it's already telling me that we have another 100,000 sitting there. So our farm is like it's a pretty good system right now. Like we finally got it to a point. Am I going the right way here? Yeah, it's this hill. I think you can go both ways, but yeah, we finally got the farm to a point where like we don't need any more land. We don't need any more land. We don't need any more equipment. It would be nice to have a bigger planter, to be honest. The last time when I was planting canola, I ended up renting another seeder, one of the Lemkin ones that was 12 meters width. And it was like, I think it was like 6 grand to rent it. And it made planting those big canola fields so much better. I'm not going to go buy one. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to rent stuff that we need for harvest or rent stuff that we need for planting. We don't need any more tractors. We don't need any more implements. Like we're basically set with everything that we have. A couple things we'll rent each year for just like a seasonal thing. Like I don't want to buy a planter that's 160 grand that's going to sit there. Essentially it sits there for 11 months of the year. We use it once and then it sits there again. It's just not really worth it in the big scheme of things to spend that money. Not that everything is flowing so well right now, and even the stuff with the mushrooms, like it's just kind of a free 40 grand that just plops in. All you have to do is drive downtown once a year. It's not that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal. And yeah, I just don't think. Oh god, I almost went past it here. It's one thing with this trailer. Is it gonna? I'm gonna have to get creative here. Okay, that worked. It worked. Kind of sold it in a weird fashion. Maybe what I'll do is I'll get this trailer straightened out here a little bit and we'll go in and we'll just look real quick here. So let's go into our finances. Sold product 106,000. So not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, it told me 114, but it's always a little bit off. Actually, that's if I was to take it to the Gold Crest, if I was to rent a train and do that stuff. So makes sense that it was a little bit less coming up here. It's not really the end of the world. All good. All good. Okay, I'm going to head back to the farm now that we've made some good money. I'm going to bring you guys back once it's canola harvesting season. We'll start harvesting some canola, and then, yeah, we'll just keep pumping those production facilities through. I got to get back and flood the fields to make sure our rice fields are still thriving good. And, yeah, we're just giving her. Like I said, I'm just going to go this way real quick and see. Just want to see. I'm going to take a different route and see if I can cut through. But like I said before, I'm kind of going a little bit quicker through the series now. Kind of just getting through, getting these big, getting the productions done, getting the big harvests done, not doing as much of the field work kind of on camera because, I mean, how many times do you really need to see me disc that field, right? It's kind of just nice. As we're getting towards the end of this series, I just want to keep going through, get a bunch of harvests done, really kind of see if we can max out these production facilities, which it seems like we would need another field, but since we're getting so close to the end of the series, I don't think it's worth kind of wasting the money on anything else. I think we just get through a few more good harvests, and yeah, we'll be finishing up this series, and we'll be on to our next series, which I spoke about a couple times now, which is going to be kind of like a lottery series where I spin the wheel with different variables on what a farm could be, and it's going to kind of dictate how our series go. We're going to spin the wheel, and it's going to randomly generate what kind of crops we have to farm, what kind of livestock we have to raise, different aspects of the game. You know, what economic difficulty we're going to be playing on, kind of the settings that we're going to be having on. It'll be kind of a fun series where we don't know what we're going to get thrown into, and we're just going to have to adapt and figure it out. And it could be a pretty weird farm. Like we could end up doing a couple different things that really make it a challenge. You know, if we get thrown into doing like cotton and carrots, I mean that's a whole, we need two different sets of planting equipment. Or I guess you could plant with cotton. So say you had to do something like potatoes and cotton. Like that would be a really weird series of, we'd be planting in weird series. Like we'd have to have a whole bunch of weird different equipment to get it all done. We have to pallet up the potatoes. It would be like a weird series. It would be something kind of not normal, or not something that flows together. Like this series, since we were doing rice oil, it made sense to do canola, because then we could make canola oil out of it, right? And it kind of flowed together. We didn't really do any animals on this series because you can't feed the animals really canola or rice. I mean, maybe the pigs would eat canola. I think the pigs basically eat anything. But you know what I'm saying? You can kind of make cohesive farms when you're deciding everything. But that series will be fun. It'll be fun too to see what map we have to end up playing on. So if you have any suggestions for maps that you want to see kind of go into the random generator wheel, things that you might be fun for a series like that, throw it in the comment section below, and I don't mind. I'll add basically any suggestions that get thrown into it. I can implement into that series, because it'll kind of be whatever we want to make as a challenge in the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna go through here. I'm gonna flood these fields. And yeah, I'll make sure these are growing good, and I'll bring you back when it is canola harvesting season. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, it's a beautiful August morning here. We've got a pile of harvesting to do. We've got so much harvesting to do that I actually just leased this second harvester right now. I'll tab over. Yes, I got our first, like the OG one, out working on the fields way on the north side of the field. So, and I was like, I went and checked just to see. I'm like, how much money is it going to be if I rented one? If I leased one, rather. It's like $5,000, and then $1,700 for the headers. So $6,700. I mean, I think it's totally worth it at this point, just to help get through these harvests, because just so much. There's so much that has to go down. Okay, let's get a worker going on this guy. I'm gonna come over. I want to be in this tractor. We're gonna hook onto this trailer. Jeez, I might have to. Or no, we got the other grain truck too, so I'm gonna probably use that. I'm gonna be going back and forth with the little grain truck and our trailer, taking trailer fulls. I'm gonna take this trailer down to the far north field because it's just so much further from everything, and it'll be less trips with this since it holds a little bit more. But yeah, we're gonna harvest up a storm. So what I was kind of thinking is I'm probably gonna get most of the canola harvest done, just kind of off camera. I'll bring you back and forth for little things, and then we'll basically do the rice harvest together. Since we did the canola harvest together last episode, I think we'll do much more of the rice together this episode. I'll also be renting another of the little rice harvester units, leasing another one to help with the fields, just to help get them done a little quicker. And yeah, that's my plan. So I'm just going to be plugging away, going back and forth here, getting as much of this done kind of as quick as I can. But I mean, we can only go as quick as, I think the headers they'll go at 7 miles an hour. So that's what we get. I'm going to jump over to this truck, or this little truck. Yep. Yeah, we got some fields to do here. We've got some fields to get going. Okay, yeah, I'll kind of just keep bringing you back as this harvest progresses, and like I said, we'll do most of the rice together. All right, I'm just pulling into our production facility. I'm gonna dump. I think I'm just gonna dump this full load into here, and that's gonna give us probably about 60,000 liters ish. It's gonna be in this production facility, and then I think I'll dump kind of the rest. I was wondered if it was dumping there for a second. Probably dump the rest into that other production facility. Although it doesn't really seem to matter. Oh, one of these is full. Okay, where is my little truck? Let's go get him. Let's go get him offloaded. This little grain truck's good, but it only holds 7,600 liters, so it doesn't really empty a combine fully. Okay, we're gonna have to go around to the backside here. Maybe right about. Dang, everybody's tanks are full. Okay, let's back this guy up. And let's get some canola. Whoa. Kind of off line there. Let's go. Let's get this lined up a little bit better. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna dump back over to where's our truck and trailer? Yeah, let's head back down with this guy. But the canola harvest is going good. We've got a whole bunch pulled off so far. Like I said, I got about 60,000 liters. Oh my god. Ben's mean mugging me there. I just tried to run down his fence. Sorry, Ben. Sorry. Yeah, so we got about 60,000 liters so far. Actually, we could just check real quick here. Yeah, I got 58,000 in there. Okay. Oil mill. There was nothing left in the oil mill. So yeah, we're about 60,000, but we got a couple full combines down here, so there'll be a bit more. Jeez, I feel bad for the guy that has to come and put these signs back up that I just constantly am running over. But someone does it. Someone's out there just doing God's work. Just cleaning up signs. But about 60,000 liters. I can't really. So we got two full grain or two full harvesters right now. So that's another 16,000 liters. So that's 76,000. That was about 58. So 74,000 liters. Let me jump into this guy real quick here. Do the same thing. I'll back up. Don't want to run over our canola. So not too bad. I'll just run over the tractor instead. Good lord. Can't remember if this one's the rental. No, I think the other one's the rental. Which is good, I suppose. Okay, let's jump over to this guy. Will put this pipe back in. Jeez. Okay, let's just get him pulled out of the way so that this guy can keep going and finish that field off. And I'll do the same thing over there, and then we'll run this up to... We'll run this up, and I'll just leave this trailer down here, because we'll be able to get another good bit out of this trailer. Should be close, right there. Okay, let's get this guy out of the way. Actually, I probably could just park him right over here for now. And then we'll go dump that little grain truck into the production facility, into the OG one. Let's go like that. We're just gonna keep flying here. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. I was kind of thinking too, I don't know if I'm gonna take the pallets of canola oil like in and sell them off this fall. I think what I'm gonna do is kind of stockpile everything and do just like kind of two main runs to finish off this series. You know, I was thinking about it more and more of I was kind of thinking, you know, maybe we'll get to 30 episodes on this series, but I don't really think it's going to be necessary just because we're at the point now where the farm is basically as big as I want it to get. Like the only thing that we can do now is really just kind of, you know, keep buying more fields and keep like building more maybe rice fields or something, but at that point it's like, you know, there's got to be an end to it at some point. You know, how many fields are we going to buy, and then what, do we just put down another production facility? It could kind of become endless at that point. And we've got this place to a pretty good system, so I'm thinking over these next, I'm probably going to finish this harvest and then do one more main maybe harvest of everything, and then we'll take everything in, kind of do our final sell, and then get ready to finish off this series and sell the farm. And you know, consider this one a success, which I think it has been. We've gotten We're doing pretty good. We don't really owe it. We have, we don't have any debt. We own all this land. Our production facilities are doing like almost 300 to 400,000 per year in oil, which is pretty good. Our costs are low. We're buying seed, a little bit of fertilizer, and fuel, which is pretty good. And then we got some, you know, once, twice a year rentals that we do just to help with harvest and stuff like that. So, all in all, I would consider this farm a pretty good success, and I've been having fun doing canola. I never did canola oil, and obviously never done rice oil before, or rice for that matter, since it wasn't in any of the other games. Okay, let's go into this. Fire this guy up. There's only 1,000 liters in here, but what I'm gonna do is I'll dump this into this little truck here. And then I'm gonna head back up to the farm. I'm gonna fuel this thing up and wash it, just because you get charged, you get a little bit of money back if you bring it back fueled up and washed, which is like most rentals. Like anytime I've ever rented anything in my life, oh, there we go. You got to bring it back fueled up. Like you have to. Well, you don't have to, but if you don't, they charge you like so in Canada it's per liter. So they would charge you like, I don't know. Let me think of it if I can think of it in the term of state. They'd probably charge you like $6 a gallon or something ridiculous to fuel up. Like in Canada, like it is expensive. Like right now, expensive fuel is like $1.50, $1.80 a liter. If you were to bring something back and it wasn't fueled up, they'd charge you $2.50, $3 a liter. Like just, yeah, greaseball prices. But they do it so that you bring it back fueled up and washed as well. If you don't bring it back washed, they charge you extra. So we'll get this thing fueled up. We'll get her washed. We'll bring it back. I'll kind of just keep going. I'll get the last of the canola fields harvested off and dumped into the production facility. Then I'll get one of the little Japan 6130 harvesters. I'll get another one of those brought up here, and then we'll go to town harvesting this rice. Okay, I'm just pulling the old Japan 6130 out of the bat cave there. I think it's a 6130, right? Yeah. The old 6130 is officially out of the bat cave, and I'm going to take it down. I think I'm going to take it to this bottom field over here and get it started. And then, yeah, we're going to start this rice harvest, which is kind of next on our to-do list, obviously. The long grain rice won't be ready till next month, which is fine. But yeah, we're going to be just giving her with these. These things drive so slow. I can't believe it. 7 miles an hour in a dream. I rented another one. I leased another one. I don't know if you've seen it when we were pulling through there. I leased another one. I'm going to take that to the north field. I'll get this started on these south fields here. And yeah, we're just going to be cruising along. It's going to be basically the same thing as the canola harvest. I'm going to be running around with the little rice truck. I don't think, not that it really matters, but I don't think these little harvesters will dump into that green trailer. I don't think it's I don't think they're tall enough. I'll kind of check, but yeah, I don't think they'll, not that it really matters. I mean, these things don't hold very much. We don't really get too crazy amounts of yields off the field, so I can just bomb around in that truck. Ben's mean mugging us because I ran into his fence, which he should be mean mugging us. Yeah, I'm just gonna run around with this truck and just kind of babysit both these harvesters, and yeah, and really just go from there. I'll plug along. I'll kind of bring you guys back throughout this harvest, and let's just check though before I go away. So in the OG oil mill, I got 20,000 liters of canola in there, and then the all-in-one production facility, I got the 58,000 liters, so 60,000 liters. I want to go down, so I'm going to do the same thing as last time. I'm going to do all of the long grain rice in this production facility, and then the normal rice, short grain, or if it is short grain, is going to go into the OG oil mill. And yeah, I think I'm just going to, because this will hold 50,000 liters of rice oil, I'll either just stock pallets or like I kind of do, but yeah, I think I'm just going to wait and we'll do one more big harvest off everything, and then kind of in our final episode will be the sell-off. We'll sell everything all at once, and we should have a good, a really good return if we do 2 full harvests that we take you know, it should be about $500,000, if not more. I'll make sure all the production facilities are empty, and I'll do it, you know, I'll get everything cleaned out. We'll clean up this farm. I'll get the greenhouses shut down. I'll get the production facilities shut down. I might rent a couple trailers and stuff. And yeah, we'll get ready to shut everything down at this farm, and we'll do one final sell probably in the next episode. So I'll keep kind of bringing you back as the rice harvest progresses here, and we'll kind of see our final tallies once not only this rice is harvested but the long grain as well. And that's probably how we'll pretty much end this episode. So yeah, I'll just kind of keep bringing you back as this progresses. So I'm just back here. We are just kind of getting our final passes done on all these rice fields. This is our least harvester, so I'm just going to go over, you know, fuel this thing up, pressure wash it and stuff. As you can see, that harvester is just getting kind of the last pass done for our normal rice, if you will, or your normal short grain rice. Let's just pull over, actually, while I guys got you real quick here. Just before we start the long grain, I'll kind of go through. I got 4,700 in here. Let's see if I go like that, fire this thing up. I wish I could turn that setting off where the AI workers shut down the harvester when they're done using it. Like, I understand it, but I wish I could change it so they just stay running. Honestly, if anyone knows in the comments, let me know if that's even a possibility. If that's, I don't know. I've looked, but I can't seem to find anything. Okay, so we got 4,800 liters. Let's dump this in right now, real quick. And we'll go into the production facility. I'll just make sure it's all dumped in, and then we'll go check in the production facility and just see how much we got off of these rice fields. I put everything. Oh, I put everything in this field. So 15,300 exactly. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna kind of get some people doing field work, prep work, and then I'll get this other harvester returned, and then we'll start on the long grain rice. All right, folks. This is the last little bit we're getting here. I do not understand this. Like, here, just one sec. I'm gonna jump out, or no, we'll go dump this. Actually, I can just dump this right into the production facility. But yeah, I don't understand how I had so much wilted crops on this field. Like, I did it the exact same as I did this other one. I didn't forget to water it. Both of these fields were plowed ahead of time. So it's not like one field had anything. I don't know. I don't get it. Both fields were plowed. Both fields were double fertilized. I watered everything. I even like checked it on the map to make sure I didn't miss a field, but I ran around watering all of them. I really don't understand why that happens. No clue. Maybe it's just like a game thing where just like not every field is perfect, and I just kind of got the, you know, the unlucky roll of the dice on that one for some reason. I don't know. Almost like how storm damage just randomly pops up, but yeah, not 100% sure, but there it is. That's the last of our harvest. I had our Dutes Far tractor on the discs over there. The AI worker obviously finished, but I wanted to bring you guys back in just so we can, actually, yeah, that's the button that I wanted to push. Let's go to our production facilities. This is our all-in-one production, and we're looking for our long grain rice. So 11,000 liters, just about 13,000 liters. And I had put a little bit in here, so some of it has worked through into the production. The production's working as I'm doing the field, so like maybe a little bit went through. But yeah, that's it. That is our final kind of tally. I'm going to let these production facilities run. Basically, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fuel this up just because we're sitting right here. But I'm going to go ahead off camera, and I'm going to get these fields. Basically, what I'm going to do off camera is I'm going to go through, I think one full harvest kind of just on my own without you guys, and then in the next episode is, I think, is going to be our final episode of the series. This is going to be because like I said, I want to do one more big harvest of everything, and then I don't want to run into that tree. I want to do one more big harvest, and then I want to take everything off and get it sold. And then we'll kind of do like a recap of the farm. We'll go through, we'll clean up a bunch of stuff. It'll really be a recap episode, but mainly what we'll be doing is selling everything off I'm not going to take anything to sell it this year. I'm just going to let all the pallets stockpile. I'm probably going to rent a truck with a big trailer. I think. I don't know. I'll kind of toy around with it. I'll see exactly how many pallets and stuff we have. But I'll probably rent a truck with a big trailer or something. And and then just kind of get ready for the final haul and the final sale of all of our canola oil and all of our rice oil. So that's kind of our plan. This is going to be, kind of part one of our finale series, and then the next episode will be the final one here on Hutan Pantai, which I'm pretty stoked on. Like I said, I think this series has basically gotten to the point where, unless we keep going and getting different fields and stuff, but we're just going to be kind of on repeat, and I don't want to just keep doing the same episodes. Oh, we're going to cultivate the field, we're going to do this. So I think this will be a good kind of part in the next episode to finish everything off. So if you haven't done so already, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like, hit that sub button for me. Let me know in the comments section below kind of what you thought of this series. I've got some plans for our next series, which is going to be coming. There's going to be a couple series that I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to tell you too much about this one series that I got planned. It'll be something fun, something we haven't done before, and I still really want to do our lottery series, which I'm kind of tweaking some stuff in the background, making some plans for that. I won't be starting that one till our Tassie Farms Dairy Empire series comes to an end, which it'll be coming to an end as well, kind of in the next probably 5 or 6 episodes that I film. I can't really remember exactly, but if you haven't checked that series out, make sure and go into if you go into my channel and you look under playlist, it's under the Tassie Farms playlist, and all the episodes are there. So again, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. Hopefully you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. And yeah, this is Ultra Farmer. I am out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 22. Welcome to our finale episode of our Hutan Pantai gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer, and I'm here standing in front of a massive truckload of canola oil. I also, over to my right here, have been loading up a trailer full of rice oil. We still have our production facilities that are running through a little more rice. It's December here in Hutan Pantai, and we got to go sell some canola oil and kind of get this farm wrapped up. So we got a lot of things we're going to do this episode to kind of wrap this farm up. Let's get right into it. All right, so I just have our... can't really see him. Our gray tractor, like our OG gray tractor. He's doing some, I got a worker doing some kind of field prep and cleanup after our final harvest. Just going through, getting all these fields. As you can see, our rice field to the right here is cultivated, kind of cleaned up, and now all of our canola fields down here cleaned up and kind of ready to go for the next person. And we're gonna head up to the restaurant with all this canola oil. I was gonna go downtown Hutan Pantai to the farmers market, but like, you just know it's a nightmare going down there with our like small little farm tech trailer. So I can only imagine with this kind of unit what it would be like. But although that being said, there are some kind of hairy switchbacks up on where the restaurant is, so we'll see how it goes. This could be a bit of an adventure in and of itself, but I figured I would try and get all this canola oil in one haul. And I mean, this trailer is to the max. Like, it says 100,000 liters kind of by the speedometer, but that's not correct. Like, there's so many pallets in here. Probably too many. Like, this thing's probably, yeah, I definitely kind of overhauled it a bit, but like I said, I just kind of wanted to get it all done in one shot, so no big deal. But I don't know how it's going to be climbing this big hill. I think we're going to have to gear down, if you know what I mean. Okay, let's make sure. I'm going to be careful on these turns because this thing will roll easily. I just know it. I've rolled a lot of trailers, unfortunately, in this game, and I do not feel like going to get a tractor to pull it back over. Alright, let's see how we climb this hill. Probably gonna have to be gearing down in here a little bit. Got our CB radio here. This seems like one of those roads where you gotta call kilometers in. If anyone doesn't know, a lot of times on back roads, when you're you'll be on some really sketchy back roads, and you got to call kilometers in. So you'd have to like get on the radio and you'd have to say, like, loaded. Oh my god, is he gonna make it? Oh my god, loaded, loaded high, boy. Oh my god. We're in low right now, boys. Yeah, you gotta call kilometers in when you're, if you're a big truck, or even if you're not a big truck, and you're on some roads where it's really hard to see the turns. Like, you know, we can't really see what kind of traffic's coming at you. Like, you'd have to call those kilometers in, loaded pickup. Usually that's what we were all in, was our pickup truck, but there's two different ways. Most of the time when you're going into the bush, usually it's, you call out that you're empty, so you'd be like empty pickup kilometer 2 on whatever road this is on, restaurant road. And then when you're coming out of the bush, you would call out as a loaded truck. It all started from loggers. A lot of the back roads are owned by logging companies, and that's just the way the loggers would communicate so that the big trucks wouldn't like kind of run into each other. Like, say you have a big truck like this trying to climb a hill like that, and the back road's full of logs. Well, he can't stop, you know what I mean? So it was a way for truckers to kind of be a little bit safer on the roads and make sure they didn't get into weird situations like this situation we find ourselves in right here. Loaded up and trucking. Okay, now the real question is, let's open this side. I should be able to just, I know I gotta unload, oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, that truck is empty. She's empty. I'm seeing a lot of big numbers up there. 181, 271. Those are big numbers. I swear, 1.2 mil. So we were at like 600,000. So we probably got like close to 600,000. All right, here we go. This is the switchbacks that we were all waiting for. You know, so we call in our kilometers. Gotta get in the cab here. We're calling the kilometers. Empty pickup. I think actually what they would say is empty body job and trailer starting down the hill at 22 on the restaurant road. And then some guy would call back, copy that, waiting at the bottom for you. 10-4. Oh. Nice. Nice. Now that's trucking. American Truck Simulator too, a little bit, no big deal. All right, we're gonna head back up to the farm now that I brought you on this little adventure. We're gonna head back up to the farm, and I'm just gonna kind of continue with our, you know, kind of our shutdown, really. I'm gonna be loading up the rest of our rice oil, so I'm gonna be sleeping through until February. I'm gonna head back to the farm, and I'm gonna go shut down the production of the mushrooms. That way, in February, we can take a load to probably, well, you know, now that we did this adventure, I think it's time we go downtown. I think we'll go downtown to the farmer's market with all those mushrooms. We'll risk it for a biscuit, and since we got this truck rented, or let me just think about this for a second. I don't really want to waste the money of having this truck rented through the whole time. I think what I might do, yeah, we're not going to need this truck. I'm going to return this thing, and then I might just rent another trailer. That way I can just keep that one trailer that's half loaded with rice oil. So they actually, let's just pull in here. I'll go and talk to these guys. We didn't fuel it up, so we'll take a little bit of hit on fuel, but I'll go and talk to these guys, return this unit, and then see if they'll give me a ride back up to the farm. And yeah, I'll bring you back in February, and we'll go dump off some mushrooms. All right, folks, check out this one. Check out this load of mushrooms that we got here. I was like looking through the store, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna rent a trailer. I didn't really know which one, and I kind of seen this one. It was $484 to rent it for the day or whatever, you know. And I'm like, man, I wonder if that's big enough to, like, if it'll hold everything. And I was like, oh, whatever, I'll try it. And I just kept stacking and stacking, and yeah, here we are. So hopefully these straps hold on for dear life, but we're off to the farmer's market. We're off to the farmer's market. Some of these fields have kind of grown over a little bit. Tried to cultivate them. Well, we did cultivate them, but the weeds are relentless. They are absolutely relentless. So we're headed off to the farmer's market. I think we'll just get like our normal kind of, I think about 40 grand for this haul. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys this hilarious, this hilarious little adventure that we got going on right now. We're kind of hanging out over the edge of this trailer too, so I'm gonna drive slow and hopefully nothing spills off, or I hopefully don't roll this thing or something down. But yeah, I'll go drop this off, and then I'll meet you back up at the farm in June. Yes, in June, and we'll load up the last of the rice oil, and we'll kind of go from there. So yeah, I'll go drop this off as long as I make it. Although this load seems like it's falling apart, and yeah, I'll meet you guys back at the farm in just a little bit. So I'm just headed back up to the restaurant here to sell off our rice oil. We've got through into June. I've just kind of been, plugging away, just going off and selling a few things. What I did is I also loaded up all of our sapling pallets from our greenhouse that we were using to plant our rice fields, and I took that over to the warehouse. We didn't really get much money for that, but I figured, why not? So I took those over. I think I got just about 9,000 for them, which, again, it's better than 0,000. So let's see what we get here. 176. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. So so now we're at 1.4, which isn't too bad. And just like always, I'm going to kind of make this trip back up to the farm, and then we're going to kind of go through and sell off a few more things. I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna sell some things from the farm, I'm gonna keep some things. I'm not gonna sell the production facilities, I'm gonna leave that with the farm. But I'm gonna sell off some of our plots of land and all that jazz, and kind of scrape together as much cash as we can, because all this money is going to be going to our next gameplay series, which we're gonna be heading back to the States, and I've got some fun little plans for us. I'm not going to say too much just yet, gonna keep it a little mysterious. I'm still working out a few details of it, but I've got a map for us picked out that we're going to go to, and I think I have kind of the essence of what the gameplay series is going to be like all worked out. I'm just looking at a few different things to make sure that it's all good to go, getting it all set up, but yeah, our plan of attack is, since we're going back to the States, all the money that we get from kind of selling off this farm and stuff, we're gonna take back. However, the problem is I'm gonna kind of role play that, since we're in Hutan Pantai, we're actually in an Eastern Asian map. We're somewhere in East Asia. It doesn't really tell us exactly where, but I'm just gonna kind of pretend, or we'll just assume that all the money that we have right now is in, I'm going to say yen. I don't know, there's a bunch of other kind of Eastern Asian currencies that we could use, like the Singapore dollar, or I can't remember what it's called, to be honest. I know we're not in China, but we are in some sort of Eastern Asian map. I mean, I guess we could kind of think maybe it was in Indonesia. Although I've been to Indonesia, and this doesn't really quite seem like it. Not quite. Not where I was, at least. I think I'm just going to, say that it's all yen, and we're going to convert all the money. So even though whatever money we end up with, it's not actually going to be the full amount that we're able to take to the next gameplay series. We're going to have to do the conversion rate back to USD, and that's going to get us to the next map. So yeah, I'll just keep this, I'll keep driving back up to the farm. I'll meet you there, and we'll start selling off some of our equipment and some plots of land. Alright, so I'm just back up at the farm here. I think I'm going to just go into, maybe we'll just go into this mode. This will be a little bit easier. So we'll kind of go through a few things that I'm going to keep and things that I'm going to sell off. I'm going to sell off basically all of the equipment. But the things I'm going to leave on the farm are both the production facilities, the greenhouse, the mushroom greenhouse, obviously the house and stuff like that. I'm not going to get rid of any of those things. I'm going to keep these three fields here with the farm. Actually, and I'm also going to keep this field. And then I'm going to sell off the rest of them. I'll sell off this plot. This is just one plot, even though it's two fields. I'll sell this field, but I'll keep all this with the farm since these rice fields are already made. This makes sense to stay with it, and I'll sell the rest. I'll keep the silos with it, But I'm going to sell off all the equipment, and I think that's it. You know, while I was doing pallets and stuff, I went through and I planted these fields for whoever was next, just to be a swell guy. But there's a bunch of weeds and stuff on it, but you know, who cares? I was gonna plant these ones, but I sold off all the saplings, so I was like, no, whatever. And this one started growing with weeds. I thought, oh well, this one's staying with the farm, so I'm not gonna sell it. Whoever gets this farm will just have to have to deal with it after. But yeah, let's go through. I'm gonna go through in here and let's start selling off. Okay, we're gonna sell both of these tractors. 4 grand for that bad boy. Get 30 grand for him. We're gonna keep this thing. You'll see why in a second. We'll sell our truck. We will sell our trailer. Sell our discs and our plow. 285 bucks. You know what? I'll leave that with the farm. You know what? I'll leave the planter with the farm as well too. Rollers, sell those. Sell this fertilizer spreader. You know what? I'll leave the combine and stuff at the farm too. We'll sell that with everything else. I'll leave the headers in the trailer. Sell that. I'll sell one of these rice planters. I'll leave this harvester with the farm as well too. And this water barrel I'll leave. This thing I can sell. And we'll leave him the pressure washer. Why not? So that's pretty fair. We sold some things, kept some things. I think that's pretty fair. I'm going to go jump into this little unit right here. Let's fire this up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. That is... Oh, God, no, that's not it. Okay, we need to go back in. I'm going to sell off these fields. Jeez, we would have been leaving ourselves some cash. So we're going to leave 31, 30, and 27, but I'm going to sell 28. Can't sell this because it's got placeables on it. All right, well, then we'll leave 28. So we'll sell this plot of land. Oh, I know what's on this. Okay, well, this is what we'll do then. I'm pretty sure it's this thing. Is that what it is? Is that what's jamming it out? Placeables. Maybe because it's this field? Oh, that's probably what it is, because it's a rice field. Okay. Let's just see if that worked. I've actually never sold a rice field before, so... let's see, can we sell that? Yes, okay, we can sell that. Okay, well then I'll just leave 28 here. Whatever, whatever. I'll just leave that one. Then that's like a kind of a whole little area that they can use, but we're going to get rid of this. Get rid of these guys. Jeez, these lands was expensive. So, boom. There it is. 2.489 million bucks. That's what we ended up with on our Hutan Pantai series. Not too bad. Not too bad. And we left some things with the farm, which is good. I won't actually sell this farm. I'll just pretend that I keep it, or I'll give it to Walt. Yeah, Walt can take this over. Walt and Ben, they sat and watched us this whole time, didn't do anything to help, so I'll just give them the farm. I smashed into Ben's fence that one time, so he's probably still a little bummed out about that. But okay, so just give me one sec here, cruising around. I'm going to... What am I going to do here? Give me one sec here. I'm going to go and I'm going to convert this money. I'm just going to tab out. I'm going to convert this money. I'll take 1 sec, and then I'll come back and I'll let you know exactly how much cash we're going to be taking to our next gameplay series. So I'm going to just assume... Well, this is what I'll do. We're at 2.489,504. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go convert this real quick, and then when I bring you back, the money, what I'll do is I'll adjust the money at the top right-hand screen to what exactly we're going to be taking to the next gameplay series. And I'll probably round it a little bit just so it's like an even number, and I'll round it accordingly. But okay, I'll bring you back in just 1 sec. All right, team. There it is. If you look to the top right hand screen, we get $170,259 to our name to our next gameplay series. Now, I'll explain to you kind of what I did is, so I went through and I looked at the Japanese yen, the Chinese yuan, probably saying that wrong, the Indonesian rupiah, and the Hong Kong dollar. I just picked those four currencies as Eastern Asia currencies, and what I did is I put like our 2.4 million into each of those. Like I converted it into the yen, to the Chinese yuan, the rupiah, and the Hong Kong dollar, and then I got the totals for all of those. And then what I did is I just averaged it out amongst those four, and I figured that was kind of a pretty fair, easy way to do it. Oh, I forgot to plant this field. This field I constantly forgot about, but. So that's it, 170,000. I said I'd round it, but I'll give you the full one, but we get 170,000. So we're going to be off to the States, back on homeland, and we're going to be trying to create a farm back there with 170,000. Now I'm going to see if I can talk to the bank and see if I can get some sort of a loan, obviously. But that's going to be our cash. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle getting back over stateside, and it's going to be a struggle trying to start an operation with 170 grand. But I've started bigger operations, or I've started operations that turned out to be quite big with a lot less. So 170 grand, I'm more than happy with. It was fun to be over here on Hutan Pantai, leaving with this little unit. Maybe I'll bring this unit with us back, or I'll sell it once I get to the other side. But I'm heading over right now to the port. I'm going to catch a boat, and it's going to be a long boat ride, that's for sure. I'm going to catch a boat back over, and that's going to be it. That's going to be it for the Hutan Pantai series. I really hope that you guys enjoyed it. I hope that you had fun, maybe learning how to do rice, both long grain and the normal rice. Where we were using those rice planters, which I'd never used before, the rice harvester, which I'd never used before, never did anything with rice production facilities, so it was kind of fun to do. It was kind of a fun map over here. It wasn't too bad, that's for sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, so hopefully you'll stick with me, and you'll come with on the next gameplay series that we're going to be starting. I'm pretty excited about the next gameplay series. I think it'll be fun. It'll be kind of a change from doing rice and doing oil and stuff like that. It won't really be anything like that on the next series. We're going to be going to Minnesota. That's where the map is going to be. We're going to be on Waseca. I believe it's Waseca. That's how you say it. Waseca, Minnesota. That's where we're going to be heading to. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited. I'm going to jump on the old fellowship here, and off we go. So thanks again so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, I'd love it if you could hit that sub, hit that like button. Let me know in the comment section below what you thought of this gameplay series. I'm gonna shut this thing off and see if I can load this thing on there somehow. But yeah, let me know what you think of this gameplay series. Let me know if you're excited for the next gameplay series. 170 grand, it's not that great, but it could be a lot less. So thanks again so much, like always. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have a good, morning, afternoon, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next gameplay series. Really, really excited. Looking forward to it. So make sure and search on the channel the Waseca gameplay series. I'm going to have it under a playlist, Waseca, W-A-S-E-C-A. It'll be Minnesota. You'll be able to pick it out real easy. And yeah, thanks again. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out, ladies and gentlemen. I am out. I'm off. Join the fellowship. Go to Mount Doom, and then I'll see you stateside. Thanks again, guys. Have a good one.